Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Bro. Monitor. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. It's only static. It's only. I can hear it. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. There's a delay in the stream. We should stop the live stream.
No, turn the mic off. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming in, joining us this early on a Sunday. I know it gets difficult to come here after you've attended a fun-filled day to begin with. But I'm Siddharth. I'm one of the chairs for IndiaFOSS 2025, and I'm here to welcome you all again to this amazing conference that we're running for the second day, and also to tell you a little bit about how the day one went, recap of that, and also giving you a glimpse of what day two is going to be looking like. We had a bunch of you come in and attend the conference yesterday. I'll get to the numbers in a little bit. But I know there may be a few of you here who are also joining us for the first time today. I want to spend a few minutes to tell you a few things that both Ansh and Rahul had mentioned during the opening ceremony yesterday. Touching upon that, we'll then go to a recap of day one, quickly going on to the glimpse for day two. If this is your first time coming to any of FOSS United's events or IndiaFOSS in general, IndiaFOSS is an annual celebration of free and open source software, which is primarily organized by the FOSS United Foundation, but is never complete without the support that we get from the community. Yesterday, we had 1,800 people at least checked in. We know none of the volunteers did a good job in checking in, so there's more to that for sure. But comparing that with how the 2024 edition went, for the whole of the 2024 edition, we had 1,600 people registered and 1,300 attendees checking in. So we were even more people on day one than what we were as a whole event during day two, as a whole event the last year. We had 50 or more than 50 sessions and speakers join us yesterday, whereas in 2024, we had a total of 52 sessions that happened. We also had a lot of community booths. I'm sure you checked them up on the first floor. We had 62 project showcase and community booths this time, whereas the last time we only had 35 booths join us. All of this was possible only because you all got together and were excited to come in and join us for the events that we run. Well, all of FOSS United's events follow the code of conduct. And if you have not read that yet, I would recommend you do so by visiting that link on your screen. The TLDR is to be respectful. Abuse and harassment are never tolerated at our events. In case you feel uncomfortable or see anybody else who feels uncomfortable, please make sure to reach out on the phone number that's on the screen. It's also on the document that's linked on the screen. In case of emergency, we have an ambulance and also first aid kits. The easiest way to find one of us is to look for this t-shirt. That's the volunteer t-shirt that you will see volunteers go around in. We also have a booth set up right outside Audi 1. If you were to walk right outside the middle door, you will find us there. But get in touch with us whenever you need us. Please also make sure that when you are walking in around the venue, there'll be venue maps everywhere. This is important for you to be familiarizing yourself with the exits or the emergency exits and all the other safety equipments that we would need. But most importantly, when things go wrong, please stay calm. The venue's staff and our staff will be around to help you out. If you were around yesterday, if you were keeping in touch with all things happening, we are trying to keep this a low-waste event with the help of this organization called Tiram. And I'm happy to say that we almost kept it clean yesterday. We noticed a few plastic water bottles drying in the dustbins, I think, on the top, on the first floor. But otherwise, we did really well. I want to remind you that as part of keeping this event a low-waste event, it's also important for us to reduce or cut completely the usage of plastic. If you have any doubts around that, please come find us and speak to us about that. Pegging on to what I just said, please make sure that you're carrying your own water bottles. We will have reusable glasses or steel glasses right next to the water refilling stations. But if you were waiting to buy a new water bottle, this is a good chance to do it. Do it today, carry it with you. It'll make your life so much more easier. You will not find tissue papers anywhere. That includes the food area and also the washrooms. This is to make sure that we, again, reduce the waste that we create during this event. Take care to not waste food. You are allowed and feel free to go for seconds or thirds or eat however much you'd want, but we want to make sure that you're mindful of the food that you end up wasting at the end of the event. Help us segregate waste. I am sure you're aware already, but you will find boards that tell you what goes where. Please put it accordingly. This again helps us with the agenda that we have here of creating a low waste event and be a very sustainable event towards the end. But what happened yesterday? I gave you a few numbers of what it looked like, but a few photos here. And we were only able to source these photos because all of you was posting on social media. But just to give you a glimpse, we had talks all around. We have multiple venues that were doing this. If you're still confused where to find those, come find one of us, speak to us. Or there are also floor maps and schedules right outside this auditorium. But we had talks, we had one workshop, we had several birds of feather sessions. We had also what was called dev rooms, and we have a couple of them happening today as well. If you are not aware what dev rooms are, this is a new format that we introduced where smaller communities inside of the broader open source communities are getting together to host sort of their mini conference, and a lot more people from their communities are joining in with an agenda to discuss the work that they do together. So quickly jumping on to what's happening today, this may not be very readable to you now that I realize, but if you were to go to the website and look at the schedule, we have 2 dev rooms happening today. One which is FOSS in Science. This is going to be happening in the dev room 1 hall, which is also called the Auditorium 3, which should be on the left from where I'm standing. We also have the Geopolitics and Policy in FOSS dev room happening in dev room 2, which is right above my left side. If you don't know where to find, just reach out to us, please. We also have a few invited talks happening today. I'm sure you met a couple of those speakers already as part of a panel, but we have Chad joining in from Sentry, we have Kailash from Zerodha doing an invited talk, we also have Purvi and Suman telling us about the amazing journey that this community called StoryWeaver has been creating. Please make sure to come for all of those, but we have even more than that that you can find on the schedule. A reminder finally, when you need help, this is the t-shirt that you're looking for. If the colors are really confusing, just look for anybody who has a tag that says volunteer. You can find us right outside this auditorium, where that's where our booth is. And if you had bought merch along with your ticket to this conference, today is the day that you're going to redeem that. What you need to do is head to the first floor. We have a similar FOSS United booth on the first floor. Just go there, show us your QR code, and the staff there will be able to help you out. If you are also looking to buy extra hoodies, we have really cool ones. I don't know if you've already seen that. We are also going to be selling that on the first floor. For folks watching us at home, I'm sure you've already figured us out how to watch us live. But for anybody else here, if you have to step out of the venue for any reason and want to still keep in touch, we are live streaming this event. All you need to do is search on the web for IndiaFOSS Livestream, and I'm sure you'll find that link. But we have all that segregated into different sections, so you can very easily find where we are at. Last but not the least, I would want to thank all of the amazing sponsors that help us make this event possible, along with the community support. Samagata, Zerodha, Frappe, Plain, Bruno, Tech4Dev, OWC, AWS, and Zeiss are all the platinum sponsors that are right outside. Make sure when you go interact with them, if you are looking for a switch of careers, go talk to them and figure out. A bunch of them I know are also hiring for full-time staff. This may be a good opportunity for you to find your next employer. We also have gold tier sponsors, that's Sensible, Open Source DB, Map, Libre, Mecha, and Rever. Silver sponsors, Commit Company, JustPay, Grafana, and ModMed. We also have in-kind sponsors. You've also maybe talked to them already. That's Ente and Cal.com. But I also want to quickly highlight our diversity sponsors, and if you don't know what that means, we try and collect a pool of money which goes towards the diversity sponsorship. These are individuals and organizations that come together and say, along with us buying tickets, we also want to contribute something extra that goes towards the diversity pools. And there are about 60 people this time around in this crowd, you will see them around, who have only been able to come to these events because of the extra money that we have been able to collect as diversity scholarship. So a huge shout out to Mrugesh, Abhijit, Ashwin, and Shri. And I know there are more folks who wanted to be anonymous, but you know who you are. Thank you so much for making this possible for us. Well, with that, please keep all the social media engagement coming. We love to see all the photos that you put up. We will also do a good job in resharing that and spreading the word. But whenever you do that, make sure you tag the FOSS United page on whatever platforms you're posting. Use these 2 hashtags also, which is IndiaFOSS and United by FOSS. Well, that's my time for now. I'll pass this on to Ashil to come back and talk to us about what's going on. Again, just a reminder, if you need us for anything at all, find us right outside. But thank you so much for coming.
Type C.
I have it, by the way. We have it?
They have it.
We've got, yeah. I don't think they've dropped that.
Type C.
Converter.
Hi everyone. So the first speaker for today is Prasun. He's the founder of Zasper. So data science tools have come a long way. And Project Jupyter has been foundational to their progress. So if you've ever watched Jupyter notebooks consume massive amounts of RAM or struggle under heavy workloads, then you felt the pain Prasun is solving today with Zasper. Interestingly, he has done bachelor's in chemical engineering and then went to study biological sciences. I think it's a great example that you don't have to necessarily do what you studied in college. Yeah, then he did GSOC contributions way back, and he also did it in the scientific Ruby ecosystem. So on to you, Prasun.
Hello. Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm glad to be here, and I am here to talk about Zasper, which is a high-performance ID for Jupyter notebooks. How many of you here use Jupyter notebooks? Can you raise your hands? Oh, nice. So, so yeah, you guys will love this talk. So before going into this, I'll introduce myself. So my name is Prasun, and I am based in Hyderabad. And I have been doing open source contributions since 2016. Was a Google Summer of Code student with Ruby Science Foundation, where I built linear algebra libraries and GPU libraries for computing. Uh, and after that, I was a Google Summer of Code mentor and also an org admin. And yeah, so I love FOSS a lot. And right now I'm based in Hyderabad, and these are my blog links and GitHub URL. So as you all might be familiar with the PyData ecosystem. So PyData consists of all the tools that have been built in the PyData, built by the PyData community. And these tools can be somewhere like Python, and around that we have some code libraries like NumPy and Jupyter and Numba. These are all for linear algebra. And around that we have something like SciPy for machine learning and statistics, and then pandas. Then for visualization we have matplotlib, and apart from that we have some more specialized libraries like SymPy or BioPython, etc. So one thing you might note that for linear algebra we have different alternatives in Python, but Project Jupyter no alternatives. And for example, people faced a lot of issues with Jupyter. For example, you might be facing issues with like the Jupyter Lab ID going not hanging, like it won't behave properly, and then you have to close the lab session and then restart it. So, and plus if you are running your Jupyter Lab in the cloud, like on a cloud instance, then the issues becomes much worse, because you can't run with smaller CPUs or lesser amount of RAM. So yeah, I was working with on a community project called Nebari for data science, and there I got to learn all the intricacies of Jupyter Hub and Jupyter Lab. And I thought that, okay, why not solve this? So plus there are other problems like scalability, like you have to fit more users on a single machine, and then user experience, like the user experience of Jupyter Lab seems much older, and it's very difficult to reconfigure or change, something like that. Plus packaging is another issue. So throughout this talk, I'll show you how I improved all of this. So yeah, let's introduce Zasper. So it's a high-performance ID for Jupyter notebooks. It uses 500% less CPU than Jupyter Lab and 4,000% less RAM. So this less RAM means when you're running Jupyter notebooks, you will never go out of memory and the system will never hang. The IDE will always be responsive. Plus, it has a better speed. Like the notebooks behave like reactive. Like like the kernel startup times are very instantaneous. Plus, yeah, we have more throughput. Like Zasper even beats the Jupyter Enterprise Gateway Server because if you can see that Jupyter Enterprise Server can run a maximum of 64 kernels at once under high load. But Zasper can go much beyond that, like 100 kernels, 150 kernels, like that. So let me tell you the personal story behind this project. So I quit my job last year in June, and then I started building this project. For 6 months, yeah, I was constantly building it full time, and then there came the phase of depression. Like you are not sure, like people will use the project or not. So somehow, like when I was able to run the kernels with Go, like I built this project in Golang, and then I posted it on Reddit. The project went viral, and at that time it also went to Hacker News, went to the top, stayed there the whole day, and also was mentioned in various Linux forums or user groups all over the internet. So that made me think that, okay, now it's sorted, like people need this solution. So after that, I continued building this project. And yeah, Zasper was also trending on GitHub. So this is why I'm telling you this is because if you build something, you might think that, hey, people may not use it. Why I'm doing this? But keep believing yourself, and somehow it will find the way in the world. So right now, like the project was officially released around like 6 months ago, and not in Jan. Like in Jan, we just had the prototype, and then it was released. And right now, it's being used by 15K users worldwide. We have the most number of users in the United States and also in Romania. So you can see that the project is being used all around the world. So now let's get into the tech part. So this is the Jupyter Lab architecture. So for example, this is a user, and the user tries to, like he wants to work with multiple notebooks. He creates the IDE. So this box you see, it's like a Jupyter server, like a Jupyter Lab which has a Jupyter server, and that server is written in Tornado. So Tornado is something like, it helps you, like think of it as something like fast APIs. You can the requests that you send to the web server, these run via async IO coroutines. So yeah, so these will be non-blocking. The requests will be non-blocking. So yeah, and then we have this front end. The Jupyter Labs front end is built in Lumino using React, and that's a rich library. And yeah, plus when you see on the rightmost side, we have IPython kernels. So Jupyter kernels or IPython kernels. So like the kernel is what makes your notebook execute. Like it's the brain of the notebook. For every notebook you create, you launch in your IDE, we have a separate kernel open for it. Like these kernels are in a different process. The Jupyter Lab server is in a separate process. And how the communication happens is via 0MQ. So we will know more about 0MQ later. So yeah. How is Zasper different? Like Project Zasper takes a lot of inspirations from Jupyter community. We are built on top of Jupyter Wire protocol. So, so how we are different is like the Python backend in Tornado is replaced with the Go backend in Gorilla. And we have a React frontend, like we are not using Lumino because we wanted to be very sleek, and yeah, and I also wanted to get a new UI for this. So yeah, and the rest of all the processes are the same. We didn't try to reinvent the kernel because the kernel is excellent. So yeah, this communication happens by the 0MQ, which is a similar. The only difference is like the Python version, like Jupyter Lab uses a C binding based of like Py0MQ, which is based on C bindings, whereas the 0MQ that Zasper is doing is Go native, like it's written in Go. So how the chatting with kernel happens. Like this is important because when I show you the demo, this will help you to understand. For example, if you are a user, you launch your Jupyter lab, and then the first thing you do is you create a new, launch a kernel or create a new IPython notebook. The first thing happens is like this server will try to create these connections, like it will launch a Jupyter kernel on the rightmost side. Okay, there's a Jupyter kernel, and then there are these 5 different channels. Like these are like sockets, and these sockets are based in 0MQ. So from this communication happens. For example, if I send a message, like when you type 2 plus 2, what the front end is doing? It's sending an execute request 2 plus 2. Now this message is received by the kernel, and when the kernel receives this message, it sends you 5 output message. For example, the status is busy. Now the kernel is thinking. Then we have something like an execute input, then execute result. This is the main part. Like the result comes as 4. Then we have an execute reply, and then status is idle. Now your kernel is free. You can talk to it again. You can send a new message. So now I'll show you a demo. This is how when you launch Zasper, the IDE opens up. And as you can see, we have these various kernels like Dino. This is from Conda, Python kernel from Conda, then Go kernel, R, Julia, and System Python, and then Ruby kernels. Plus, we also have terminals, and then you can see that it has a rich file browser, like much different from how it is in Jupyter. So let's say I open this notebook. I've already created this. I select my kernel as Python 3. I select it, and now you can see that a notebook has opened. And you can see it's green, like it has already launched. And now I run this ls. So it shows me all the files. Then I do a 2 plus 2, 4. Then we have this markdown support. So yeah, and I am trying to use and create an NumPy array and NumPy. So I keep executing. So it basically behaves similar as to Jupyter notebooks, Jupyter Lab. And then, yeah, I'll go through all of these very fast because of time constraints. So then we have pandas. I am loading creating an array of panda and then creating a data frame. And yeah. So next comes matplotlib. So matplotlib is for visualization. Here I'm trying to create a random array, and then I'm trying to plot it. Yeah, you can see that this is very fast. And yeah, so other libraries in PyData stack are also supported, and it behaves in a similar way. Now comes the speed part. Like you can say that can I notice the speed? Like it's very fast. So as you can see, this is something that will help you relaunch the kernel. Like notice this, that it will run very fast. And yeah, we have all the outputs. And by the time, like you can see that it is very reactive. Jupyter Lab, it will think for some time, and then will start this, like execute all these cells. So yeah, and apart from that, there is a full-fledged terminal. So yeah, and for example, I'll also like to show you a Dino kernel. For example, I write in console.log, hi IndiaFOSS. Yeah, so it's a Python JavaScript kernel running. So yeah, apart from that, we have other features, like these are the kernels that were created during this demo. And we have source control as well. Yeah, and let's see the memory profile. So, okay, generally, can you see the CPU numbers? It's 0.1. It will go even to 0. And then can you see the memory? It's 60.8 MB. It will soon drop to around 16 MB. So it's very fast in those terms. Like you can try it on your own. The code is open source, and you can run it on your own machines. Now coming to 0MQ, now the intricacies part. So what is 0MQ? So 0MQ is like a messaging library. So for example, when you are trying to communicate to your kernels via this Jupyter server, So all these communications will not happen via HTTP because HTTP is will require a lot of resources and it will be slow. So what we do is we we communicate via the sockets. So 0MQ is like universal messaging libraries. It helps you create sockets and it also has an inbuilt message queue. For example, we have a server request reply pattern, like a client is talking to a server. Then when you create a 0MQ connection, you write a message onto it. And let's say a server goes down when the client makes a request. For example, the client says ping, and the server has to respond with a pong. But at that time, the server crashes. So what happens is that the message is not lost. The ping is still in the queue. This is handled by 0MQ. And when the server comes up, it receives the ping, and then it replies pong, and the client receives it. So this helps you that the messages are never lost. 0MQ is the same thing that helps you, like it's used by a lot of trading firms and like hedge funds to get ticker data, or it's really fast. You can like quants use that a lot. So yeah, and you can create various kinds of socket patterns like end-to-end, fan-out, pub-sub, task distribution, and request reply. So now coming to what is the difference between async IO and Go routines. Like this is the main part. Like in Python, the Jupyter server was built in Python. It uses asynchronous IO, and what asynchronous IO does is like the coroutines. These run on a single core. Like you can't use all the cores on your machine. Whereas in case of Go, we were able to use all the cores. So all of these, like there are various coroutines. These are mapped to various CPUs. So this is the why Zasper gets much better performance. So for example, some of you might think that building concurrency would be easier in Python because Python is easy, right? But it's the opposite. In Go, it's much easy to build the concurrency pattern. Now code comparison. So if you have to, like when I showed you creating sockets, like various connections. So what happens is to implement that, we had in Jupyter Lab, we had to write codes at multiple places like the Jupyter client, Jupyter server. Plus you had to build something like your own class, utility class for event-based messaging, like something like a reactive framework, like where you send your asynchronous function and it has a callback and future that needs to be resolved. This is much easier in Go. Like it was easy to do this in these lines of code. So yeah, it's like it was much easier to build this in Go. Now let's run some benchmark. Like I said that we are efficient, like 500% less CPU and 4,000% less RAM. So what we did was we properly tested it. So I wrote our own framework. So what we are doing is whenever we launch a Jupyter Lab instance, we try to create a lot of notebooks. So these notebooks are like multiple sessions, like multiple kernels are launched, and on each kernel we try to bombard messages. Like we send a lot of messages per second, and then we expect replies. And basically we are testing it under heavy load. And then what we do is we monitor how much CPU and RAM is being used by the process, how many messages are being sent, and how many messages are being received by the kernel. So yeah, so I tried to build it like much like it should be a repeatable process, like you can run it on your own machine. So yeah, it's backed by science. So so this is an important point, like we are trying to do to calculate the RPS per kernel and message sent per second per kernel. So for example, if I send 2 + 2, we get 5 messages. So like for every messages, you must receive 5 messages back. So this is what RPS is. So when we try to create multiple kernels or multiple notebooks, we'll multiply this RPS and we'll get the final messages that were sent. For example, if I send 1,000 messages to on each kernel, we are and we have created 10 kernels, so we are basically doing 10,000 messages are being sent per second, and to receive back we must get 50,000 messages, else the server is crashing. So yeah, and we ran those benchmarks, and after that these are the results. Like as you can see, the blue line, like first one is the CPU usage comparison, the second one is the memory usage comparison, the third one is message sent throughput, and fourth one is message received throughput. So you can see that the blue line is Zasper and the orange line is Jupyter. So you can see that the CPU in this example we are using 2 kernels, and we are sending 10 messages per second to the kernel, each kernel. So this is what happens. Like Jupyter uses much more RAM CPU, and whereas Jasper uses much less CPU. And also, same in the terms of RAM. Like you can see that the delta is huge. And when you see the message sent throughput, like we are sending, this is a controlled experiment. So you can see the sent messages are the same, and the received are also the same, because 2 kernels was not much of a heavy load for Jupyter Lab or Jasper. So both performed really well. Next, coming to 64 kernels. This is where you can see that Jupyter starts to crash. Like some kernels become unresponsive. Like the bottom right one, you can see that the message received throughput, there is a difference. So that means some of your kernels are dying. This is the point where Jupyter Lab becomes unresponsive. So since I use it under a very controlled one, so at that time there was the CPU and RAM were mostly used for messaging, not something like loading a data frame. So, and in the real world cases, you will see the performance going much lower for Jupyter server, whereas Jasper will be very high tolerant to these high loads. So you can see the RAM usage is again the constant for Jasper. For Jupyter, it keeps growing on linearly. CPU usage, we have the CPU for Jasper is lower and Jupyter is higher. And then next one is for 100 kernels. This is where Jupyter starts to crash. Like see the the bottom right messages. You can see that the server stopped being responsive for Jupyter Lab. You can see the message received throughput goes to 0. So yeah, it's like game over for Jupyter Lab right now. But for Jasper, it continuously maintains the same messages. So yeah, now the overall thing, like this is how the RAM usage for different number of kernels. Jasper grows linearly for CPU, whereas Jupyter keeps growing and then it crashes, like the last point. So that difference is smaller, but actually Jupyter Lab has crashed at that point. And in terms of memory usage, Jasper is like very lean on memory, and you can see Jupyter Lab going up. And also, like you can see that the binary size that Jasper ships in is around 18 MBs. So yeah, we are much leaner and much better in terms of performance. Boom, we have created the best way to run Jupyter notebooks. Like this is the best Jupyter IDE in the world right now. So why does Jasper outperform Jupyter server? Is because we are taking advantage of all the CPU cores. And Go's model, it's much closer to hardware, like the code is compiled and then it's easy to implement 0 copies and all. So yeah, the third one is the GIL. So Python has a GIL and right now there are efforts made by the Python community to build free-threaded Python. Let's see when it ships with Jupyter server. But till now, we are still the champion. And then comes the garbage collector. So when you see that the spike and the crash, so like in 100 kernel, it crashes, right? So what happens is like Python's GC runs, and when you are under heavy load, the GC even stops running the thread to clean up the memory. So this creates an overload of messages, and this further deteriorates the performance. Whereas Go was able to handle this coroutines in a much safer way. So our GC actually never kicked in these conditions. So yeah, we were much better in performance. So you can try this benchmark project for yourself, like even the Zasper's code is open source, and this benchmarking code base is also open source. Like you can use this and you can try a similar way where you want to compare between various Python servers that you have written in Python and with Go. So yeah. So what are the benefits? Like you saw that we have 15,000 users. Like this is what the benefits are. Like last 2 months, I'm getting 5,000 users per month. So yeah, for individual users, you get much improved responsiveness, and also the ID is very light. For enterprises, you get much better cost efficiency and better scalability. Other PyData tools that may leverage this Go and the similar way how we have done is are Bokeh and Dask. Not sure how feasible it is, but they also use a similar pattern, like they're using Tornado plus a lot of asynchronous I/O. So yeah, the road ahead. So far, we received a great response from the community. Now we are trying to build much better notebooks. Like we need to provide support for various widgets in our notebooks. Then improve the UI components, then build more intelligence, like add support for LSP and AI-based code suggestions. Then what we are also trying to achieve is S3 object storage, like this will help you share notebooks in your org and even online. And then we have something called data apps that we're building, and then Zasper Hub. So Zasper Hub is mostly done. It will be out soon. So it will help you run multiple Zasper in the cloud. And thanks to our contributors, sorry, give me 1 minute. So Sridhar, and he's from Hyderabad, a member of FOSS United team, and one Abhishek. And then we have to note that Ryan Lovett is also a contributor. He runs the largest Jupyter hub on the planet. He's the director of UC Berkeley and maintains Jupyter, is a core maintainer of Jupyter project. Acknowledgements to FOSS United and Zerodha. Thanks a lot. Like they provided me a grant, and for which this project I was able to do this project. And thanks everyone. Thanks for being a patient listener. Questions?
Yeah, questions.
Hi. Go also has a garbage collector. Are you saying in your benchmark runs you never saw Go collecting garbage?
I saw it not in the one I showed you for 10 RPS. For 100 RPS, we were able to see the GC going up, like GC was kicking in. And that is like very extreme loads, very extreme loads.
Okay.
And in that case, Jupyter crashes at just 32 kernels.
Okay.
Yeah.
So typically, most of the time when you have a GC, you see a seesaw pattern in memory usage, right?
Yes.
So you keep growing and then it...
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you never, in your benchmarks, you have never seen that?
Not much. Sometimes it used to kick in, but it used to run for a much lower time.
Okay. Thanks.
Like you can see from even the activity monitor. So like the memory has dropped to like 22.4, like it will go to 16. Generally for demo, these things happen, like it doesn't perform at its best. And the CPU you can see is 0.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Yes.
So how did you decide on a Go backend?
So I initially was trying to build a better front end for Jupyter, and then I saw that when I was reading all the code base, I thought that okay, they are doing a lot of asynchronous stuff. So I thought, why not use Go or Rust? So like I saw a lot of projects which are written in Go and then moving to Rust. So then I thought that if I got, like I'm not sure, but I thought that Rust is more optimized for file I/O, but Go is more optimized for network I/O. And when you saw 0MQ, these are mostly network connection, like the communication is over TCP. So file I/O is much less involved. So that's why I wrote it in Go. And like the concurrency model is much better optimized. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The RAM spike that you showed, right? Why was there is a big difference between Python and Go?
So basically, when you are using a single core, and like all your threads are scheduled on a single CPU, like all the Go routines. So that's why Jupyter used much more RAM, and Zasper you could use all the cores and all the messages were processed very fast. So the RAM uses were lesser.
So you have quoted that you have achieved 5x performance, right? So I mean,
5x in terms of CPU, 40x in terms of RAM.
Okay, so if I have my multiple apps open, if the different apps uses more cores, then this 5x will...
So then you will see different results, but what I have done is I closed all the apps, and then the same thing, same environment was given to Jupyter, and the same environment was given to Zasper. Like the conditions were same.
Okay, is there any single core benchmarks that we have?
So that's the main point, like I am running for multiple cores.
Okay, okay.
Any other questions?
There's one there.
Are you planning for Scala support any soon?
Does Scala have a Jupyter kernel?
I think
Like
yes.
if you have, I think they might have a ZS kernel. So ZS kernels are already supported in Zasper. So if the Scala community has already built it, you can run it here.
Sure, thanks.
Just install that kernel and will run. Thank you everyone. You can find me on my booth and find more details, and you can try the ID there. So thanks.
Thanks, Prasun. I have an announcement. So this announcement was made before, but since we have a lot more people, I'll do it again. So one is about waste segregation. Please segregate dry waste and wet waste separately. And we also noticed that water was being poured to the dry bins. Please avoid doing that. And also reduce food wastage. Be mindful of the amount of food you take. Okay, so the next speaker is Harsh. He's the founder of Bharat Digital. He works in NHAI and has over a decade of experience building technology for some key Government of India programs. Most of us, being designers or programmers, would have thought, what if I could contribute to some government websites or something like that. So what Harsh is building is something like that. You could, so it's the Build for Bharat Fellowship. It fills the gap by identifying, equipping and placing public technologists into government departments over the summer, kind of like GSOC, but for the government. So this is already underway. 19 fellows in the first cohort have projects undertaken across 6 government departments. Yeah. Over to you, Harsh.
Thanks. So, good morning. This is my third talk in this conference, and the first 2 were from point of view of the government, while I was talking about the work which we've done in the government. This one is me talking about a non-profit which we've started called Bharat Digital and the work which it is doing. So this is from the point of view of a non-profit. Right. So as I said, disclaimer, this is from the point of view of a non-profit. The idea is we all know government technology or government in general requires improvement. And how can we work towards modernizing and humanizing how governments use technology for people? So as a thought experiment, let's think of government as an org on GitHub, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of small repositories, each repository doing some or the other function of the government. So each mandate of the government is a repo. So let's say we have PDS, rations, scholarships, hospitals, land record, right? So think of it in a world, in an imagination, this is how it's operating. You have an org, and the org has multiple utilities, small utilities which you've not heard of, some utilities which we get to hear of, but all of these important and powering how the government operates. Like in any complex systems, there are open issues. So let's say in this hypothetical government, there's a scholarship mandate, and in that there are 3,500 issues which have been reported. So this is an example of an issue. So not thinking as code, we are thinking as systems. So there's a scholarship system, and someone has an issue saying unable to complete registration as O2P is not coming. Typical issue, and someone has raised it. Let's say a citizen has raised this. You are on this repository, you're looking around, you're curious what's happening. You see there are the 3 active maintainers. There are only 3 active maintainers who are handling this entire system, and they can clearly not keep up. So they are working. They are closing issues one after the other, but they're not able to keep up with the backlog of issues which are getting reported. 3 is too less, so you think there have to be external collaborators. It's an important system. This is a system which the government does. It has a mandate to do as many scholarships, so we have to fix it. Are there external collaborators? So you hover towards the pull requests. You see people have tried. So there have been people who've tried to, from the outside as an external collaborator, maybe help the system, etc. And there have been small number of attempts. So someone is trying to solve, let's say, the OTP issue, which was done here. But you realize that people have had varied success. So this was hypothetically, a year ago, and that issue was 3 days ago. And the PR was never merged or never completed, etc. So people are not been able to support the system externally. But you know how to code. This person who's on this repository, you know how to code. You have optimism, you have hope, you want to sort of solve this issue. So you want to improve the system. Where do you start? You maybe think of going to the README, see how the system operates, so you can start contributing to it. There's no README. It's fine. You don't want to give up. You want to continue figuring out how you can help the system. You somehow manage to run everything locally. It has dependencies you've never seen before. And now you're finally ready to solve that issue. You realize the entire code base has no comments. It has been built over a decade with patches on patches on patches, and you seemingly change a line here and everything breaks. A little bit of a demotivation happens. You feel like you want to reach out to the maintainers and ask them, hey, how can I solve this? But the maintainers are too busy. They are having their own firefighting, which they are doing on the inside. So your hope turns into cynicism. You give up. You had this idea, you wanted to help, and you leave. But it's a very sad thing. If there is ever hope that we can solve systems and we can change systems, that hope, when it gets killed, doesn't come back so easily, right? So how do we fix this? How do we fix this motivation which people have to improve the systems? So to fix that, because if we fix that, we'll be able to fix this. A lot of the issues which are open need people to come and help them fix. So we fix the first one, so we can fix the second one. And we fix the second one, then maybe we have a chance of improving the last one. So that's the overall hypothesis behind the fellowship. So the fellowship is a paid fellowship to identify and equip the next generation of public technologists that use their technical skills for public good. So that's a broad understanding. But if I follow the same example which I was talking about, we're trying to nurture public technologists to get their first contribution merged into System Sarkar. So I'm not talking particularly like a code base or anything. You should expand your boundary a little bit and think of it as a system which has its code, its processes, its people. How do we get young public technologists to join this system and push in certain changes into it? So that's what the fellowship is about. The fellowship breaks down the structure into 3 components. So we have the orientation. So there's a lack of README. The README is not pertaining to code. There's a lack of README pertaining to how systems operate. From the outside, it is very difficult to understand how systems are operating internally. And there is a lot of this unwritten knowledge which people need to have for being able to change the system or make improvements, right? The structure inside the government is something which is not very simple to understand. It's complex. It has its own legacy constraints, etc. So there's a lot of nuances. And that is the README file, which a lot of people who want to help the government or work with the government or within the government don't have. And you would join the government or you'd make your first attempt to help the government and you realize this doesn't make sense at all. And because there has been no onboarding for you and you purely come from an instinct of wanting to help. So the fellowship, the first thing the fellowship does is once the fellows come, they undergo an orientation program from people who worked in the government at different levels and trying to give them a kickstart onto, while you are good at tech, this is how the system operates, these are our constraints, and these are the things which you think you can do, and you'll realize that you'll end up making a mistake, etc. So it's like a Kickstarter. Then we depute. So it's not like GSOC or any other program. You have to be at the department. You cannot change a lot of these systems sitting at the comfort of your home. You have to get your hands dirty. So you have to go sit to next to those 3 maintainers and work on these systems. So the fellowship requires you to be at a government department, and the partnership is done by the non-profit, and we make the partnerships and the projects, and you have to spend your fellowship period in the department. And you get mentorship. So you're still young. You might think that, that the only issue is tech and they can't even solve simple tech, but a lot of government technology is not simple tech. It's complex tech which you are making at the scale of the country with a lot at stake. It's not that it's such simple fixes which people are just waiting for getting an answer to. So you get expert mentorship from engineering leaders, design leaders, etc., from the private sector also while you're part of the fellowship. So a little bit on the cohort. The first cohort is completed now. It was in the summer. So it was for 3rd year students and 4th year students, or pre-final, final year. It's bachelor's, master's, PhD. Pre-final, final year. 40,000 per month is the stipend, and we had selected 19 fellows. So we had 25,000 applications, 19 public technologists which we selected, and they were deputed to 6 different government organizations. Now, to give you a brief glimpse of the orientation they undergo. So these are the kind of things which you need to know if you want to start working on technology inside the government. So you need to know what is public technology, what are the different ways in government uses technology, right? So you have this 10% understanding of what you see, which is the government to citizen interface, right? You might have used DigiLocker, you might have applied to some service or portal, but that is not even 5% of the technology which the government does. Everything which you see around you, from buses, cars, highways, schooling, education, everything at the scale of the government requires technology to run, and that's like the back office of the system, which you don't have access to. So we give you an insight into what public technology is. We have experts coming in, for example, Avni from ResGov, who's years of experience in government accountability. They would tell you about the structures, the hierarchy, what are good GovTech principles, what is user-centered design, finding meaning in metrics. Government is full of metrics. Right? How do you figure out what metrics you want to optimize on with your tech, etc. The breakout sessions, fireside chats with experts. Ethnography, you have to learn to observe. You're coming from one system to another system. You need to observe before you start giving recommendations, etc. So that's just the orientation before you are sent. We have 6 tracks, so fellows pick one of the tracks. Data, design, GIS, engineering, and product. So these were the 5 tracks in the first cohort, and the 19 fellows are split across the cohort. And these were the 6 partner departments where the fellows were sent. So Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, the department, the ministry which is behind GDP and a lot of the other statistics, National Highway Authority, Rural Development in Karnataka, Center for E-Governance, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, and CDAC. So a bunch of these different kinds of government agencies where the fellows are deputed. And just a brief glimpse of who are the kind of fellows we have across the tracks. A very bright group of public technologists who decided in the summer at least to go in a slightly off-beaten path and explore how it is to work in this particular sector. So we've had fellows from different kinds of colleges from across the country going to different departments on different tracks. And I've made a mistake here, but I'll talk about what the fellows were working on, right? So you might imagine you might have participated in certain hackathons while you were in college, etc., and you realize those are just side projects which you work on, then nobody really cares about it, and life goes on. But the fellowship is different. In the fellowship, you are working on actual live projects. You are deputed there. The organization has spent 3 months prior to your coming to the organization to scope a project which is meaningful, which is on actual systems, and which we believe, if worked upon, leads to better social outcomes or government outcomes, right? So these are some of the glimpses of the projects. I'm not going to go into detail about exactly what all happened. So this was in rural development in Panchayati Raj in government of Karnataka. Here, the fellows were designing how can you make data about panchayat performance, right? So 80% to 70% of India's population is rural, and their first point of governance is panchayats. So in panchayats, a lot of money is spent on bore wells, on roads, schools, Anganwadi, etc. And a lot of money directly is in the control of the panchayat. And so that data in Karnataka is made public on websites, but it's not necessarily accessible to rural people who are in that panchayat. So the fellows worked on a project which sort of makes that information more accessible to people with low data literacy or in general literacy. And also, there was a lot of these meetings which get discussed, right? So there are these constitutional Gram Sabha meetings where all the decisions about that panchayat are taken and citizens can just attend it. So a lot of those decisions are done, but they are also again put in some PDF which people with a certain amount of literacy are only able to access. So the fellows worked on analyzing this data, figuring out what is being discussed, coming up with visualizations which can work for rural literacy, low literacy population, right? So typical bar graphs, they realized that typical bar graphs people are intimidated with, and they figured out that if you do an audio overlay and some animation on top of it, it becomes accessible. So they did some experiments, they talked to the people on the ground, and they came back and told the bureaucrats saying, while you are making dashboards, those dashboards are not going to work for the population you are trying to reach, so this is how we can maybe tweak them. And then we also tried a radio thing. So if you have all that content, can we create an AI pipeline to convert it into a small radio episode, which is talking about what is happening in your panchayat, end-to-end automated manner. So these are some of the things which the fellows in RDPR were working on. And then in Center for E-Governance in Karnataka, people were working on how do we make attendance systems of the government more humane and more efficient. So that's what they were working on. Fellows in National Highway Authority, they were working on annual pass. I don't know if anyone has purchased an annual FASTag pass lately, which was launched. That entire onboarding experience was designed by the fellows. Then a bunch of work on opening up machine learning evals, right? So a lot of the governments are now using number plate recognition to do challans and to do any kind of traffic management systems, but there's no singular machine learning bench or evals which can be made for the ecosystem to further develop. So every startup likes to quote that they are doing 99% accuracy or whatever. So here NHAI is in a good position to create an ML bench because they have the most set of number plates in the country. So a bunch of these kinds of projects, a brief glimpse into the kind of website the fellows were able to make. And mind you, this is a government website, which the fellows were able to design and build. So this was for the passes. And the app was also fairly successful for a government app, having a 4.7 rating after launch, and it ranked on 23 in Play Store, etc. So these were good initiatives. And these were work which were completed over the summer. In Ministry of Statistics, there were two kinds of projects. One was applying machine learning on surveys to be able to figure out whether you can get data which the survey says in 5 years, but instead get that in 1 year by applying some heuristics. So that was a very intense project which the department was already working on, and the fellow supported it. And also a design fellow was there. She worked on looking at the app which the department used for putting out statistics and how it can be made more user-friendly. So the department had already done a user research and had got some 86 interviews done. So she went through all the interviews, collated it, and tried to convert that into designs which can be incorporated into the mobile app. So that's a bunch of the work which she did. Tamil Nadu folks also worked on the state family database. How do you make government schemes accessible to people? Right now, people come and apply for a scheme. Can you beforehand decide who's eligible and make them auto-enrolled? So that was the project which the department is working on. And the fellows joined it to a design fellow and a product management fellow. They worked on this particular product, getting it ready for launch, getting the designs correct, etc. And so these were the designs which they made and were put into the system. So if you go there now, you would see these designs. And also worked on the dashboards, etc. CDAC people worked on 112. So 112 is the 911 of India. So you can call that, and if you're ever in emergency, hopefully not, there will be a vehicle which will come to you. So just the mere act of you calling the number and a police vehicle reaching you is a very complicated process and requires a lot of engineering behind the scene, right? Because that's one number and there are so many vehicles across the country, and how do you make sure that the vehicle reaches you in the smallest amount of time? And so the fellows worked on this project. So this is an ongoing project in CDAC Trivandrum, and the fellows saw how we can figure out where is it that we can improve the system to reduce the incident response time. So we had a brilliant design fellow from NID who first did an entire system map of this very complex project, and this was sort of the first documentation also in detail of the entire process for the department itself as well. So they documented the entire process, broke it down into people, processes, frictions, lag, etc. And then they figured out parts of the system which they wanted to improve. And one part of the friction was that when you call, you are explaining where you are and your entire issue, but the person who is receiving the call is only fixated on ensuring that they get to know which police station you are at, so they can click the police station on the map, and the vehicle from that police station is automatically dispatched. So that is their incentive, but when the police vehicle gets the call, they don't get the information that where is the location, because the first person was only busy in marking the police station. So now the police vehicle will again call you and ask you everything, right? So these tiny kinds of frictions, the designers were able to, sit with each person in the chain, with the police vehicle, etc., and figure it out. And so one of the propositions which they made was, if all this information is being said in the beginning, can we do some speech to text to sort of extract the location markers and put them in the system so that at least the citizen doesn't have to repeat it again, right? And so a bunch of these little interventions they proposed, and because this is this is a kind of technology where you don't want to go proprietary, so the fellows went open source. They benchmarked all different kinds of models available. They used Gramvani data sets to sort of benchmark what they were trying to do, and they were able to figure out which of the models are better. They were also able to set up a Locan, LLM, etc. And to me, a surprising thing is not really a surprising thing, but there is a lot of objective, right? We all talk about how can governments use more open source. Nobody had to tell this particular fellow that we have to use open source, right? The fellow just knows open source, right? And so a lot of this evangelism which we do gets solved in a way when young public technologists just start working in the system, right? And so a lot of these systems, if you think the kind of work the person was able to achieve in a short period of time, was standing on the shoulders of giants, right? So Gramvani, AI for Bharat, and a bunch of these open source systems which the fellow automatically figured out and started using in the system. And then there was a lot of work in the GIS front to figure out if these are the hotspot where you get calls on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe that's how you optimize where you want to place or park the police vehicles to reduce the incident response time, right? And this is a very dynamic thing. For example, there are 8 vehicles in Thiruvananthapuram. On a given day, there must be some CM duty or minister duty. So out of that 8, maybe 2 of them are used in that. So that number also changes every day. And so every day you can put the number which you have and get the most optimized locations for that particular day, given the number of vehicles you have in that day. So this was a very complex project. This didn't get deployed, obviously, because it's a longer term project and requires a lot of process work. But the proof of concept and pushing the needle on imagining what is possible was achieved by the fellows. As I said, the fellowship also has dedicated mentorship, right? So we had all these industry experts also. So while there are government experts in the orientation and all, there are industry experts also working with the fellows. So we had a bunch of fellows. So we had Kailash, who held an AMA with all the fellows in which they spoke about how documentation issues, for example, in Zerodha and government are not as different as you would imagine. Thinking about FOSS, thinking about existential crisis, etc. It was a very nice AMA or an intimate gathering between both of the fellows and Kailash. Then we had Devanshi from Tinker Labs. So she comes from social impact design space. 5 minutes. Social impact design space. And she talked about behavior change, system 1 thinking, system 2 thinking. When you look at something, you might think this is the solution, but that might not be the solution, etc. And she went through a decade of her case studies working in social impact. This was a very hit sort of a session. Earlier we thought only the designers would enjoy it, but the entire track of all 19 fellows thoroughly enjoyed this particular session. Then we had Rukmini. Rukmini, many of you would know from Data for India. She's written the book Half Numbers and Whole Truths, or Whole Numbers and Half Truths. And she spoke with the fellows on data. because two of our fellows, right? One of the fellows in MOSPI is working on data, public data, and then RDPR about data accessibility, right? So she held technical sessions with both the cohort, both the teams, sort of helping them intimately going through each part of what they're doing, brainstorming what can be done, what can't be done. And then we had Ujjwal. People in GIS would know Ujjwal. Ujjwal is a huge open source GIS person, used to work in Google before and then started Spatial Thoughts. Ujjwal was also a mentor for the GIS track, so he was helping the fellows in CDAC 112 in thinking about how to use location analytics, his experience, how GIS dashboards look great, but people don't like to use them at all. Even in high literacy places like Google, people just want to download things, and a bunch of these other things on technical things which the fellows could incorporate in their work. So we've completed the first cohort. We are going to open source the entire nitty-gritty of what we did, what worked for us as an organization in running a fellowship like this, what didn't work, and what we're going to do next with this. 10th October, we are also going to have an online sort of a 1-hour felicitation sort of a thing where the fellows will be presenting their work in much more detail, and we'll have a few partners also. This will be online. Anyone who is, everybody is invited to join it. And I'm happy that this is the occasion where we are announcing the next cohort, because the first cohort was also sort of ideated in this fellowship, in this conference last year. And so it's a good place to announce the second cohort. We are happy with the performance, and we are going to come back stronger and bigger this time. So we are now doing 6 months. So we saw that was 2 months of work by undergrads and master students, and that was already incredible. And now we are thinking what we can do in 6 months. So we're now going to do a 6-month fellowship. The caveat is that you have to be in your last semester of college to apply. So you have to spend your last semester with us, and that your university has to allow it. But we are also opening it to people who've graduated in 2024 and 2025. So if you've graduated and you are less than 2 years of experience, you can also join this fellowship and get this kind of a high intensity experience. It is on-site, not remote. Bachelor's, master's, PhD, everybody's allowed. So the application opens today at 6 o'clock, and the deadline is a month. And so we'll finish it by 20th October, and we are only going to have 4 tracks this time. So we have data, we have product design, so that is where any designer or product management kind of a person can go through. There's engineering and there's GIS. I also want to quickly say that there is no requirement that you have to be from a certain kind of a degree or a certain college, right? We've got people from all kinds of colleges, and there's no eligibility, or you have to be a computer science engineer, or you have to be having a bachelor's in design or anything like that. You have to show your work. If you're good at what you do and you have the inkling of being a public technologist in the future, you're more than welcome to apply. So that just talks about early career public technologists, but that's only part of the pie. If you want to solve the larger repo problem which we are talking about, we need the entire ecosystem to become public technologists in different ways if they can, right? So there's this wider ecosystem, there are domain experts, there are mid-career professionals, there are civic technologists, non-profits, etc. So we want the entire ecosystem to start participating in the fellowship. So how do we make this field? I think a large part of the conversation is that people don't know this is a field in itself, that this is a field which you can actually participate and work, and you don't have to necessarily crack exams. These are jobs you can apply, and you can start working also. So we need more public technologists working on pressing problems. People don't have awareness. If they have awareness, there is immense amount of stigma that this is not the kind of work you want to do in your life, or you don't know how things are there, but there are people there, and there are humans there, there are humans here, humans all working on trying to solve problems using technology. So there is that, and there's lack of orientation. I think a lot of mid-career people also decide they want to work for it, and they have this one bad experience, and then they decide never to do it again. One, there is no single government. It's not a monolith. There are different maintainers everywhere. And second, I think it is also problematic for the mid-career professional also to think that they can just parachute in and have some good advice and change the system. There is a requirement for orientation for the mid-career also before they decide to do it. You need the extended version of what we spoke about earlier for the mid-career also. And so one of the things which I'm going to quickly move ahead from this quote, but I love this quote, but one of the things which we are going to do now, which we have launched and you can go to the website, is we are going to curate a lot of these opportunities. So government and public technology institutions are putting out a lot of opportunities where mid-career professionals can just apply. Go to the website, apply, you'll get interviews, take-home exercises, and you can join the government and start working. right? So we are starting to curate all these opportunities into a single place on our website. And you can see product management hires are happening at NHAI, interns are getting hired, data engineers are getting hired. So these are not just government organizations, these are organizations which work on public technology problems with the government or within the government, right? And there is Karya, so we are trying to make this larger field as public technology, because in general, the ecosystem which works with or within the government is working on problems which need people like you to work on them. And so never doubt that a small group of thoughtful and committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, that's the only thing that has ever had. So it's 20, 30, 40, 50, or even just 5 of you, it makes a lot of difference. So yeah, that's the end. Thank you. We have a booth here. We have 2 of our very smart fellows also from the previous cohort on the first floor if you want to come and engage with them or talk to us, etc.
Hi, great presentation. I was here last year as well, so it's nice to see it. So you talked about how it will be open sourced. So I wouldn't want, in the end, how all the work that you did for the fellowship will be open sourced. So what does that look like in practice? Because there's a lot of research involved. You talked about data visualization for rural communities, right? So how does that work in practice? How does this get back to the public commons? And what are your thoughts on how you will implement that in practice? Because I know that you said like last year, there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. So how do you navigate that?
So, so 2 things. When we say we're going to open source the work, it means the systems work to run a fellowship like this and the learnings from doing the fellowship. At the larger level, when we say we're going to open source, what is going to be in this report? Now coming to the projects, the particular example which you spoke about, the data visualization one. Now, when we are working with governments, we are largely working on projects which they are, or projects which they are already working on, right? And so we go in saying that the IP belongs to you. And because you don't want to, you have to take the decisions you want to take at different parts of your journey. So we say this is a very important project which you're doing, 112, etc. It's a very serious project. We are going to send people. The IP is yours. Don't worry about it. This is more about getting good work done. But the learnings from some of the projects, for example, the data visualization one, that was something which the organization, the non-profit had pitched, that this is something which we can do to solve this problem. And there we are deciding that this is our IP and we are open sourcing it. So something like the data visualization one, just saying that, a bar chart needs to have an audio overlay whenever you do it, and an animation is not going to change it because the developer there is not going to have the capacity to build it like this. So the way to solve that problem would be that we come up with an open source library of charting, or you take an existing open source library of charting which people continues to use and add a plugin on top of it. So then when you go to a department saying, hey, you're already doing graphs using this library, can you add this plugin on top of it? Which would then make the graphs animated and have a chart overlay on top of it. So that particular question, we are still brainstorming what is the way forward, but we are on the same page that we don't want to stop at, just saying this is a great thing to do. We've been in this for some time. We want to make sure that we find a way to scale that answer and that it gets occupied. The second thing I would say that with this experience, like previously when I was here, I've largely spoken about my experience in the central government. And a lot of the departments here are not central government, right? And I would say, what's the best way to put it? That the experience is very positive. I think change is possible, and also because there are so many different departments with so much variance around them, and I would say positively that I found it much more easier and people being much more open to a lot of these ideas. But so see, most of these ideas which I spoke about are not ideas. These were actually work which were completed. And most of the ideas were actually pitched by the partner, the government organization, that this is what they want to do. So it works. I think there is there. But 2 or 3 of the projects we are trying to build as open source. But for the most where we are working on existing systems to improve them, the priority is to improve the system and not.
Hi. Great talk. I wanted to ask a question about the side where you finally integrate with the government systems, right? So I've been involved with a couple of these projects in a different context. And how do you ensure that they don't end up gathering digital dust and you have prolonged engagement that is required to ensure that these things finally get pushed into reality and be regularly used? What are the top 3 challenges that you face there, and how do you tackle them?
So this is where I think me and my co-founder Richa also come in. We've been in the government for more combined 15 years implementing issues within. So I think a large part of why ideas don't get implemented is, I think it starts with the first part, which the idea you thought is what the government wanted was not what the government really wanted, right? So you came up with a good to have, whereas they are struggling with need to haves. So I feel like one of the issues when you want to put some changes into an existing system is not talking to the system squarely and saying, I think this is what you would need. Is this really, is this what you really need? So I think there is a mismatch in needs in understanding. But also that's not the fault of people who want to help, because sometimes when you would go to them, they would assign you their good to have problems and not need to have problems. And I think the problem is twofold. I think if you want to solve need to have problems, you have to be inside. Scoping. Correct. Exactly. So the 3 months before the fellowship is me and the core team, we speak with the departments, trying to narrow down what is the problem statement which we have to work on, right? So that this is what they would say, and then we'd have this collaborative exercise combining our experience in the government and their experiences and sort of say, okay, maybe this is what is achievable. And also a quick rule of thumb, what we do is we try to imagine if we were the fellows and would we be able to accomplish this project? And if it were accomplished, then the question to ask the department is, what are you going to do? Imagine I finish this project. What is the plan of deployment, etc. So I think it comes a little bit from experience also in figuring out when someone says that they want something, but we don't think that is going to happen. So I would say the first large part is scoping. The second part is need to have problems, you need to be inside. The maintainers, as in many big open source projects also, are extremely busy, right? And a small number of people are handling a large number of systems inside the government. By you being external and trying to help them, you are adding a lot of overheads on them. But if you join them and you sit next to them, and you're working on the same systems as them, a lot of that cost of working with you reduces. And once they see value, that trust is built. Because you have to realize a lot of the trust of people inside is also eroded, because multiple times people have parachuted from the outside and they have pitched something and their bosses have agreed that, oh, this needs to be done, and it all came down to that particular single maintainer that now I have to do this and I have no one else to help me. So there's also a lot of trust erosion. So you have to stick around and build that trust with the system inside. But I'll close it. I'm sorry to the organizing committee. We are at the booth, me, my co-founder, some of the fellows. We are happy to chat on the first floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Harsh, for sharing about the Bharat Fellowship. So next, we have Shoaib, who's the founder of Mecha Systems. So Mecha did their first public debut at IndiaFOSS last year, and it was the highlight last year. And yeah, it's really great to have you back this year. So also Mecha received international recognition at CES 2025, which is CES 2025, which is one of the world's largest and most influential technology trade shows. So once interacting with the community, Shoaib understood that there are capable folks who can design and build prototypes, but struggled when moving on to production. So Shoaib will be talking based on that. Over to you. Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Let me just set it up. This mic. It's on. Still trying to figure this out. Okay. Yeah, it's good to be back. Just 1 second. I'm trying to set it into presenter mode.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, yeah, I'll just get started. My name is Shoaib. I am the founder and CEO of Markup Systems. Most of you have been to our booth, and I'm really happy to be back here again. After last year, we're happy to share that IndiaFOSS 24 is when we first showcased the Mecha Comet, and since then it has been a uphill journey, right, with across CES and also building the community further. Now this talk, okay. Yeah, so this talk, I would like to first set the stage for it, right? The idea for the talk is to see how we can help more companies, right, build more hardware, right, that can support open source software development. Hardware actually foots the bill for open source software development, and that is quite evident with, most of you might be aware of how Valve ends up supporting open source development in the Steam Deck and being one of the first mainstream Linux devices that has been quite commercially successful as well. And recent changes in Android AOSP, right, some of you may know that Google is starting to close a lot of its doors on AOSP project, right, making this a lot more important, where we have more hardware companies stepping into it and powering more open source software that respects our rights, right, ensures that we as a consumer is back in control. Now, also, I would also like to share an anecdote where I was talking to a co-founder of a semiconductor design company in India, where I was having a chat with him on how he is able to scale his business. And I think one of the simple point that he shared with me was that, okay, if for them to grow, like for the semiconductor industry to grow in India, we need a lot more OEMs who are able to build more hardware from India so that the competitive advantage can be maintained over other chips and companies that are outside India. So the idea of this talk is I want to share a lot more about how we've gone about it at Mecha, right? The talk is interlaced with my journey in building the Comet, me and my team, how we've gone about it, and maybe this is something that helps you start with your next hardware project. It might give you a framework for how we've gone ahead with it. It may be right, it may be wrong, and it's a very subjective journey, right? But I would just want to share this because we see a lot of case studies around software roadmaps, right, and how people end up building software. It is quite publicly known, and it is taught in colleges also. We are taught how software life cycles are designed and maintained, right? But I wish engineering colleges would talk a lot more about how product development is done. Okay, so let's start with this. So you have a hardware idea, you want to build something. I know a lot of people here are interested in open hardware and have been participating in the hardware dev room also. So you have an idea, you want to know how to build it, right? So what's next? How do you end up going about it? So let's start by understanding the typical stages of hardware development or product development. So the first stage is where you do an early mock-up. So the early mock-up is the easiest and the dirtiest prototype, right, which is where you just focus on making it work, right? You are not really looking at how to go about, how does it look, how does it function, will it sell, is it going to be cost effective? You forget all those questions, right, and you just get it working. So that's where you do an early mock-up. The next one is called the EVT, which stands for Engineering Validation Test Prototype. This is where you are combining the form and the function, where you want to try and get towards how your hardware is going to look like. At the same time, you are iterating across multiple styles or multiple designs, and you want to see how both of them are being able to work together, right? Like, are you able to design in the kind of form factor that you want? At the same time, are you able to achieve the functions of the hardware? After that, you have the DVT, which is the design validation prototype. This is when your EVT has been validated, and you are now trying to unify into one single design that is now moving towards production, right? So DVT is when testing starts getting involved, right? You start reviewing the product, you start internal reviews and external reviews, and you try and gauge an understanding of how the product is going to be when it launches in the market. The last one being the production validation test prototype. So the production validation test prototype is when you are ready to move to production, right? You want to iron out scaling issues. You want to know if you'll be able to mass manufacture the product, right? It's one thing to be able to make 10 quantities or 50 quantities, but it's another thing to be able to make 1,000 quantities. The challenges change at that point. You'd want to know if your supply chain can scale up, right? If your production cycle time is optimized. Challenges like that is what you look at in PVT. So if you think about the stages of prototyping for a hardware product, every stage has its own specific purpose, right? You isolate that purpose in that stage and then move to the next stage. Looks simple, and I've shown it with a train journey. It's like you move from one platform to the next, right? And then you reach PVT, and then you are in production. But I wish it was as simple as this. What I have seen based on my journey with Comet is it actually looks like this, where it's a snakes and ladder game where you are moving few steps up, and then you move few steps back, and then you again learn few more things and go back up again, right? And this iteration is what goes around, right? And the way I have seen it is you start with a design, you move it towards DVT, you try and figure out, okay, this is how the production unit is going to look like, and then you learn some things out of it, right? And then you go back to EVT, right? So you keep iterating on this loop, right? And this is what ends up taking time, right? And obviously, a lot of you know, right, like hardware itself is a slow and iterative development, right? So if you are able to plan for your own journey that, okay, it will not be as simple as going from EVT to PVT, right? I will have to undertake more than one iterations, is when you will be able to be more prepared as part of the journey. So I would like to share how we have iterated, right? And also map it with the stages that I discussed. The one that you see on the left, 2020 was the first early mock-up. This is the example of the dirtiest prototype, right? It's just a Raspberry Pi inside a housing with a battery removed from a power bank, joined together in a 3D CAD assembly, and with a mount system for a GoPro camera. This was what the Comet looked like back in 2020, and this is where we were only looking at how can we make a computer that could capture video streams and communicate with industrial equipment. Since then, we started running through iterations. A lot of our iterations were only on software or basically on digital, where we were not really making it. But slowly towards end of 2021, we started putting pieces together. So the one that you see on the right is a very initial working version of the Comet, where you had a display, you had add-ons attached to it. You can see those two ESP32s as an add-on to the board. But yeah, when I look back, I feel that a lot of goals that were set in the first EVT have been achieved after the number of iterations that we have had. Now, as we moved forward, 2022 is when you start seeing that, okay, the handheld form factor started coming out. We were able to piece it together. You can see some of the form that you now see today in the Comet starting to come off, right? And you can see initially how we were able to design the assembly of the Comet. So all of these things were done, and even though what you see today is not exactly like this, these iterations were critical to reach to the form factor that you see today. So in 2022, we started with the first revision of the PCB. We got the first PCB made, and you can see the first hardware. If you notice the thickness here, this was almost an inch, right? At that time, so you can see the revision 1, which is at a thickness of around 21.5 mm, and the version that you see today, which we call as the revision 6, is 14 mm. So you can see how the form has evolved over the time, and if we had not done this, we would not have reached to the final form that we see today. Then in 23, 24, and now 25, we kept refining it further. You can see that the form has stabilized. We kept improving it. 2024, when we showcased it at CES, we got a lot of feedback, and we thought, okay, it makes sense to go one more round and improve on everything that we have learned so far and do one final revision. And that has been a culmination of everything that we have learned till now. And at this stage, I used to think, and I still think that we are very inefficient, like the number of revisions that we need to actually get to a stable hardware. But then sometime back, few months ago, I looked at how Steam controller advanced, right? And the Steam controller was the precursor to the Steam Deck. So if Valve had not made the Steam controller, they would not have made the Steam Deck. So this was their first, first plunge into building hardware as a software company. So you can see this is the first dirtiest prototype that they made. They write on their website that this is just stuck using duct tape. I really have no clue what to make out of it. I can just see one analog stick and maybe a D-pad on the right. But then if you notice, this is their final product that actually released in the market, and you can look at the kind of iterations that they tried with the hardware. You can see the I don't know what they call it, the red ball for the mechanical ball for moving, and they tried all of it, and then they finally closed on this. So, right, so these are the iterations that I was talking about, that even though it looks like, okay, you can go from one stage to the other, but then you again go back and improve on the next version. Okay, now I would like to break down key focus area in each stage, right? Like now we know the stages that, okay, these EVT, DVT, PVT is the one that I have to go through, but what are the areas that you would focus within a single stage? So in the first stage, the initial stage where you have an early prototype, the breakdown should be that you are the one who is building it. Your parts are all DIY or 3D printed. You are just making 1 to 5 quantities, and the production is happening in your own garage or in your own home, right? So that should be your first early prototype. Now when you get to the EVT, and this is when you have validated your early prototype, and now you know that you want to take this further and go to the market with this product eventually, right, release it commercially, is when you will need to scale up your engineering and the design process. So at this stage, if you see, you will have to introduce a mechanical design into it, you will have to introduce industrial design, you will have to introduce PCB design, the firmware design, and eventually the software design also, depending on your product. Now, at this stage, you will also have to start considering that the parts that you use in your prototype have to be standardized parts and not DIY ones, where you are able to guarantee its supply chain and you are able to ensure that you will be able to meet the demand, right? So in the early prototype, it's okay to go and buy online from websites like Robu or DigiKey or Mouser, right? But then, DigiKey and Mouser will give you parts that are standardized and custom. So yeah, you would have to switch to that when you come back to the EVT. Your production can be in your own garage or in your factory. You can hand solder it at this time, right? But you will still need to formalize the production process. You end up making smaller quantities, and your supply chain will be restricted to procuring samples that you iterate on and plug them in together and see how the product can be built. So at this stage, you will have more people involved. Your execution will slowly scale up. Now, when you move to the DVT stage, you will see that you now have slightly more items to look at. You will start looking at how you can do IP protection or licensing. This involves maybe if you're looking at patents or if you're looking at open hardware licensing, what makes sense for you and how are you going to ensure that your IP remains protected. Other than that, what you can do during the DVT stage is you can start some sort of a visibility building where you market out your product, you showcase it to people, you can start capturing interest from people who would eventually be interested in buying. This actually in hindsight, we should have done this a long time back, because this is what will tell you the kind of production volume that you would expect once you move to production. Also, during the DVT stage, once your EVT has been verified and you have built your DVT, the DVT quantity would, like if I were to execute, I would make, let's say, around 100 quantities, where I am able to share it for internal and especially external review, where people can review the early prototype, give feedback, right, and it can help you improve the DVT further. Now, the PVT stage is where it gets further complicated, where you start looking into certifications. So I'll cover certification later, but that is another area that will come into play at that point, because once you're ready to start mass manufacturing, you will have to undergo certain certifications, country-specific, so that your product is cleared for import. Other than that, your feedback will have to continue at this stage, and most importantly, during the PVT stage, you'll have to figure out how are you able to maintain quality in your production batch. So those problems, production-related problems, right? Like how do you optimize the production cycle, right? Like how long does it take to make 1 unit? How long does it take to make 1,000 units? what is your turnaround time for your supply chain, and how are you able to ensure that you can have proper supply demand maintained once you enter production. So this is what it looks like up till the PVT stage. And like I said, it is iterative, so maybe it is possible that you will keep jumping between the EVT and DVT for a while and then eventually land into PVT. So as of now, Mecha has been entering the PVT stage. Some of our parts have now become standardized. We have been able to put them into mass production and ensure that we have their molded designs ready. You can see on the top right, I have mentioned cost, right? The cost for this stage will be the most high, because at this stage you will have to invest into creating dies, right? Ensuring that your production cycles are being able to met, you are able to manufacture, right? So you will have a higher capital cost during this stage. Now I would like to share a very famous case study, which is of the Pebble, which also has been a constant source of motivation for us at Mecha. So when Eric Migowski started Pebble, a long time before he actually started Pebble, Pebble, if some of you are not aware, it's one of the first smartwatch that came in the market long time back before the Apple Watch or any other mainstream watches existed. It was an e-ink watch which was widely successful. They raised a lot of money on Kickstarter. They were able to go in production. They actually delivered a solid product at the end of it. But before even launching Pebble, Eric, one of the earlier inspirations for him to start the watch was his uncle had asked him to create a bedside clock that can project emails on the ceiling, right, for the BlackBerry, right? And eventually he took this idea and converted it into a smartwatch. What if I can have a smartwatch that can show me emails from my BlackBerry, which was the first product that they launched. It was called the Impulse, right? And then eventually they launched Kickstarter. So even they had their own iterations over the years before they were able to launch a successful product. Now, I would like to share some learning over these years which can help you in your journey. Now, enclosure design is an important part of your product development, where you see how the housing can be designed. You will have an industrial designer or somebody who is looking at designing the form of it, right? But how do you get it in play in different stages? So for most parts, you can get away with 3D print, right? 3D print can have different quality levels. PLA is the cheapest and the fastest one, which you can actually do in your own home. This will work really well for initial validation and doing a rough mock-up of your final product. For better quality, you can look at a SLA or a resin print, and if you need it to be much polished and demoable, right, then you look at post-processing that SLA, and that is what you see at our booth today. The Comet that you see on showcase at our booth are actually SLA with a lot of post-processing. The mechanical teams, they have used sandpaper and ensured that the product quality has come out great in the housing. Other than that, you can also consider vacuum casted molding. Now, the vacuum casted molding is another manufacturing process for quick prototyping, where you are able to generate a mold very quickly. And it has a budget, but it will give you a lot more accuracy. And when you are ready to move into production, you end up looking at injection molded parts, which will work for a larger supply, where you'll be able to make more than 1 lakh or 2 lakh quantities out of a single mold, but that will be the most expensive one. As a pro tip, there is a company called Takachi in Japan, which gives you 20,000 enclosure designs, and they will sell you single quantities also. And if you ask them nicely, they will send you free samples. So we used them earlier during the DVT and the EVT stages to mock up the product quickly. Now, for manufacturing the PCB, we do most of the manufacturing or the assembly in India. For prototyping, you have tons of options today, primarily PCB Power and Lion Circuits. Lion Circuit is based in Bangalore. We do some of it from JLC PCB from China when we need some more quality levels. For scaling up, you will still have to work with an EMS provider within the Bangalore region or the Ahmedabad region who can help you scale up to the demand. Fun fact, the Comet PCB is a 10-layer PCB. It is 1.1 mm thick, and it has 900 components on the single handheld PCB. Component cost is also something that you can optimize over time, and that will be a critical stage during your production. Components that you will see on a single quantity or a smaller quantity, compare their prices with a larger quantity, you will see that you will find a 60 to 80%, roughly 50 to 70% kind of a savings on the cost. So that is why projecting the kind of volume that you want to manufacture initially will be critical for you to be able to determine what price can you manufacture the product and what is the price you can actually sell the product to make sufficient margins at the end of the day. Certification, you will need, when you start exporting larger quantities, you will have to undergo certifications for your product depending on the region. You have Europe, US, UK, and Canada certifications. They will test for functional safety and hazard testing as well. One of the recommendations that I can provide is get pre-certified, where you can undergo your compliance check at a fraction of the cost. Secondly, open hardware license and IP production, you can look at patents. There are utility patents where you can patent your unique functional design. You have design patents where you are patenting your look and feel and the physical appearance of your product. On the other side, you have open hardware that also gives you a lot of protection. The first one being the CERN OHL 2.0, which is further split into strongly reciprocal, weakly reciprocal, and permissible open hardware license. There are other licenses, but they are not as popular. Now, addressing the elephant, right? Hardware obviously is quite expensive. Every stage costs a lot of money, right? Now, the way Mecca approached it is we used our own capital. I invested, I bootstrapped for a long time, up to a time where I felt that, okay, this is something that we can actually build. Once we had clarity that, okay, we will be able to reach our goal, at that point we raised some angel investment. Eventually, once we demonstrated demand and scale, right, at that point we raised institutional funding. And now to scale up production, because production will require a heavy cost into raw materials to be able to build the product for the demand, that's when we are looking at crowdfunding. Other than that, you can check academic and government grants. I am not sure how do they work. We have never gone into that. Lastly, I think this scene is pretty much how I think our journey looks like. And yeah, thanks for FOSS India team, FOSS United team and IndiaFOSS for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Shoaib. So unfortunately, okay. We have 3 minutes for questions. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Shoaib, for walking us through the journey. You mentioned on the funding side, crowdfunding, and in the global scene, there are Kickstarter, and they are very helpful in terms of reducing the risk.
Yeah.
Whether there's actually a demand for the product that I'm designing or I'm visualizing in my head, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think crowdfunding for hardware has not taken off in India? Because there are a lot of crowdfunding campaigns for, let's say, charity and other kind of things, but not for hardware entrepreneurs, right? Why do you think that is the case?
I think it's a very economic reason where India is still a growing country. We are still quite reserved in backing things where you may not be sure that they will end up delivering. I think it's more of a risk appetite, right? So that's where I feel, and we in general are a bit more skeptical about people delivering or not. And that's one of the reasons where I feel it doesn't scale that much. Some more questions?
We have a minute.
Hello. So in the earlier prototype and the earlier versions, we can see that you used ESP32 microcontrollers, so which is a very low power microcontroller to further use in the applications that you use now. So when did you pivot to like a general purpose SoC, and what was the earlier idea to use a microcontroller instead of a general purpose SoC?
No, I think that's a misunderstanding. The ESP32 that you saw were depicting modules that are mounted on the hardware. So the hardware was always an SoC or a microprocessor based. So we're just trying to see how it can be expanded further, and we were trying to see if ESP32 modules could be used to make it more extensible.
Right. Yeah, looking forward for this to come to market.
Thank you.
Sorry, we are out of time. So if you guys have any more questions, you can meet him
Yeah,
outside.
you can meet me after the talk. I'm available at my booth also. So yeah, thanks everyone. Thank you so much. Sorry for the hiccup. Yeah.
Hello. Thanks, Shoaib. And now for our first invited speaker of the day, we have Chad Whitaker. Chad has been involved in the open source ecosystem since 2001. He has first-hand experienced the tension between volunteer open source work and paid closed source work. He has been one of the most active and prominent voices in open source sustainability. In the 2010s, he founded a crowd-funded startup called Gratipay, and now he leads open source at Sentry and the Open Source Pledge, Fair Source Initiatives, and he's a board member of the Open Source Endowment and has a YouTube show called Open Path. Chad will be talking about open source as a gift economy today. Please give him a hand.
Right.
Need 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
For the setup, yeah.
For the
yeah.
setup for the slides. Hi, everybody. Is it on? Tap, tap. Dude, we have 4 microphones. Can I use all 4 microphones at once? All right. So I have to tell jokes for 30 seconds. It's my fault. I got them slides a little late. Forgive me. Was anybody at the session yesterday, the panel discussion that we had? Okay, so you can get up and walk out because this is all going to be the same stuff. Just kidding. It is going to cover a lot of that same ground, and hopefully we can get into some Q&A and go deeper on this stuff. We can have it up here. Perfect. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Wow, this is my first time in India, my first time in Bangalore, my first time in Neiman's Conference Center. I'm having a really good time. This is awesome. Everybody having a good time? Yeah. Cool. Who took the longest train ride to get here? I met somebody that was 21 hours. Anybody have a longer train ride than 21 hours? Is that the record? I met the record holder already? Okay. I can just launch in. IT guys love it when you look over their shoulder when they're doing stuff. Yeah. Just kidding. Okay, well, I'll introduce myself a little bit when we get started. My name is Chad Whitaker. My role is head of open source at a company called Sentry, which is an error monitoring, application performance monitoring company. It's been around for 16 years, started life as a little open source side project, and now we have over 100,000 customers and over 100 million ARR, et cetera. Any Sentry users in here? Ooh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, Sentry is a great company, great place to work, and really believes in open source. Open source is a core part of our company values, and so at the scale that we're at now, a lot of what I get to work on is kind of driving the conversation forward in several different areas of open source, but a lot of what I focus on is open source sustainability. And honestly, I've been spending a lot of my career on this. Before Sentry, I did a startup called GitTip, later called Gratipay, which was kind of a predecessor of GitHub Sponsors or Patreon or things like this. So I spent a lot of time thinking about open source and money. And what we're going to talk about today is this idea that open source is a gift economy. So this is kind of where I've arrived at in my thinking about open source and money and exchange. So we're going to go through this in a couple different steps. We're going to talk about what is an economy in general. We're going to talk about 2 kinds of economy, market economy and gift economies. We're going to contrast, I'm saying here open source is a gift economy. We're going to contrast that with a market economy. And then we're going to talk about how the 2 relate. We're going to talk about subsidization versus sustainability in open source. And then we'll get to some specifics. And I'm going to share 3 projects with you, 3 kind of initiatives that Sentry is working on that I'm involved in, related to these ideas of open source subsidization and sustainability. Sound good? And hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A. We got 23 and a half minutes left on the clock. We're in good shape. So let's talk about economies. So an economy, as I think about it, is fundamentally a system for exchange. So we got, what, maybe 100 of us sit in this room, a couple thousand at this conference, right? 2,500 registered for this conference. People like to exchange things. And economies are systematic, orderly ways to exchange things, goods and services. So market economy, gift economy. In a market economy, the rules for exchange look like this. I grab a bottle of water and a bag of potato chips or crisps or whatever we call them here, and go up to the counter and scan the beep, 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 beep. Okay, and then I present my card or whatever, or cash, and I pay. So there's an exchange. There's an exchange. I give money and I receive some product and I walk out. That is a market economy transaction. And the key thing I want us to focus on in that transaction is that it's neat, it's tidy, and it's scalable, and there's no obligation when you walk away from that. The shopkeeper, after I've purchased something in a shop and I walk away, I don't never need to see them again, never owe them anything, they don't owe me anything. It's a clean transaction, and we've exchanged value. We've exchanged products and money, goods and services, whatever it may be. But the point is, it's done. We walk away. So that's the market economy. We're exchanging goods and services for money in a simple transaction. A gift economy, open source is a gift economy, but gift economy is this general concept in which the exchange is less neat and tidy. So in a gift economy, what we do is I give you a gift, or I receive a gift from you. Let's do it this way. We go out to dinner together, and we fight over the check at the end of the meal, okay? And I say, all right, you twist my arm, I'll let you buy it this time. So you pay for the meal for both of us, okay? Now I've received a gift from you, okay? So when we walk away from that, but I've received a gift from you, but again, it's an exchange of value. I've received something from you. You've given me something. You've given me the gift of this meal. We walk away from that, and we're connected. There's a connection between us, because now I'm thinking, okay, at the end of that, what am I going to say? If I say, all right, I'll let you get it this time, and I'm supposed to say, and I'll get it next time, right? So we walk away from that exchange of value with a connection, with a relationship, with something like obligation is kind of a, I don't know, it's not a requirement, it's not purely optional. There's something in the middle, this kind of obligation, or at least an invitation that the next time we're out together, I'm going to pick up the tab. So market economy, neat and tidy, here's the money, here's the product, done. Gift economy, not as neat and tidy, okay? There's a connection, there's a relationship. So receiving a gift carries with it this obligation or this invitation to return the gift in the future. So that's economy in general. That's market economy, gift economy. We tracking so far? Everybody good? Okay. So now let's talk about open source. Any open source maintainers in the room? Anybody publish software on GitHub? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Come on. Thank you. Thank you for the gift that you give all of us, which is the gift of the software that you're sharing with us. In the open source gift economy, the software that maintainers, that those of us in the room, publish and put out on the internet for everybody else, that is the first gift in the open source gift economy. And what I'm proposing to you when I say that open source is a gift economy is that when we receive that gift, those of us, obviously many of us are both, right? Like you're on both sides. But you publish some software, and you then take other open source software. When we receive the gift of open source software, when we download it and run it and use it and build on top of it, when we receive that gift, my proposal to you is that that gift carries with it, again, obligation. I kind of like invitation better. It carries with it an invitation to reciprocate, an invitation to give back, an invitation to share in return. So you put up your code, I download it, I run it, I use it. Maybe I make some modifications to that and give you a pull request. Maybe I publish my own projects, but the point is I'm sharing in return. And the reason that open source works is because enough people do that. You know, open source wouldn't work if it stopped with the taking. It stopped with the, the downloading. We all need to give back. And that is the way that open source works. So that's the open source gift economy, okay? Anybody think that that's false? Anybody gonna like call me out on that right there? We good so far? Okay. So then what I want to say is there's 3 main ways to reciprocate for open source. Number 1 is kind of the example we just gave, where we give more code. So I receive code and I give code. And so it's kind of the same kind of thing that we're trading back and forth. And that's honestly most of the gift economy that we have in open source right now is receive code, give code. Both on the individual level, and then I want to bring companies into this, okay? Because companies are the primary consumers of open source, honestly the primary producers of open source. Most open source gets written by people on company time. So let's try this. Show of hands, the maintainers in the room, publishing projects. Raise your hand if you do it as part of your day job. Okay? And those hands down, and now raise your hand if you're primarily doing it outside of your day job. Okay, I'm going to call that 50-50, and maybe there's some overlap. All right, but anyway, 3 ways that we can reciprocate. Number 1 is code. Number 2 is products. So my company, Sentry, we have a SaaS for this error monitoring, and we offer free Sentry credits to open source developers, open source projects. So that's an example of giving product back to the open source community. And then the 3rd way is cash. Individuals, companies reciprocating with cash. Anybody ever pay anybody on GitHub sponsors? Yeah, all right, thank you. Anybody ever receive money on GitHub sponsors? Did you receive more than you paid or pay more than you received? Net over the years. This guy, I knew this guy in GitTip 10 years ago. He's like, Chad, it's Nemo. And I'm like, oh my goodness, dude, this had to happen. This is great. First time in person. Where are we? Economies, market, gift, open source gift economy. 3 ways to reciprocate in the open source gift economy. Okay, let's keep cruising here. So let's talk about subsidizing open source projects versus sustaining open source projects. Here's the challenge with the open source gift economy. We have 1 maintainer in the room who's actually received money, approximately, for their open source work. Many of us have received code, but we can't eat code. We can't, code doesn't keep the rain off us, you know. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all right? We need to eat, we need to pay rent, and for these things, for better or for worse, we need money. Maintainers can't eat code. So we have this limitation or this inefficiency in the open source gift economy where, sure, the companies of the world can give all the code and the other open source maintainers can give all the code in the world, but we're still humans. We have bodies that we need to feed and clothe and house and et cetera, right? We have this hierarchy of needs. And so the open source gift economy doesn't directly address that. And so what we end up doing is we end up subsidizing our open source work. So we have these hacks, these market economy hacks that we use to feed ourselves and clothe ourselves and pay rent, okay? And these hacks are open source business models, quote unquote. Because what I'm submitting to you is that open source itself puts itself outside, by the nature of the licenses that we use, open source is by definition outside of the market economy. It's part of the open source definition, it's in the licenses. You know, this source code is provided as is without warranty of any kind. You're free to do whatever you want with this. You don't have to pay. There's no legal requirement to pay. There's no legal requirement to reciprocate. And so that's what makes open source special, but it's also what limits open source in this market economy way where it's like, all right, but we still need to eat. Okay, so we've come up with additional ways around our open source project to pay the bills. What do those look like? Those look like these open source business models. So Sentry, we sell a SaaS service, and we produce this software that technically used to be open source. We'll talk about that in a minute. Consulting, right? You have paid consulting work, and then that enables you to work on the open source over here, okay? Some people are content creators, so they're making content on YouTube or other channels, and that is where they get their money from subscribers for their content, and that subsidizes their open source work over here. Because the key to the market economy is scarcity. It's like, I'm not going to give you this thing until you give me the money. So it's this forced exchange. But open source is about abundance. Here's this software, and we're sharing freely, okay? So you got to find some scarce thing over here, whether that's, compute for, hosting for a SaaS business model, or your time for a consulting business model, or kind of resources, documentation, educational resources in a kind of content creator model. But you need to find something scarce that you can pay people for, find something scarce that you can charge people for, that enables you to spend some of your time on open source. Okay, and let me be clear, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's great. And folks that are able to find models that work for them, where they've got their business model, they've got their market economy engagement that enables them to pay the bills, and then they can spend some percentage of their time on this open source work. That's a win. So I'm not saying, good, bad, but I'm saying, all right, that's good, but what if? What if? What if? What if we could find a way to directly reciprocate for the gift of the open source so we didn't have to use this hack? Because honestly, this hack, it's not a beautiful hack. It's a temporary fix. I was saying this yesterday. I kind of see this as like the tech debt of the market economy. Like if the market economy is a system, and it, all systems like have this sort of tech debt, if you will, to use that analogy. We're kind of coming up against that and the inefficiencies of the market economy in properly valuing and properly supporting this open source work. Because all the companies of the world, all the governments of the world are receiving that gift of open source. And so the question that I'm asking is, can we unlock cash, not just code, but cash from companies and governments back to maintainers of the open source software they depend on, so that the maintainers don't have to jump through hoops. You don't have to go start a business. You don't have to make YouTube videos and build a subscriber base and a following. You don't have to jump through these hoops over here if you don't want to. Obviously you can if you want to, but you don't have to in order to be valued and reciprocated for your open source work. Okay, subsidization versus sustaining. This is getting boring. We gotta move this along. Are we all right? Any questions? Okay. So here's 3 things that we came up with. 2 of them we came up with at Sentry. The third one I'm involved with, but it's not necessarily under the Sentry umbrella, that I want to share with you related to these themes. These are like the practical things I have to offer you to kind of work out some of these themes that we're talking about. Put them into practice. Okay, fair source. What is fair source? Do you remember when HashiCorp relicensed, right? Or Redis relicensed, or Elastic relicensed, right? There's all these relicensings that happens. We don't have time to go into all the details on this. But you have this pattern where a company, and honestly Sentry's one of them. Sentry started life, actually was unlicensed, and then Kramer put the BSD license on it, which is a very permissive open source license. And in 2019, we relicensed. So after 10 years, whatever it was, we went from the BSD license to something called the BSL license, which is not technically an open source license, okay? Because it limits what other companies can do to commercialize the product. So there's a split between folks that are trying to do what we call single vendor commercial open source, and then true community governed open source. And without going into too much detail on this, We took a lot of flack on the internet when we said that, actually it wasn't Sentry itself, we bought this product called CodeCov. Anybody remember CodeCov, or remember, anybody use CodeCov? It's like a code coverage tool. All right, so Sentry bought CodeCov. It was closed source. We published it on GitHub under that BSL license, which is not technically open source, according to purists, and we got yelled at pretty hard. Said, that's not open source. You can't call it open source. It doesn't fit the open source definition, et cetera. And after, honestly, years of fighting this, we said, okay, fine, you win, you're right. We won't call this open source, but we need something to call it because it's still worth kind of identifying and pursuing this model. Anyway, fair source is what we came up with for companies that want to share their core product as much as they can while protecting their business model. So if that's something you're interested in, if you're a founder and you're thinking about how do I approach sharing my source code without jeopardizing my business, check out fair source, fair.io. It's been working great for us at Sentry. All right. And again, that's kind of like over here in this hackish space where we're trying to share, but we also need to be part of the market economy. And so this is a pragmatic, practical approach to this subsidization question, if I can put it that way. All right? Now let's jump over here to sustaining open source pledge. So these two are flip sides of each other. This one says, here's a way to go make a bunch of money off your code while still sharing it. And then this is saying, and here's a way to give a good chunk of that money back to the true community maintainers. All right? The open source pledge, what is it? Open source pledge is a group of companies. There's 32 of us right now. A group of companies, and Zroda is one of them. It's a big part of why I'm here, because, yeah, Kailash and I have connected over this. 32 companies that pay maintainers cash. So reciprocating not just with code, but with cash to maintainers in a real way. So there's a threshold that companies have to meet to join this pledge. It's supposed to be like the cool kids club for companies that actually care enough to pay maintainers. So when you see this logo there, oh, it's a little squished, isn't it? Okay. If you see that logo there, I want you to think that company that is showing this logo in the footer of their website, they actually care about maintainers. They're actually paying real money. The threshold is based on the number of developers in the company. So if a company has 100 developers, the amount is $2,000 USD per developer on staff. So you have 100 developers, you pay $200,000 per year to the maintainers of the software that you depend on. You write a blog post about it, and then we'll make you part of the open source pledge. So far, we paid like $2.6 million per year to open source maintainers from this group of 32 companies. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, thank you. It's really cool. It's so like, this is the future. This is like, it's happening. You know, this is like, there's only going to be more of these companies, and this is the start of it. We don't have to just, you know, be mad at the Amazons and the Microsofts and the Googles or whoever that aren't doing this. You know, it's like, let's focus on this and let's grow this, and eventually, you know, those big companies will either join or they'll die out, and the next companies that are coming up will join. It's like, this is a generational change that we're doing here. Yeah, so it's really fun to kind of see the seed form of this. Third thing I want to share with you is, well, okay, so CTA, if you have a company and you've got some revenue, you know, we got a conversation going about USD versus, you know, Indian context and whatnot, but talk to us, join the open source pledge, pay the maintainers. Third thing to share with you, and then we'll get a question or two. Open source endowment. Again, if you were in the talk yesterday, you heard me kind of pitch this. An endowment is a way to fund things not just today, not just this year, but forever, approximately, right? In perpetuity. So an endowment is, you know, this is how many nonprofits and museums and whatnot, universities are funded. Harvard University has $54 billion in the bank, and they use the interest from that to fund their year-by-year activities, okay? So an endowment is a huge pile of capital that you invest, and then you're living off the interest. You're spending the interest, but you're not spending the principal, the capital, okay? So yeah, this fella, Konstantin Vinogradov, you know, kind of had a foot in both worlds and made the connection. He's like, wait a sec, over here with the universities, we have endowments. Over here in open source, we have a sustainability problem. Why don't we have an open source endowment? So today I'm telling you, we do have an open source endowment. We've soft launched it, it's created. We're welcoming kind of founding donors for this. We're planning to fully launch it probably January, February, maybe, you know, beginning of next year once our tax status comes through in the United States. That's what we're waiting for. So open source endowment. And again, the value of this is we put money into that, and now we're sustaining maintainers, not just today, not just this year, but as long as climate change doesn't kill us or whatever it's going to be. Okay, let's pause there. I think we have almost 3 minutes. Any questions? Anybody still awake? Yeah, over here. Is there a mic we can hand over here? Do I have them all up on the stage? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I think I'm close enough. I'm hearing myself.
Okay.
Yeah, this might be.
I was trying to hear you too. Yeah.
So I'll just quickly start.
Yep.
Regarding how these projects plan on sustaining themselves, because as I see it, as I see it, multiple projects have, well, many people have tried to start projects that try to sustain open source developers on their behalf, like act as a middleman who is trying to start projects.
Give me an example. Let's make it specific. Specific is terrific.
Nothing comes to mind as of now. It's generally been a vibe of people who try to become people who will fund open source software, and then these people become usually the people who are taking away a chunk of money which should be going to open source developers. And
so you're thinking about the platforms like GitHub sponsors,
yeah,
Open Collective,
basically,
like yeah.
Platforms which have acted on growing open source, but eventually take part in the cycle of eating away from open source developers' fundings. So yeah, how do we avoid that?
Let me make sure I'm fully understanding. I'll repeat it for everybody else. So I think what you're asking is, how do we think about the sustainability of the platforms that are designed to sustain open source? And maybe two parts of that. One is, well, they take a big chunk, and how do we make sure that they don't take too much? But then also, how do we make sure they don't fall apart? I mean, you know, I did this. I started an open source crowdfunding platform, and it ran for a year or two, and then, you know, collapsed and left a bunch of people in the lurch, right? Yeah, it was very painful. So I think the crop that we've got now, obviously GitHub sponsors is part of GitHub, part of Microsoft, so there's some sustainability there. Open Collective has been around for a while. I mean, you're right, it's tough because startups are startups no matter how you cut it. But I'm hopeful. Thanks.dev is one that I really like right now. If you don't know about Thanks.dev, check that one out. That's the main one that I'm using at Sentry. Yeah.
If I can.
But it is tough, you're right. Are we all right on time? Somebody going to tell me when we're, yeah.
You spoke about fair.io, right?
Yeah.
Can you, so I'm not, I do not know the details per se of all the licenses, but at a principle level, what do you think is different about that license or that format of open sourcing versus what's been out there?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So, yeah, I guess we got a mic, so I need to repeat. Fair.io, so we've got open source as a brand, and then we've got GPL, MIT, we've got specific licenses under it. So we're trying to do the same thing over here. Fair source is a brand, and there's specific licenses under it. So we wrote one called the functional source license. That's what Sentry's using. There's another one called the Fair Core license that's there. And then the third one right now is it's a bit of a legacy license. It's that business source license. Yeah, so really with Fair, what it offers is kind of a way to think about this that doesn't muddy the waters of open source. Is that cool? All right. I'm going to, where's the, thank you, everybody. We'll see you around. All right.
working, Purvi.
Good afternoon. Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure of introducing the next speakers in the next talk. So I have a 3-year-old, and right after they were born, since they were born, one of the things that have constantly been on mine and my wife's mind is what books do we find for him. We are pretty privileged, and the network that we are in gives us a lot of access to good reading resources. At some point over the last 3 years, we came across StoryWeaver. And I've been following the work that they've been doing. I've been reading some of the books that they have online, and I've sort of been waiting for the day when I'm going to start buying StoryWeaver books for my own son. Funnily enough, earlier this year, there was an event that we were participating in, and we came across Purvi and Suman from StoryWeaver. And it's been great having conversations with them and talking to them. I knew of the work that they were doing and the quality of work that they were doing, and I myself didn't realize the fact that the platform itself is free and open source, and the fact that the books are available in the public domain. And this, for me, is an extremely important conversation to have in the conference that we're in right now. We need to talk about the impact that the work that we're doing has on the world out there. Without much further ado, please welcome Purvi and Sumana from StoryWeaver. Take it over, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me up there? Maybe I'll just hold it like this. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to introduce you to Manisha, the girl that you see up there on the big screen. Manisha comes from northern India, and she speaks a language called Gondi, which about 2 million people across several states in the country speak. But the book what's so special about this picture for me particularly, is that the book that you see Manisha holding is the first ever book, the first ever storybook, or the first ever any book that she read in her own language. Now imagine what that does to a child, especially a child coming from a very underserved, very marginalized community, to have never ever seen her own language in print. It can be transformational. And that's the story that we're going to continue sort of coming back to through the presentation today. 6 out of 10 children in India don't read and write at their grade level. And one of the biggest reasons that has been identified for that is a lack of reading resources in their mother tongue. And we all know that India is a very diverse and culturally diverse country. So you could be in one state, but your mother tongue could be something else, but you are in the state, so you have to read and write, and the textbooks are in the state's language. And that is one of the reasons why we are where we are. ASA reports year on year say that learning levels are not where they should be. I don't know if a lot of you all know about Ganesh Devi. He's a UNESCO laureate. And he says that if you actually map parts of India where illiteracy is highest, you will find that it matches the parts where the mother tongues of the children are different from the state language. So this really goes a long way to say why books in mother tongue languages are a critical input, not just for the joy of reading, but also literacy. And since we have the privilege of talking to the FOSS community today, we couldn't resist but adding this that, like what software before FOSS did, children's reading resources are really fragmented, proprietary, and inaccessible. You don't find children's books outside of mainstream languages. You'll find them highly expensive, so access becomes an issue. And they're, of course, always proprietary based on the publishers that publish them. And therefore, enter Pratham Books. Pratham Books is a non-profit children's books publisher. We were set up in 2004, about 20 years back. and with just one aim, really, to see a book in every child's hand, in every language possible. And what we did is we really created a new paradigm in children's book publishing. 20 years back, there weren't many publishers publishing in Indian languages, let alone doing high-quality storybooks in at affordable costs. That's really what we started doing 20 years back, and since then we've released about 7,000 books across 32 languages, and over 20 years distributed 50 million copies across the length and breadth of India. But, thanks. Those numbers seem really large, I get it, but just look at the number right below that. We still have to reach 240 million children. India has hundreds and hundreds of languages and dialects, and we were able to do only 32 languages as a print publisher. So we really started asking ourselves that if we had to think different, if we had to do different, if we had to scale, but not necessarily scale the resources that one was putting out for publishing these books, what is it that we had to do different, and what is that reimagination we needed to do? So hi, I'm Purvi, and that's Suman, like Rahul said, and we are part of Pratham Books and StoryWeaver, and StoryWeaver is 10 years old, and we're really hoping to build a commons for children's reading through all the work that we've done. And today we'll focus on StoryWeaver's story and how Manisha got the book that she was reading as I started talking. So the big flip that we did about 10 years back is that we said that from a publisher mindset, could we move to a platform mindset, and what would that mean? Could we think of open, could we think of technology, could we think of communities in a way that can all come in to help us achieve our mission? And that's when, in 2015, we created and launched StoryWeaver. And we were very clear right from the beginning that StoryWeaver would be device agnostic. So we had to build for any device that the teacher or the child in underserved communities may have access to. And what we did is very interesting. We took all the assets that we had as a publisher, and we disaggregated them. So we took the image, we took the text, we took the image and the text, and we of course had the book. So you could come on the platform and read the book for free. But if you were a teacher and were wanting to create some material and didn't have that material handy, you could come on the platform and create your own storybook, create your own posters, etc. We have a large open licensed library of storybooks on the platform as well. And you could also translate. So if you really like a book on the platform, but could not find it in a language that you and your children speak, you could come to, write to us, we'll add the language, and in minutes you can start publishing for free on the platform. All of that, and everything is under open licenses. You can download, print, and all of that is also available in offline mode, because we understand that the communities that we work with don't always have internet access. And so what this sort of led to is, in the 10 years of launching the platform, we launched with about 800 books from Pratham Books in 24 languages. At that time, we only had books in 24 languages. But today we have 67,000 books in 379 languages of the world. We have a readership of 250 million, 15 million users, etc. But what is very exciting about the number 67,000 is that all of this is done by our communities of practice. This all voluntarily. People and communities have come on the platform and done this, given their time and volunteered to do it. It's not something that Pratham Books has led to ensure that these books and these languages were uploaded on the platform. So how did we really get here? Was of course open. As you know, everything is underlined on open. We could disaggregate the assets. We could create a chain of new creation, new versions, content at scale at a time when no publisher, not just in India, but even internationally, was not talking about open licenses. So open content, open communities, and open technology has really been the philosophy that got us to the numbers that we saw. In terms of open content, you can see on this slide, we have a booth upstairs where you can also interact with the books in our print avatar. But here you will see print books, you'll see books from many publishers. because our ethos is always open and collaborative. StoryWeaver was not only about Pratham books, but also books from other publishers. So we actually worked very hard on advocating with publishers for open licenses, and it wasn't easy. It was very, very tough. But we had some success with a few publishers like Room to Read, Book Dash, that came onto their platform, giving their content under open licenses. And all the stories that they've put under open licenses have really gone very far on the platform, in many languages more than they could have ever imagined as well. What I love about open communities is that you build a platform, and if you build a platform with the design principles of really distributing the ability to solve, because we truly believe that we couldn't solve for access for books in every single language, and we had to lean on to community and tech. And when you come with that philosophy and all you do is lay out things in a very user-friendly manner, really magic happens. Beyond what we could have ever imagined, beyond what we could have ever orchestrated. So for example, the first image is the University of Uganda. They came to us and they said that they have language students and they want to come on the platform and they want their students to translate these books in 10 Ugandan languages, and they'll have professors come in for peer reviews, quality checks, etc., and then publish the books on the platform. Then we had teachers in Chhattisgarh who we just did one YouTube training, and 5,000 teachers attended that training and created 900 stories in Chhattisgarhi, Halbi, Gondi, just in a matter of few months. Just imagine the power of this, right? Communities that didn't have any storybooks now suddenly had 900 storybooks in languages, and they could just download from the platform and print it with their local printers as well. And the last one is the cutest story ever. We have this use case in Mexico, but also closer home in India, in Maharashtra, where this community used to buy Spanish books, because they didn't have books in their indigenous language, and they would print the translation on strips, cut it, and paste it on the Spanish version of the book, and then hand it out in the library. So when they discovered StoryWeaver, they came and said, oh my God, the reading experience for the child in Mihe has become so much nicer now because we don't have to do this cutting, pasting of strips. We can actually have an original storybook printed in that language. Yeah, and this is our Urdu community of teachers who again came on the platform and started reading with children on the platform. And these are all government school teachers that we are talking about, or government school partnerships that we are talking about. And because the platform is open, they downloaded and distributed 37,000 Urdu books across the schools that they were working in, and also empowered the parents within the community to log in from their devices and encourage children to read. And these certificates they've all downloaded from StoryWeaver based on how much the child has read on the platform. So, if you really think of open licenses, open philosophy, Creative Commons, collaboration, co-creation, the impact and the reach can really be phenomenal. So for example, this one story that we actually released on 8th September 2015, this was StoryWeaver's launch story, written by the very famous Anushka Reddy. This story has been translated in 126 languages of the world, all by us doing nothing but just making the platform and the books available. But they also have 234 versions, and that's very interesting. And why do we have 234 versions? Because dialects. So you might have a book in Kannada, you might have a book in Hindi, but you might not have it in the same dialect that the children that you work with understand. So these communities do come on the platform and they will take what we call, the bridge language book. So it could be Kannada, if they were doing it and then if the teacher was localizing it, changing the dialect, she would use the Kannada book and then localize it and do one more version of the book, which is again very empowering and really shifts the agency back to the last mile user on how they wish to utilize the platform. And so the content on the platform, we have about all the languages that we have, about 380. 70% of all these languages are underserved and minority languages. And this was not something that was very intentional when we started. Of course, we said we want to make sure that children have access to books in all possible languages. But reaching 70%, including languages that are endangered and vulnerable by UNESCO, has been really enlightening and a testament to our vision and the way we are approaching our work. Yeah, I'll just take this slide and then hand it over to Suman. So the third pillar of our work that has really helped us scale within this open ethos is open tech, of course. And while Suman will walk you all through how we've approached technology and open source and open code, I do want to talk about some of the things that we have done, which are very community-centric. So as our work started increasing with communities, we were sort of thrown at a sea of problems that honestly we were neither trained to work on or understand either. For example, when we worked with the Maithili community and we started understanding that aap likhte kaise ho, like how do you go on StoryWeaver and type the story? So we all of us, you know about input tools. And so the Maithili community used to use the Hindi input tool to translate on StoryWeaver. And we sort of sat down with them and we said that, is it easy? Is it okay? Is it the same? Is the script the same? And they're like, no, there are several sounds and letters that are missing from the Hindi Devanagari script. So we default to sometimes Roman, which looks the closest to what it would have looked in Maithili, and we make do like that. So we then actually collaborated with AI for Bharat, and we created India's first Maithili input tool, which is now on StoryWeaver. And a lot of the input tools that we have on the platform, not all actually, all of them are open source and have been used over 100,000 times. Yeah.
Thank you, Purvi. Amazing, right? So everywhere open philosophy has been the way of living in Pratham books and under StoryWeaver. So while she talked about open content, the open community, the processes, okay, so technology cannot be neglected, and wearing a technology hat is still more difficult there when we say that everything need to be open, cost effective, but still it need to be generic and reusable, such kind of all ifs and buts. Okay, that's what makes StoryWeaver the India's first DPG. So everything is open philosophy, source code is also open. So what I'm trying to show here is, if we talk about the open content, so the thought process is all the verified content or vetted content of StoryWeaver, okay, is been openly published under OPDS catalog. So if anybody knows OPDS catalog, it's a format, okay, or a specification for the digital books or digital entities like journals, books, and the articles. So anybody who wanted to use our content, there is an open catalog, okay, and it's updated every day because the content is changing every day. So that is how the thought process starts. The content is open, and if you see whatever we build, whatever we produce, whatever we use, all of them need to be open source, okay? Just to name some numbers, as soon as we start any development or feature, the first thing we do the developers to check is, can we do this with use a open source plugin, gem, or whatever it is. So just to name, StoryWeaver is a complex, let me put it, quite complex PWA. PWA is a progressive web app, you might know. Why PWA? There is a story behind that also. It needs to be cost effective. We cannot be maintaining technology across the portal, the apps, and those things. So PWA, you know the advantages. Okay, so we can install it, we can upgrade it, it is an offline, so cost effective. So that's how every thought, every choice is on the philosophy of it need to be open, cost effective, and generic. Okay, so being the catalog being open, the StoryWeaver code itself is open. Okay, and then reusable components I talked about, we use open source, and whatever we are going to produce, have been producing, is also open source. So very recently we had a tie-up with C4GT team, and we developed an enhanced search library. Okay, so you should look at it, the JET, catch me at the booth, I will be able to share more details there. The classical problem of search, where lexical and semantic search is been combined there, and we have developed a tagging framework. It's an amazing golden piece of code, anybody can pick it up. That's what I meant. So we produce reusable components, and that is where the forum like FOSS can help us. So I have a list of projects where you people come and contribute to us, and based on our roadmap, we get them integrated back into StoryWeaver. Previous slide.
Sorry.
Okay. So another interesting story, if you see the thought process. So when we make our code open, the thought process is, okay, there are so many publishers in the world. Maybe they wanted to build another StoryWeaver and they need not have to start from the scratch. So we have a white label version. The thought process was, if somebody wants another StoryWeaver, second, 3, so they can pick up our code, the white label version, and we have a use case there, Room to Read Indonesia. The literacy cloud is running on StoryWeaver code. Okay, so, and you see the thought process, I mean, when such a platforms and we have multiple StoryWeavers, maybe we should be able to push and pull the content. Okay, so we have content exchange APIs built. The last one, yeah, if somebody cannot have their own tech team and they want to integrate, we have n number of integrations which are very easy. Okay, and they can, I mean, you can contact me if there are any use cases and I can work with your people. So coming to the last thing. So these are the projects where we need contribution from forums like FOSS. So as I said, catch me in the booth. Any questions? Yeah, otherwise I'll hand it over to Purvi.
Yeah, so what we've also done is we've got a few slides now where we sort of distilled back some of our learnings over the last 10 years. And some of the challenges that we faced as we've taken up this mammoth task of not only open licensing content, but also technology and communities. So these are some of the reflections. You know, commons can't be owned, only stewarded. This is a very difficult one. So 12, 13 years back when we said we're going to open license content, yeah, sure, we are a publisher, we do hold copyrights, but at the end of the day, we work and we collaborate with our authors and illustrators. And we cannot do this in silos and we cannot do this alone. So we actually had to go back to, remember I told you we launched StoryWeaver with 800 books on the day of the launch? We actually had to go back to all our authors, illustrators, and translators and say, hey, you know, we're a mission-driven organization. We are moving towards open licensing and an open philosophy, and we want you to join us. Would you? It would mean giving up all your rights. It would not only mean just that, it would also mean that anybody can do whatever they want with their content because we had chosen the CC BY 4.0 license. At that point, it was 2.0, now it's 4.0. And there's a lot of resistance because this was never done in the past. What will happen? What if they do a translation that we don't like? What if they take my image and do something with it or put something on top of it? You know, there are all these concerns that our creator community had, and one by one we had to deal with them to say, it's the mission, and the only way we can achieve this mission is by collaborating in this potentially in this manner. And thankfully for us, out of our entire catalog, I think we had only 2 or 3 titles of which the authors and illustrators did not sign open license contracts with us. Everybody else converted. And that's, you know, a huge bow down and a huge bow down to them because we could achieve whatever we could because they agreed to open license their content, much like how you all must be you all open license your code as well. But like I said that, you know, once you start open licensing, you do lose control over quality. That does not mean that, you know, we want to create the world's largest hyperlocal library, but anything will do because at the end of the day, we owe our allegiance to the child and we want the child to read the best literature in the best possible manner, in the best possible translations. So our learning has been to sort of keep your ears to the ground, work with communities and evolve processes and frameworks on the platform that can help in quality rather than us jumping in and becoming gatekeepers of content. Like StoryWeaver, there are about 4 or 5 platforms globally that have children's literature available for free reading, but none of them allow for versioning. Because their product roadmap and their vision, they were very true to it and they said, we want the highest quality possible, so we will not allow for versioning. So whatever languages they can publish in, they do. Since we did not take that stand, we had to actually take the onus on ourselves to create frameworks on the platform to identify high-quality translators, to identify good illustrators, and then also surface those illustrators, translators, and authors to the wider publishing community for commissioning new work. And so, yeah, so innovation, is always rooted in community needs. For example, when we started working in indigenous languages, we realized that they didn't have laptops and desktops for translation. All they had was a mobile device. So translation as a feature was not available for mobile devices because it's such a heavy feature. But then we spent a lot of time, found a good funder who actually funded the tech work, and we launched the feature of translation on mobile as well. Or for example, the offline feature. So you can actually translate the stories completely in offline mode, which is huge when you don't have internet access all the time. And when you're translating, you want to spend some more time translating the story. And yes, trust matters. I'll take another minute more. Trust matters as much as technology. So we need to show up for the community. We need to understand the requirements the way we did with some of these features. We also need to own up when we are not able to deliver to what they may need because of whatever reasons, and that transparency helps build the trust. And sometimes we have to be very harsh and say no as well. Like, for example, we always get, oh my God, can we gamify things around the story? Can we put in a dictionary feature? Can we do this? Can we do that? And you have to say, no, we cannot do that. No, we don't want to do that because we want to be true to the child falling in love with reading. And all of these experiences, while very easy to do through tech, will take the child away from the joy of reading. And quickly, some of our challenges, sometimes too much, too little. We have 60,000 stories, as you saw, 380 languages. But some of the languages don't even have more than 20 stories. That's not enough. I mean, most of our kids grow up with hundreds of stories. We should at least be committed to having 300, 400, 500 good stories. So that's one of the challenges. When you scale really quickly to 250 languages and it looks so good, you have to, ground yourself, root yourself, and say, we have to go back to the mission and see now what are those things that we need to put in place so that quality content in other languages also increase. Impact tracking is a huge problem because people download and they never report back on how that book was used or how many children was it read to. So, yeah, so we track only 3-4 partners, and through that we know we have a readership of 250 million, but it could well be beyond that. Sustainability is a big problem for digital public goods. So StoryWeaver is India's first digital public good in early grade reading. Digital public goods are backed by the UN, so definitely that brings a lot of credibility to our platform and our project. But because it's all free, anybody can use, there is no financial sustainability built in from a user perspective because we really wanted any teacher anywhere to access without having to worry to pay for good children's books. Sustainability does become a problem when you're a heavy tech platform and need to sort of maintain that platform because everybody expects the platforms to work, right? We've not had much success building and maintaining an open source a FOSS community, largely for a couple of reasons. One, I think we were also getting our bearings on how do we collaborate with this community when we have this elephant of an architecture and we don't want people to just come in and get out and break more things than what we want support on. But I think in the recent past, Suman and the team have cracked a few models where we've really carved out exciting projects that we can sort of work with experts where we don't have expertise in and collaborate with them to sort of bring meaningful contributions back to the platform. And of course, everything is open source. And yes, generative AI is our challenge because we haven't jumped onto that bandwagon for a lot of reasons, including how do we protect rights of our creators. We don't know which way things are going. How do we ensure attribution is put in place? There is something called as Creative Commons. All our work is under Creative Commons, but Creative Commons has recently launched something called as CC Signals, which is amazing because it allows, in this world of AI, it gives the agency back to the contributors to decide what kind of rework is allowed, and attribution always comes back, irrespective of where and how that trail of versioning goes. But it's still early days, so we are also observing, seeing, sensing, learning, and hopefully we'll have our strategy in place soon. Yes, I mean, I'll just end here because I know I'm very much at time, but looking ahead, we really want to see how we can leverage the communities that we've built around the world to build a stronger commons for children reading in their mother tongue languages. Thank you. while they are coming up, if there are questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suman and Purvi. Next is we have Abhinav, who has built Libredesk, which is a open source self-hosted customer support desk, which is built with Go, Postgres, and Vue 3. He'll be giving an overview of the project and, most importantly, the problem it aims to solve as a truly open source alternative. He'll also share how the project has evolved from a solo build to a small growing contributor base. Over to you.
While they set up, we can take one question on StoryWeaver if anyone has. All right, thank you.
I'm not sure. Is that good enough?
I think it's visible to the back.
Yeah, should be. Oh, okay. All right. It's not. Let me try once more. No. I think it's not going full screen with F11. Oh, yes. All right. Very cold today. Yeah. I'm Abhinav. I work at Zerodha, so it's all fintech related stuff. And Libredesk is my side project on which I work every evening, almost every evening, and on weekends in my free time. So Libredesk is a modern open source self-hosted customer support desk, and it's also a single binary app. So basically, a customer support desk is a software that helps businesses manage customer queries, questions in a centralized place. So for example, you have an issue with your Myntra delivery, let's say. You might send an email to Myntra asking them, where's my order? And that email gets inserted into some database, and one of the agents replied to you, and that's how the conversation flows, right? Just that, email or live chat support like that. And so Libredesk is self-hosted, meaning if you want to use it, you have to host it by yourself. And the goal of this talk is how I went from zero to release to Hacker News Post and open sourcing it, and tell you what Libredesk is with some short demo. So if you right now, if you Google it, customer support desk, you will see 5 ads first, Freshdesk, Intercom, whatever, then you will actually start seeing the results. My point is, there are so many help desks out there, so the question is, why build another one? Why not use the existing one? That's the first question that might come to anyone's mind. Why build another one while there's so much out there? If you just do a Google search right now, you'll see 5 ads, and then probably see the actual results. So the issue is with the ecosystem. So if you want a proper good software right now, you have to pay close to $99 per month, and that is, sorry, I forgot to add here, it's per agent. So let's say if you have, 500 agents, you'll end up paying, if you have 500 agents, your company will probably end up paying for enterprise features close to 50 lakhs a month, which is crazy for, I don't know, I just blows my mind. And there are many open source alternatives out there, good ones, and open core ones, but the open cores are not open. They have features behind enterprise plans, so that's where you're limited.
And some of them are abandoned. For example, OS ticket, I don't think it's being actively maintained anymore. So we are using OS ticket at Zerodha right now. So it's not being actively maintained anymore. It's old, and it's old also. And so at Zerodha, we wanted a self-hosted solution. Obviously, we don't want to store our data somewhere else with someone else. So self-hosted solution with some 500 agents we have. So that's like many agents. So you can't, I mean, paying $100, I don't know, does not ring the right bells for me. And with some granular permission. So we don't want all the agents to have access to all the data. We only want agents to have access to, for example, let's say the tickets assigned to them and not all the tickets. And so these granular permissions with all the enterprise features, that's what we wanted for some 500 agents, and also obviously a self-hosted solution. So while looking everywhere, we couldn't find anything. So, and honestly, I personally wanted to build something myself, something interesting, something fun, something that does not exist. So I just decided to pick this up and build something interesting. But I really enjoyed working on it. So that's what I decided. So long story short, Googled, found out everything. Nothing fits our use case. SaaS, self-hosted, should have all the enterprise features, should be free. Why not? Yeah. So I decided I'll do it myself. I had this moment, and yeah. So the next question which might come to anyone's mind is, how do you solo start something like this alone? How do you start? How do you even ideate? Because the only thing I know is fintech related stuff. So how do you even start with something like this? So, I mean, you start from ground up. The only thing I had seen was OS ticket, old, clunky. There's no space. It's very, I mean, you just look at it and you know it's PHP, old, 10, 12 years old. And so what I did was I just installed everything. I installed everything that is open core, open source in my laptop, dissected it piece by piece, and I had a big Google sheet with all the features from everywhere, all the screenshots, thinking, oh, I can pick this good feature from here, this makes sense from here, that makes sense from here. And that's how I started. And then for the non-open source one, I created accounts everywhere. I think I have 5-10 accounts on Freshdesk, Freshchat, Intercom, everywhere. I have accounts everywhere. So by the time I started coding, I already knew what I wanted and what my ideal product will look like from, plucking all the good features from everywhere. So that's how I started. And collated all these features into big Google Sheet, screenshots, whatever, you name it. So I have this 5-10 page long Google Sheet, that's it. And since I was working solo, so it was very easy. I could iterate very fast. I don't have to follow up, wait for someone. It was very easy. And the goal was to solve the pain points, our pain points with OS tickets. Like I said, OS ticket is old PHP, what we are using. It's open source, it's a nice product. But we had many pain points with OS ticket. So that, the goal was to solve that first. So I was building it in that way. And so we started using it internally. So we have a large support team at work, 400 to 500 people. So we started using it internally and got some really nice early feedback. And we started using it internally. Then got some early feedback, added those fixes and features. And then in February this year, so 8 months ago, I open sourced it and posted on Hacker News, which was on the homepage surprisingly. I wasn't expecting it for some reason. On the homepage with some 370 upvotes, which was nice. I loved it. That external validation really solidified, in my mind at least, okay, yeah, I think there's we have something good going on. Not just us using it internally, but when the external validation really, motivated me. And yeah. So now the next question would be, why choose Go, Vue, and Postgres? Go because I know Go, I love Go, it's fast, reliable, and it's a single binary. So in Libredesk, the front end and the back end are in a single binary. So the front end is stuffed inside the binary. That's a really cool feature to have. So in the end, the entire program is just one single file, including the front end, so which is really cool, which I found really cool. And Vue because it's easy to reason with, simple, and there's no JSX, I don't like it, it's simple. And Postgres because you have all the advanced features that you may need, but simple, it's simple when you don't need it, don't need them. So like JSONB, so tomorrow, with all the AI frenzy going on, tomorrow I might want to add embeddings. I might want to add embeddings, right? So I just have to, in Postgres at least, I don't know how it works in MariaDB or others. I just have to add the PG vector or just change the Docker image, and everything works right away. So this stack, and these are the technologies I enjoy working on and I already work on them. So with these stack, I ended up with a very simple setup. Vue.js, simple, easy to reason with, simple, easy to understand, Go, fast, reliable, easy to learn also. So if someone wants to pick up, they can easily start learning. And the front end is stuffed inside the binary. So there's just one single file has everything. And Postgres has all the advanced features, like I said, but very, very, very easy to use. So I ended up with a very simple setup, very simple setup for devs. So if you want to do development, it's just 2 commands and it just spins up. And for development, for deployment also, production deployment. Yep. So I'll give you guys a live demo. I have it hosted here on demo.libredesk.io. Yeah. So there's no customer-facing side right now. It's just agent-facing side. So it's there on demo.libredesk.io. You can check it out. So I'll give you that demo. There's no customer-facing thing. Okay. Yeah. So if you the moment you land, obviously it has light mode also, light dark mode. Yeah, the moment you land, you see all the filters on the left side, your tickets, all tickets, unassigned tickets, more filters, and you can create even more complex filters by adding some random conditions. Maybe you want all the tickets with certain tags, like all the billing tags, and then you can save it, and it will automatically filter all of it. So these are all the conversations. So these were created by sending an email to you. So you might have a email address like support@xyz.com. Once someone sends an email, it becomes a ticket here. I'll open one. This one. I had chosen this one for the demo. Yep. And all the messages, all the metadata on the right side, previous conversations, reply, you can reply, all the standard stuff, nothing new, all the standard stuff. Like I said, I picked all the good stuff from everywhere and built it because I had no idea. I had no idea how to build, no idea what a support desk has because right? So I only know fintech stuff. So yeah, reply, send a private note. So private note is basically internal notes. So you might have multiple agents working on a ticket, right? So you'll have internal notes like that. Reply, send attachment, all the standard stuff. But there's one really cool feature. So generally what I realized was most customer support tickets replies are same. Many people ask the same question, how do I do this? The other person might 5 hours later might ask the same question, how do I do this again? So there are macros. So if you press Control K, I have a macro for billing issue. I'll filter it out, and it tells me what it's going to do. It's going to pre-fill my editor with this reply and set ticket of this status of this ticket to resolve and add this tag. So if I select this, it pre-fills my editor. I can look around, edit it, remove any actions from down here, remove any actions. I know what it's doing, and just do a send. It will automatically send the reply, apply these actions. So I don't need to send a reply, add a tag again, change the status again. It's all macros, very easy to use. So this is a really cool feature that I like, but in demo it doesn't work. It's a demo, that's why. So yeah, so agents don't have to type the same thing over and over again, set the tags over and over again manually, or change the statuses. And yeah, but the main crux of it is admin panel, because at Zerodha what we needed was granular permission. We don't want everyone to have access to everything. So everything you see here on the left side is behind a permission. So if you don't have permission, it won't open for you, or you won't see it like that. So everything has a granular permission. So you can even have permissions to make sure your agents don't see every tickets. They only see tickets that are assigned to you. So that is also there. All the standard stuff. So generally this is a good feature. SLA policies are generally enterprise features. So this is also there. It's free. Obviously, it's a completely free software. You can set your first reply expectations, resolution expectations, every reply expectation. Then you can set alerts also. So you might want to alert your agents when these commitments are about to be breached, right? So let's say you are supposed to reply in 2 hours, and that is about to reach in 5 minutes. You can set an alert. Anything, you can set as many agents as you want. Configure it 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. And because Go is very fast, I can spawn multiple Go routines and do it quick. All the standard stuff, statuses for conversations, macros like I just showed you. You can create any number of macros nicely. Tags, standard stuff, inboxes. So the Libredesk is right now it's omni-channel, This is only email inbox, but you can have multiple inboxes. So you might have a support at xyz.com, then you might have a compliance at yourcompany.com, right? So you can have multiple inboxes, then you can route these conversations, tickets from these inboxes to different teams. So you can have add as many inboxes as you want. Teammates, you can manage your team's roles. So this is the cool feature. So you can have, so I have these many permissions. So if you want, you can have really granular control over everything. So you might, like I said, you might not want your agents to have access to all the tickets, just the tickets assigned to them, right? So you can do all of that by these. So you can create custom roles and start assigning them to your agents. Activity log, so you know what's happening when someone logged out, when someone went in vacation mode, so you know what's happening in your support desk. Automations are also pretty standard in help desk. So automations are basically, let's say you have 3 tiers of customer, silver tier, gold tier, and some other platinum tier. So if a platinum tier customer creates a ticket, it should ideally go to some other team which handles these tickets, right? So you can automatically route tickets, automatically do some actions. Like, for example, here I have a send automatic first reply. So you can add complex conditions in if and or complex conditions you can add and send an automatic reply like that. Pretty cool. You can then, these automations you can also create on specific events when the status of a ticket is updated, random events, so many events you get to choose from. I'll just show a few random events. Then you can add rules. If status equals to this, if ticket contains some bad word, do this, do that, complex stuff. And there are time triggers also. So these are rules that run every 1 hour. So how the ticketing system works is generally, you open a ticket, some agent resolves it, then you send the CSAT feedback, how was the ticket, right? After a couple of hours or 24 hours later, that you can set here. So these are the rules that run every 1 hour, like that. Custom attributes, same thing. So you might have customers in silver plan, golden plan, or you might have a date of purchase, whatever, that you can set. It's basically expanding the default schema and having your own schema, right? So you might have custom fields. You might have a tier of customer, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Then you can add those custom attributes here, proper, and use these custom attributes in automation rules to create even more complex automation rules. So you don't have to manually do stuff or even add tags. That also is possible. Templates, so generally in many help desk, you send a reply, it just goes as an ugly text. Hi, this is your issue, I solved it. But in Libredesk, you can create beautiful templates, outgoing templates. So all your agent replies have your theme. You will have your logo on the top, proper, content. So all the ticket content goes here. So it looks nice, not just a plain text reply from an agent. And so SSI is also a paid feature in these enterprise help desk. So this is free, obviously. You can add Keycloak, Google login, whatever, and webhooks also. And there is webhooks. So you might want to do an external integration. You have a custom requirement. You can add as many webhooks as you want. And there's also API access. You can access Libredesk with an API. It's right on the documentation website. So that is also there. Yeah, coming back to the slides. So, but the demo is pretty. There's so many things, so many other things that I can't show here. I have limited time. So just check it out. It's on demo.libredesk.io. Yes. All right. It's not going. Yeah. Yes. Yep. So what's happening and what's next? Right now, from what I know, there's updates. So every instance of installed Libredesk checks for updates every 1 hour. So I have some rough idea. It's all anonymized, but I have some rough idea. There's some 300 installations worldwide, mostly across Europe. And right now it has some 1700 stars in the last 8 months, pretty good. And right now I'm working on live chat and the live chat widget. So right now, like I said, it only has one channel, email channel. So I'm working on this live chat widget, which you can embed in your website, shows up in one of these corners. And with some right now because of the AI thing. I'm adding some AI assistant which automatically will reply to all your questions from the knowledge base. And the next thing that I want to work on is the help center. So help center is basically a site where your customers go and search for questions. So you might have a question with your account, you'll search, and it's a self-serve basically with all the help articles, yeah. And the next goal for the next 1 year for me is to make Libredesk a strong contender in customer support space. Right now it's very early, still in alpha. I just still call it alpha. But I think by the next year, this time it should be a strong contender in the customer support space. And like I said, there's no rush. There's no goal to reach this many stars, this many installations by next year. So the goal is to just build a good quality software that just gets things done. So there's no rush to reach some goal, but that I would like to have it make it a strong contender. But like I said, I'm working on this live chat widget and AI assistant, so I can just give you a short demo. I already have a demo working here. So this is still work in progress. I'm still playing around. So if I'll just ask it some. So it has a knowledge base internally. You can create help articles, right? So I'll just ask it one Libredesk question. Hi, how do I set system user password? So system user is the main first user you get on Libredesk as soon as you install. So how do I reset it? How do I reset system user password? Hopefully, there's no internet. Okay, yeah, but yeah, this is work in progress. Hopefully, I'm able to get it out by next 2-3 months. So I just had this conversation. Oh, it's still not loading. There's no internet. Okay, yeah. Coming back to the slides. So how can you get involved? You can try it out. You can install it. It's very easy. There's no complex setup. You don't need that many things. It's very easy. You can check it out on libredesk.io. And if you want to contribute, you can contribute in any form, code, documentation, or just spread the word or anything. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have my email there. You can email me if you want to contact, and this QR takes you to the website libredesk.io. That's it. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations for this development. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the first 5-10 minutes. My question is very fundamental, or you could call it a naive question. Have you created another OS ticket, a Zanoni or a Zamad, whatever you call it? Is it?
Sorry, I did not.
Sorry, my question is very fundamental. Have you created another OS ticket system? OS ticket, I guess you are aware of that. It's another open source ticketing system. OS tickets.
Yeah, we use it at work, but it has its issues. With 500 agents, it's very slow. You send a reply, then actually it does not auto load the new messages. You have to wait, then reload the page again to see if there's a new reply. It's very slow. Imagine receiving 10,000 tickets a day, clunky, and it's very hard to expand it as well.
Yeah, I know that already.
Yeah.
I have been using it as well. I have tried Zanoni as well as Zamad. You might be aware of those.
Oh yeah, we have tried Zamad also. It didn't work. It didn't work for us.
Oh.
It was slow. So imagine 500 agents constantly clicking, sending replies, 10,000 tickets a day. It didn't work. It was very slow for us. So we.
Okay, it's at scale. You are developing it, for a scale for enterprise.
Yes.
Right from beginning.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. That's why Postgres go the correct these things.
Cool.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Hi. How do you manage, audible? How do you manage community-driven features to the Libredesk rather than with your vision? How do you manage?
By manage, do you mean office work and this?
No, with the Libredesk. Like some contributors want to add some features to the Libredesk. Then how do you align with your roadmap or vision?
Oh, okay. So I think before directly contributing, someone should create a issue first. That would be nice. So we both align on the same thing. So no one should just send a PR right away. It's just waste of time for them. So let's say tomorrow you want to contribute. Ideally, you should create a issue on GitHub or a discussion thread. So where you and me can both discuss back and forth and align on a single thing and then create a PR. That's how. Because let's say tomorrow, let's say I might have a different vision in my mind and you have a different vision in your mind.
Right.
Then we can go off track and then you'll end up wasting your time. So it's always best to discuss somewhere in forum or the GitHub issues page and discuss there what you want to have, and then we can both align on something and build it like that.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi Abhinav, it was a really great talk. Just two questions. One, are you thinking of this beyond just being a CRM, like an approval management system as well? For instance,
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Are you thinking of this beyond a CRM, like for instance, an approval management system? So if a ticket comes in, I need it to be approved by one person and signed, a document signed by somebody else. So can I create child tickets and those are tracked under the main ticket? That's one. And secondly, specifically for a problem like this, a lot of users may not want to sign into the platform to approve. So if an email approval comes in from the approver, will that be tracked in this? Is that something that you're exploring or you're looking at it only from?
That I'm not looking at. I'm just making it as generic as possible. Obviously, you can build your workflows. So you might want, let's say, the approval flow that you told, right? You might have it as a private note. So you might not respond to it until it's approved by you. So let's say there's a ticket, incoming ticket, no agent would reply until you send an approval in as a private note. So that's what private notes are for internal discussions. So that is possible. The goal is to make it as generic as possible so you can build anything. So that is possible with the private note flow like I told you, right? So ticket comes, so there's one manager who approves, so he'll just put a private note saying, yeah, this is approved, go ahead. And some agent will, now he sees the private note and applies, like that. It's possible, yeah. I think. Yeah.
No, we have time.
Are you looking at multi-channels, means apart from
mail?
So
like I showed, right, like, where is it? Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I'm working on this live chat widget, which you can put on your website. So right now it's only email. So once we have, I think within a couple of months I should have the live chat out. So yeah, live chat widget I'm working on. So let's say you're chatting with your customers on live chat, and your customers go offline. It sends an email as a summary, so they can continue the chat over email as well. Yeah, so it will be omni-channel. Yeah, it will be omni-channel. Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes. Oh, yes.
So my question is, like, let's say if I want to integrate in Android, so is there any endpoints available or SDK available?
It has a properly documented open API spec. You can access Libredesk with API keys. So ideally there should be it's not the entire UI is not mobile friendly. Ideally there should be a mobile app as well, because but you can do it. Yes.
Sure.
You can access it with API. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, we are out of time.
Yes.
That's all.
If you have any questions, let me know. I'm right here. Thank you.
So the next speaker is Rajandran, who's building an open source algo trading platform called OpenAlgo. So this was a weekend experiment which unintentionally became OpenAlgo, yeah. Now, which is a thriving open source algo trading platform built for traders by traders. He'll be sharing technical lessons, how community-led development helped sustainability in FOSS, and actionable insights on how others can start small, ship early, and build public-facing tools that actually get used. Over to you.
Hey everyone, my name is Rajandran. Just give me a sec. It's not hard. Okay. No, that's what I want to remove it.
I think we'll. No, it's detecting. We need to escape. Let's just disconnect the thing.
Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. Hey everyone, my name is Rajandran. I've been a telecom engineer turned trader. I've been a full-time trader for the last couple of years. So I've been a full-time trader since 2014 onwards. I've been trading the market since last 18 years. And I also write about markets, trading algorithms. Right? I do write trading strategies. Most of my trading strategies, I do keep it open source. Of course, not in GitHub, but I do keep it in my own blog. I do write at marketcalls.in. So I've been writing there for last almost 18 years, right? And I'm also educating about algorithmic trading system, how to build trading algorithms and everything. And I have to somehow end up building this OpenAlgo. It's kind of an open source algorithmic trading platform. It's a cross-platform. It's self-hostable, means you can host it in your own private domain, like how you host WordPress, right? So similar way, you can also host your own private trading platform. It's a single user application built on Python and Flask. And right now I had integrated 23 plus top brokers in the country, like Zerodha, Upstocks, Paytm, Kotak Securities, and all those popular brokers. And the OpenAlgo is kind of an execution engine which can connect with your own favorite trading platforms. So in markets, right, many traders, by the way, how many of you trade? How many of you trade or invested? You bought some shares? Okay, that's great. A lot of fans. So in markets, right, there are a lot of trading softwares are there, like AMI Broker, TradingView, Python. People use even Excel sheet to trade. And there are people who use Google spreadsheet to do their trading and investment decisions, right? And so this is how this is last month stats from NS India, where different ways how people send orders, right? So the one you are seeing, the IBT over here, the IBT is nothing but internet-based trading terminal, which is the Zerodha Sky terminal or brokers web application. And then mobile, you can see mobile is had a lot of traction. Almost 20% of the orders are, people used to punch from mobiles. But API is something new. You cannot see this API anywhere over here. You can even see how algo traders are sending, how HFT traders, co-location orders are coming up. But what you don't see here is you don't see the API-based trading connectivity, how many orders are coming from APIs. SEBI is working on that probably. Now we have a legal framework for API-based traders to automate their trading decisions. Broker provides APIs, right? So we can use it to transmit orders. So the problem here is like different brokers, they use different APIs. Their formats are different, their WebSocket formats are different, documentation is completely different. Some brokers even hide their, they don't want to publicly showcase their documentation, right? So some of the documentations are outdated. And there are a lot of algo platforms, almost close to close. There are 36 algo platforms are there, but they are completely behind paywalls, right? And they charge anywhere around like 1,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees per month. And where I can run my own trading strategies, but my IPs are not, my trading strategy is my edge. People use it to generate profits, or it's something like a kind of traders use that as like private IP. They don't want to disclose their IP. But if I am using an algo platform, third-party algo platforms or somebody else, I have to disclose my algos to them so they know what strategy I'm running. And there is no transparency in latency. If I'm transmitting an order to the broker, I cannot measure like how much time it is taking for me to reach the broker, right? Because millisecond matters when it comes to trading. And there are a lot of flexibility. I cannot build my own features. So a lot of things that made me to think, okay, why not we go and build something which is more catered towards traders, right? And in one of my session, I do train on algo trading. So in one of my AMI broker session, I was teaching how to build trading systems. One of the users asked, hey Rajandran, like why you're teaching some closed source systems? Why can't we build one, right? So why don't you have one? That's what he asked. Like why don't we use ChatGPT kind of tools to build a simple platform? So I thought like, okay, why not we go and give a try? I had opened ChatGPT literally, and then I used AMI broker to generate a buy-sell strategy. It generates when to buy, when to sell, right? And then whenever a buy signal is coming in, I thought like, okay, let's use some simple Python Flask API application. We'll route the order to Python from AMI broker. There is a provision where you can send orders to Python. And Python, you can use broker API to route the orders to the broker, and broker submits the order to the exchange. So probably we are able to figure this out like within like 10-15 minutes of time. Like we are able to figure it out how to transmit orders using AMI broker. And then I got a little curious about it. I have to go back and figure out like is there a way we can connect multiple brokers? We can make it as a single interface, kind of a broker agnostic interface, where I don't need to worry about brokers API anymore, whereas I can work only on a common broker API, so that even if I switch from, let's say, from Upstox to Zerodha or Zerodha to Upstox, my strategy should not be changing. Right now, the major challenge is like, if I build a strategy for Zerodha, tomorrow if I move to Upstox or let's say like ICICI Direct or Kotak, I have to completely revamp my entire strategy. I have to completely study their API documentation, and then it's like tons and tons of effort over there. So I have to end up building this. I mean, initially I tried with the Angel, and then I thought like, I'll try with Upstox and then Zerodha. I started order book, trade book, position book. I started adding more APIs. And finally, it was looking like a small mini platform. I thought like, okay, why not, let's go and post it open source, right? So for the very first time, when I posted in open source, people started asking me tons and tons of questions. Like that is how the community started. A lot of people got curious because in India, there are open source algo platforms are available, but there are like bits and pieces. Here, this platform is the only place where people are able to see the graphical user, a GUI, API, and modular components, where you can connect like kind of brokers are like kind of a plugin. Anybody can plug in their own brokers if they know the broker documentation. So once I started posting it, it started like kind of a snowballing effect, where many people started getting curious, like, can you integrate with Excel? Can you integrate with Google Spreadsheet? Hey, can you integrate with TradingView? Right? Of course, I also have to connect with TradingView as well. Like you see, like AMI broker and TradingView, it uses the common API gateway which we built, and that sends the orders to the OpenAlgo core, and OpenAlgo core will be acting like a kind of a trading bridge, intermediate layer between the your trading platform and an intermediate layer between the broker, right? So it started like a kind of a snowballing effect where traders started requesting more features, so we had to get into a Discord community. On a daily basis, people come and say like, hey, can you build this? Can you build that? Can you build this? Can you build that? So that's a kind of requirement started coming in, and there are some good contributors that came and integrated Kotak. I would say like one of the complex API documentation. Like if you want to build on Kotak, there are a lot of other brokers. You have to do a lot of detective works to understand like how to decode their API documentation. Such a complex documentation it is. And community also helped me in helping fixing the bugs, issues. On a day-to-day basis, the engagement was keep on going like crazy. I would say like at least on a daily basis, we keep on building new features on almost on a daily basis. So many active traders started relying on the tool, then started asking the question, hey Rajandran, how I can trust OpenAlgo? Like if I'm going to host it in my solution, how I can ensure that it is not hackable? So what kind, from a security perspective, what you had done? So then I had to go back and rework on security. Like so we have to work on something like, I have to start working on cars. I had to work on things like CSS, rate limits, CSP, HSTS, right? So you name anything on security, I would have done that. And so at some point in time, right, people start asking more questions. Like I want to trade using Python. I want to trade using Node.js. I want to trade using Go. Like is there a way how I can go and, I want an inbuilt trade management tool. I want stop loss, targets. I want to access WebSockets. Right, so crazy amount of questions are coming from the people, and people are asking like how you can ensure that your APIs are pretty much faster. Like how, so we have to do some security audits, we have to do some API optimizations. So I have to learn something called HTTP connection pooling, like which I have no idea what exactly it is. And people said like, hey, your logging is like looking like a spaghetti code. Can you architecture it? So I had to go back and make an centralized logging application, right? So people said like, I want to send orders from TradingView. Like, is there a way? I want to send orders from Google spreadsheet, where my application is hosted locally. So I have to integrate some dev tunnel or ngrok support. And there are people ask like, why don't you do an Docker support? So I have to go and learn Docker. And there are something like traffic. I have to go and learn traffic. So now, after 1.5 years, this is how the architecture looks like. Now, OpenAlgo supports platforms like AmiBroker, TradingView, Excel, N8N. I'm sure you guys heard about N8N, right? Nobody hears N8N? Okay, great. So, and charting, MetaTrader, and even we have traders who are using MATLAB. Some traders are using Go. There are traders using Node.js, and some traders are using Python. And recently, we are talking in a virtual meetup where people said, like, hey, how I can host my strategies. I said, like, you have to host your strategy outside OpenAlgo. Then I have to go, the people asked, like, can't we host inside OpenAlgo itself? Okay, let me go and figure it out. So then I had to go and make an inbuilt strategy hosting inside OpenAlgo itself, where you can host your own Python strategy, multiple strategies. You can start, stop, control, pass, everything, you can do that. And then we have to get some real-time data. So we have to build a common real-time WebSocket data using ZMQ. So after some point in time, right, we are done with the OpenAlgo core. Now people start asking more questions like, hey, I want an Excel add-in connectivity. So we have to build an Excel add-in in C#. And then some people say, like, I want a fast scalping tool. I'm a scalper, so I'll keep on trading like 30 to 40, 50 orders in a day. So I have to go and build an Rust desktop using Tari. So, and people say, like, hey, I want brokers data. I want to see the charts, streaming real-time codes. So I have to build an AmiBroker VC++ plugin. And then Python SDK, Node SDK, and right now I'm building a Go SDK for it. And also execution modules, because AmiBroker is not designed to directly communicate with the broker's API. So we need some intermediate layer which makes the strategy design of the traders pretty much easier. It acts like a kind of a connectivity layer. And I had to build a Chrome plugin so that you can place orders from whichever the website that you are in. And then, yeah. So at some point in time, we had to create an universe of open source product. Everything what we build is an open source. Then later on, Zerodha comes with the MCP. So we thought like, okay, why not we build MCPs for all the 23 brokers? So anything that we are building now that is going live across all the connected brokers. So we have a common MCP where you can talk to any of your account. So maybe if you're having an account with like a mid-sized broker, a big broker, it doesn't matter whether you're having an account with Upstocks or some small brokers like Define Edge, right, or first stock kind of brokers. It doesn't matter. You can go and talk to your own account. Like you can connect Claude or your own VS Code kind of tools, and you can start engaging. You can talk to your own trading account. And people ask like more questions again. Can we integrate Backtrader? Some very good guys came and contributed with Backtrader, where you can backtest your strategy. Means you can test whether your strategy, what you designed, is profitable or not before going and deploying it live. And more questions again. Is there a way I can simulate my trades execution? So is there a way I can test my strategy before putting my strategy in my live account? So we have to build something called AP Analyzer. And yeah, so this is a security header. This is like, I hosted demo.openalgo.in, my own private trading account. I hosted in my own private domain. You can see there's a website called securityheaders.com where you can go and see the security, the basic browser security of the website, all the CAR, CSP, XSS, all the vulnerable attacks. So by default, OpenAlgo provides the basic security is the mandatory thing. Even if you go back and check most of the brokers, including the top brokers, right? I don't want to name any brokers because I don't want to get any fight with brokers. Most of the brokers are the C grade, D grade. Some brokers are like B grade. And very few brokers are the A grade over here. And many algo platforms, they are at F grade. Almost every algo platforms are at F grade because they don't even care about security, right? So they don't give a damn about security. That's how the algo platforms are. And yeah, comparatively brokers are better. But security is not an option. It's mandatory thing for a trader. Not only for a trader, we had investors also. So investors said like, I want to automate my investment strategies. I have my rule books. I know when to invest and when to exit. So is there a way we can automate it? Okay, we'll try to figure out that as well. So we had to go back, and every time I had to go back to my dorm room and then I had to build something and then get out of it. So end of the day, this is how things looks like. So if somebody asks like, hey, I can build a strategy directly on top of broker API, why I need OpenAlgo, right? So OpenAlgo comes with all the batteries included, right? So you want logs, you have logs. You want to test your strategies, we have an API Analyzer. You want to host your strategy, we have a hosting features. Like you want to store historical database, we build a historical database. You want to monitor your each and every order, how many milliseconds it is hitting the broker side, you can go and validate using an latency monitor. So we have logs, cache layer, and a simple database to keep it lightweight. Since it's a single user application, I went for an embedded database and normal SQLite. So that solves the issue. But still, if you want to, if you don't want SQLite, you want to move to Postgres, that's easily switchable. And so now one side you have trading platforms, and other side we have like brokers, and OpenAlgo is acting like kind of an intermediary with it's now community powered application, right? So I would say like without community participation, it would have not happened altogether. Even now on a daily basis, people come up with a lot of requirements on a daily basis. So most of the things happens at GitHub. Each and every information which I'm getting from the traders or investors, I try to see like how I can make use of those information. Even if it is a very basic questions, I prefer not to ignore it. Even if there are any basic complaints, I prefer not to ignore it, right? And this is how things happened. We started 1.5 years back, almost 8,000 lines. We have to went to like, as on yesterday, it is like 1.98 lakhs lines of code. Not even a single line of code is written by a human. Everything is written by completely by an AI-generated tools. So we relied on LLMs and to build this. And this is only OpenAlgo core. I haven't counted the surrounding ecosystem, what we build, right? So if you had seen the temple, right, around temples, you'll be seeing the shops, probably like a flower shop or some, you'll be garland shops and many other shops are like puja items and all those shops. Something similar to that is what I had to build this OpenAlgo universe. So where entire application, end to end, everything is written by completely an AI tool. And yeah, so this is how it went. One fine day, initially I was using Klein. Klein is an open source tool. It's an open source agentic tool where you can connect with any LLM APIs. So I had to go connect with Anthropic and OpenAI to experiment. What I was seeing is like a lot of rate limit if I directly started using the OpenAI API, OpenAI or any direct APIs because they have multiple tiers. I want to build something faster, so I went through this Amazon Bedrock route because client supported Amazon Bedrock. So one fine day, my bill was like shooting up like $880. My wife freaked out literally, and she started asking like, what exactly you're trying to build? Like, I said like, I'm trying to build an open source application. Like, I've been building it. She knows that for quite some time, but why in the world do you want to spend like almost $1,000 to build this application? I was literally prepared mentally to, okay, let's build faster no matter what. We'll try to build it faster. We don't bother about the cost. Let's see. We'll try to figure out how to make it later, right? So that, I was going in a bang. My friends freaked out. My wife freaked out. She literally on me to stop hey, stop whatever you're doing. You're not going to do OpenAlgo. You're not going to do open source anymore. Then later on, I had to figure out a way. Like, there are different ways we have to figure out to reduce the cost. I had to bring down the cost to like $20. I use platforms like Windsurf or Cursor. And then, yeah, so now on top of that, after that, I have to add another colleague of me to build the same way, right? So this time she haven't freaked out. She able to understand that something is happening in the trading space, like something is shifting. So I think she allowed me to experiment the way I want to experiment. And right now, 80% of the code is written by Claude, and everything that you are seeing, including the OpenAlgo websites or the documentations. So for documentation, we use Gemini. For code reviews, auditing, for everything, we use Gemini kind of tools. And yeah, for documentation, we use ChatGPT. And for customer support also, we use those LLM models. We're also exploring DeepSeek and the recent Kimi K2, all those models as well. And yeah, so it's completely, it ended up like an AI-driven development cycle. So where we try to keep, we ensure that we will not end up building some spaghetti code. We'll end up trying to build some Lego bricks kind of code, which is modular. If you don't want, you can just throw away. At least I would have reiterated my OpenAlgo design at least three or four times, like how an poet try to get some creativity and then they try to build some creative output out of it, right? So they try to write a poem. They are not going to get it in one shot, right? The same thing happens to me also. Not in the first shot we are able to get it right. So I have to write the design, and if things are not working out, I'll just crash it out and then throw it in the dustbin. Again, I rewrite, again rewrite. And more than writing the code, most of the time I have to, end up building an, most of the time I end up testing. 80% of the time it went into testing. And yeah, debugging maybe another 10% out of it. But most of the time we've been testing the product, checking the reliability, performance. Can I completely trust and rely on the software application or not? That's the primary end goal, so that anybody who's in the tier 2 cities, we have traders from tier 2 and tier 3 cities using OpenAlgo right now. Just hardly, numbers are not very big, but some 40,000 downloads happen. Maybe actively, some 20,000 people might be actively using it on a day-to-day basis. But there is a start. Now, what I want to go from here is like, I want to build my own trading terminal. Like, I don't want to rely on brokers anymore. Broker provides API, so why I have to use brokers trading terminal? So we can build our own trading terminal. I can build whatever the features that I want. That is where we are trying to move towards. It's not going to be an algo platform anymore. Very soon it can be your own small case. Very soon it can be your own option trading platform. Very soon it can be your own on top of stock markets. Like people love visualization, particularly in the field of stock markets. Like people love stories. People love to see the information in front of their eyes in very simple information. So that is what I'm trying to move towards that. So what is more important when trying to build in public is like community is the most important thing. You cannot ignore not even a single complaint. The complaint might look very basics. You might think he is maybe, what kind of complaint is it like? So, but at the end of the day, if you go back and you try to figure it out, you put your hands on there, you know that most of the time the communities are right? And yeah, and what building in public will give you is like more authority to you and more transparency and trust. Customer, the traders and developers will be willing to come and engage. So we have traders who come and integrated Kotak, some people integrated Paytm, some people integrated their own broker like Definedge, a mid-sized broker. So they have to go and integrate over here. So slowly the contributions start coming in only if they start believing in your own visions, right? So they have to start believing that, okay, whatever you're doing is right, so that I can trust this product, I can park my lakhs and lakhs of money or crores of money, because end of the day, the money is at stake. It's not like some simple photo sharing application. It's a simple application or something like that, but it's something which is related to money. So a lot of careful iterations need to be done over here. So the key takeaway is like, be human, don't be a corporate, right? So people resonate with stories. They want some small wins every time. And show your work often if you want to build and if you really want to be a community driven, right? So say like, hey, this is how we are doing, these are the roadmaps that we are building this week. So you have a roadmap, you try to post like screenshot, these are the downloads happened, so these are the changes we had done, and even rant about API frustration. Say, hey, this is, we are trying to build with so-and-so broker, it's crazy, we are doing all the Sherlock Holmes works to figure out what is happening. So you try to show up, you try to make the community engage, so that is where you'll get questions. You'll be getting a lot of inputs, lot of insights, tons of insights, which if you're gonna build it in a closed ecosystem, which you're not gonna get that, right? And iterate with the users. Every release, we try to do a virtual meetup, we try to talk about it, we'll try to understand the pain points, and then we'll go back to the dorm room again, and we make use of the LLMs, and then we'll try to figure out how to fix things, right? So sustainable FOSS, of course, it requires community energy, right? Without community energy, I don't think a beautiful app like OpenAlgo will not happen. So here are my OpenAlgo. There is SketchMaker, my another app, another LLM journey, like another full stack self-hosting application for, it's kind of a digital image hosting machines using FAL kind of applications. So I have a very limited space. Otherwise, I have another 130 other stories also to say. Yeah, so that is me. Yeah, and that is OpenAlgo.
Oh, thank you for that talk. You can ask questions just outside the auditorium. Any questions about that talk? You can go ahead and take it. Even actually in this hallway to the right side here. Any questions you can. No. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Most of you probably know him, Kailash. I had the honor to meet him this past April. He came to Lucknow for our Lucknow FOSS conference. Kailash is one of those people who still has his heart in FOSS despite being a corporate sellout. Not really, but you know, there's not many of those people in the world who both have the passion to make FOSS themselves and the funds to, you know, fund FOSS all around the world. So he's going to talk about. Let me unwindows this. Probably just this, yeah. He's going to talk about his new project called HUML. He told me it stands for humiliating, but I'll let him explain what this is and, yeah.
Good afternoon. I was just telling James, this is a new markup language, and I hope HUML doesn't stand for humiliating, because if it flops, it's going to be very humiliating. But before HUML, by the way, it's HUML, HUML. Before we come to HUML, I think we should look at YAML. HUML's birth, HUML's genesis is YAML, the disaster that is YAML. So YAML came out in 2001 as a response, as a solution to the frustrations that the markup languages, like XML of the yesteryear, gave people. Though dealing with XML was a big headache. So a bunch of people got together and said, we'll create something new that was human-friendly, specifically. Human-friendly, easily readable, easily parsable, easily editable. And they came out with YAML. Originally, YAML stood for yet another markup language, because even back in 2001, the group of people who were creating this new language felt that it was yet another markup language in an already crowded space. And here we are almost 25 years later. But the premise with which YAML started out, we all know that it's aged like milk. Anybody who has worked with YAML, or anybody who continues to work with YAML on a daily basis, be it your CI/CD pipelines or configuration or Docker compose files and whatnot, must have been bitten by one of the many, many foot guns of YAML. I don't think there's a single person, single developer out there who spent reasonable amounts of time with YAML who hasn't been bitten by it. And most of the YAML horrors are very well documented. If you just search for YAML horrors, you'll see that stuff. These are two really popular documents. Please look them up. If you just search for the YAML document from hell, this is a really popular blog post from a couple of years ago, which documents some really bad atrocities of YAML. And there's another one, noyaml.com, slightly less known. It also documents many of the YAML footguns, but there's one particular one that really blew my mind. There are 9 to 63 different ways of representing multi-line strings in YAML. Now, I don't know how that could possibly be a feature, like a good positive feature for a markup language. 9 is a given, 63 depends on your perspective, so that makes it worse. So please do look it up, it's terrible. This one horror, everyone faces. I face it on a regular basis. I've been writing YAML for, I don't know, God knows how long. And even to this day, I haven't been able to internalize how to write lists properly. So sometime last year, I can't exactly remember the context. Sometime last year, I was working on a complex YAML document. And there was something like this. Like I said, I don't remember the exact context. I don't remember the exact bits of data that I was working with. But there was a structure that looked like this. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to look at this structure. It doesn't matter if you know YAML or if you don't know YAML. In computing, there's common sense, right? Common sense everywhere. Any markup language, something that looks like a list, two little things here, and the third and fourth item being sublist. So just look at this valid YAML snippet and try to visualize or parse it mentally. What could this possibly represent? So 5 seconds. It must be some sort of a structure. It must be some sort of a hierarchy, sublist, list, map. But what it really represents is this. It's a list with 2 items. The first one is a string. Then the second item in the list is a concatenation of the Rest of the 3 items specifically separated by a single space, followed by a dash, followed by another space. Now, when this happened to me, now it looks funny. Like, we're looking at it and saying, wow. I wasted half a day trying to debug this in whatever context that was. And when I finally discovered what was going on, it really horrified me. Then I discovered this. Just try and visualize what this means. Some sort of a hierarchy, some sort of a structure, substructure, list of a sublist. It's actually this. Even worse. So this is what YAML does to people. And this YAML bites people. At some point in their lives, YAML will bite people. And that day, I really lost it. I've been working with YAML forever. YAML's everywhere, CI/CD, configuration, everywhere. And it just, from a very first principles perspective, it simply didn't make any sense to me. Something that insults your intelligence, something that is such a big cognitive burden on the human mind. Why is it everywhere? So there was only one solution in front of me. I sat down, thought very calmly. One path emerged. I had a life, like a million things to do in life, but there was only one path ahead. I had to make a new language, which was better than YAML. Very rational choice. This was sometime last year, a year and a half ago. I obviously didn't find any time to work on this or prototype this, but I finally managed to a few months ago. So HUML, HUML stands for Human-Oriented Markup Language. Of course, I looked at all the existing possible configuration and markup languages. Why reinvent the wheel? Most languages here, listed here, are the popular ones. Many of them are configuration-oriented. Yes, humans can read them, but they're not really built for human readability. YAML apparently was, but we just saw that it's an illusion. These are just 2 things that I showed. YAML has like 50 similar things, which are worse. JSON requires formatting. I can write JSON in really cryptic ways. It'll parse, but no human will be able to read it. Most of these things really require formatters. None of these things really offer that guarantee that what you see is what you get, that what you see on your screen, you can mentally parse, and a parser can also parse. So these were the goals. Human readability and editability, I don't think it's a real word, above all else. You look at something, you should be able to visually comprehend the data structures, hierarchies, types. It should be inflexible. That was really key. You should only have it should only allow one way of representing something. And it should be as strict as possible, like annoyingly strict. Over a period of time, you realize, I think it's a form of getting jaded, you realize that flexibility in programming languages, flexibility in markup languages, etc., are extremely overrated. I think they're detrimental. There's a fine balance between being flexible enough and opening a Pandora's box of things that go way beyond the spec. So, must be what you see is what you get. That was the goal. And like I said, these are all very subjective. YAML was a subjective endeavor when it came out 25 years ago. Every language design is subjective. So HUML embodies my subjective opinion of what readability and editability means. So I stewed on it for a year. Every month or so, I'd think about it, write some specs down, on and on. There was this itch, on and off. There was this itch. And finally, like I said earlier, a few months ago, I put some effort into figuring out how to make this work. It kind of looks like this. This is a screenshot. It looks very much like YAML, but it's only a superficial visual relationship that it has with YAML. I'll quickly go through the specs. The entire language spec is really simple. I think it's just 1.5 pages. It's on the website. Only support UTF-8 encoding, basic data types, strings, numbers, booleans, null, list, and dictionaries. Numbers, there are a bunch of different kinds of representations that you can do. You can do the scientific notation, you can do octals, hex, etc. So it has that. Only /n for line breaks. Now, that's a big decision. Windows-style carriage returns are not supported. Every single markup in the world supports it. Here it'll be a parser error. Like I said, very strict, very opinionated. It uses 2 spaces for indentation, and it's extremely strict about spacing. For instance, if you visualize this to be a YAML document or any other markup, you have keys, you have values, and you can have as many spaces as you'd like after the key, after the indicator. Not in HUML. Every bit where there are extra spaces, they're all parser errors. So the document that I produce and the document that somebody else produces will look exactly the same. Because it's so inflexible that you can't even add spaces to stylistically adjust it to your liking. These are all parser errors. Only canonicalized strings. This is a big foot gun. This adds a lot of complexity in implementing parsers. Everything from JSON to YAML to pretty much absolutely everything supports all kinds of encoding and encoded representations of strings. Generally in JSON documents, if you have this Unicode byte string that represents a cat's face, it's encoded. You will see that /x or /u. But HUML doesn't support it. It has to be the canonical version. It doesn't even support any sort of escape sequences. Multi-line strings are extremely complex everywhere. JSON doesn't even support multi-line strings. Of course, you can have an escape /n there, but you can't visualize it. YAML supports it, but you can write it in 63 ways. So what you write, I can't read. What I write, somebody else can't read. And imagine the parser complexity. So HUML supports 2 kinds of multi-line strings. One is with the 3 backticks. There's no need to escape anything. There's no / backticks. There's none of those things because the 2-space indentation where everything begins puts it in an enclosure. So there's no need to even escape it. If you have 3 backticks, all the spaces, everything that's in the line, it's preserved. So what you see is what you get. And in many contexts, this is what you want. There's another form, 3 double quotes, where whatever you write is stripped of spaces from both sides. Preceding and succeeding spaces are stripped. All languages have, not all languages, JSON doesn't. YAML has this, but like I said, there are 9 to 63 ways of achieving this. HUML offers just 2. Now this is the really weird, odd bit. There's this double colon syntax. On top, you can see key value, looks like JSON, looks like YAML, looks like everything else. The second one is a list. It's an array. The key is named list, and there are 3 values there, 1, 2, and 3, mixed types that's supported. But you'll see that it's been denoted with double colons. There's no opening bracket, square bracket, closing square bracket. And the third one is a dictionary. It's a map. You have a key called dict, and you have 2 subkeys, 2 children there, host and port. You'll see that. So why this double colon? I think this is the one thing that I spent most time on when trying to spec out this language. If you don't have a special indicator for vector types, which are lists and dictionaries, you end up needing some sort of an enclosure or some sort of an indicator anyway. Generally, it's square brackets. You can see the JSON, corresponding JSON strings right next to the HUML strings. But the problem with brackets and braces is that once you open them, you have to close them. Mentally, for a human reader, now you have to do balanced bracket matching. For a parser, you have to keep track of opening brackets and balance them and match them. So opening and closing enclosures for vectors is problematic for humans. It's annoying. And it's also complex for parsers. So instead of opening and closing brackets or enclosures, HUML simply uses this double colon syntax. And I think that's the weirdest thing about this. It supports lists, which are arrays. You can write it in a single line, or you can write it as a multi-line array. Now, this is the only thing where HUML allows 2 ways of doing something. And this is also for human readability. Generally, if you have a key and it has 3 short values in a list, it would be odd to look at it like this. The top one looks more natural. So that is left to the writer's or the editor's subjective interpretation. For long lists, you can do multi-line. For single lists, you just do this. But there's no nesting allowed. So what you see is what you get. You don't have to mentally keep nesting. It's not allowed. You can't write that. Same with dictionaries. You can have a single-line dictionary or you can have a multi-line dictionary. However, nesting and sub-dictionaries are not allowed in the single-line format. That's a very opinionated, subjective take, but that's what it is. Now, the cool thing about this project was that the easiest bit would have been writing the specs. Not easy mentally, but physically that would have been the easiest bit. But writing a parser for this or any other language is an uphill battle. You have to spend time, effort, you have to write tests, you have to iron out all the issues. So I wrote the first parser in Go, and this is where LLM assistance became like a silver lining. If I didn't have LLM assistance, and I've used DeepSeek, Gemini, Claude, whatever has been available, I would have managed to come up with just one parser library, and I would have hoped that somebody takes an interest in this language and they do other implementation. Generally, that's how these things go. Community releases SDKs and parsers and whatnot. But thanks to LLMs, I put in all the effort into nailing the Go parser. It's a simple, naive parser. And then with LLM assistance, I was able to quickly port it to JavaScript, Python, and Rust was a contribution, was a user contribution. So just as I announce or open up this experimental language, it comes with 4 SDKs to parse the language. It simply would have been impossible otherwise. Now what's even more important is that anybody who takes the minutest interest in this experiment, you'd like to play around with it. And if you get a plain text dump of a structure that I showed you earlier without syntax highlighting, that's an instant no-go. Now, I've never written a plugin for VS Code or Sublime or CodeMirror or Vim. And if you want to add syntax highlighting for a certain language, you have to write a plugin. You need to know the entire schema system, how it works. I simply didn't have the time. Again, LLMs were like a silver lining here. I was able to generate syntax highlighters for all of these platforms. And with the same thing, with the JavaScript parser and the CodeMirror syntax highlighter, I was able to add a live playground to the website. So there's a to and fro conversion thing where you can convert JSON to YAML, YAML to JSON, HUML to JSON, on and on. So from a project perspective, from the perspective of an experiment that I'm releasing, I realized how powerful this sort of an approach is for adoption. Like I said, if somebody has the slightest inclination to try this out, all the tools are there, from syntax highlighting to parsers to a live playground. You can do whatever you want, rather than just a spec. So without all of this, it would just have been a parser. Now, I thought I'd open the website here and run you through the spec, but that would just be boring. You can check it out. It's a single-page spec. There are these implementations. You can try it out. And what I would request everyone to do now is to go back to your work and replace everything with HUML. Tell your project leaders, tell your CTO, VP of engineering that we're ditching YAML. There's this cool thing called HUML. And no, just kidding. If it interests you, try it out. I had this itch that I really wanted to scratch, so I built it. Hariharan, who works with me, he's in my team. He's building a DevOps system where is a job sequence orchestrator, like a Rundeck alternative, open source. He's promised me that he'll add HUML support, but I think it's out of sympathy. I don't think there's going to be any traction there, but he will add that. So there'll be one prod system with HUML support. Anyway, that's all that I wanted to share. Please check out the website, the specs, playground. Thank you. If you have questions. Please don't give the mic to Anand. He's going to grill me.
So I have a doubt regarding the most skeptical part that you had also mentioned, which was the enclosures. Since this is more of a human-oriented language itself, isn't it more visually better to see the enclosures itself rather than having, let's say, a double colon itself? So right now I can't perceive, like, let's say it's a a list of, let's say, it's of 2 dimensions. I can see this not becoming like clean for me to read it, like as you are showcasing it. Right now it's good enough to read, but the enclosures make more sense for me to like read, right? So how did you come to the decision that this would alternatively be better than me physically writing that? And about like, let's say writing one particular, character there, you have to again close it, right? Most of the editors now do have the power for completing the other one on your own. So it's not like we are manually writing it, and it's not that it bothers most of us, at least to me. So like, I just want to hear your more thoughts about how exactly did you come to this conclusion that this will be better for HUML?
See, better is subjective. Like I said, it's very opinionated. What you said last is an interesting bit. We have now editors, syntax highlighters, lots of tooling built around all of this. But we've had to build so much tooling. We've had to build YAML formatters, JSON formatters, etc., because these languages are so wildly flexible that without tooling, it's very difficult to work with them. So syntax highlighting is a given, good for visual comprehension. But on VS Code or Sublime, you click on a bracket, it'll draw a line and highlight the next bracket. Without that, you can't parse it. So the very fact that some of these languages require, markup languages require heavy tooling to even afford basic readability and editability is a testament to the argument that I'm making, that it should be what you see is what you get. And brackets are bad. I mean, I like brackets. Of course, I like brackets, but we're not talking about, imagine a nested if condition, which is on a single line. How can you visually parse 3 opening brackets and figure out where they're closing, right? So brackets look good in small little context when you have a small little snippet, but if you have 4 levels of nested things, you now have to mentally match 4 levels of opening brackets and 4 levels of closing brackets. One thing YAML does reasonably well there is that it forces the vertical indentation-based layout so you can visually comprehend, and that's what HUML also borrows. So it's a subjective take, but try working with 6 levels of nested arrays and mentally matching where the bracket closes. It's problematic. And the moment you see double colon here, you know it's a vector. So you don't have to think about it anymore. And beyond that, you just comprehend it visually. Either it's a single line with 2-3 keys, or it's multi-line. So that's the thinking. It's very subjective.
Hi. So I had a quick question about indentation. Is HUML opinionated about indentation?
Very strict. 2 spaces, that's it. Everything else is a parser error.
Okay. Yeah, because I've gotten a very ambiguous error here. Ambiguous empty vector error.
This is the problem. This is what happens when you're not strict with indentation.
Yeah.
Like nobody can figure out what's going on. YAML allows everything.
Yeah. How about white space characters other than space?
Every stray space is a parser error. So after that dash in the list in HUML, for instance, there should be exactly 1 space. If you have a trailing space at the end of the line, that's a parser error.
No, what about other characters that are not space? White space characters other than space?
You mean strings? All strings have to be enclosed. Non-white space characters in the place of white space characters are a parser error. Everything is a parser error.
Understood.
I really like the simplicity and kind of the way you were enforcing it. So one place where I kind of was really confused was, why do you actually have 2 different ways of writing multi-line strings? The second one felt like redundant to me. That could be handled in the application where it was basically stripping the trailing spaces with the 3 double quotes.
So this is in fact
This is nice.
Yeah.
The next one. Yeah. So I didn't really see a need for this to be part of the in the language spec.
So this is a, are we out of time? Well, I have a minute, yeah. This is, again, subjective. It's a heuristic. If you look at any system, including, I think, Python, that supports multi-line strings, there are multiple semantics. Even in Go, which doesn't have, programming language Go, which doesn't have great semantics for multi-line strings, you have this. You have a backtick which gives you static literal strings. So it's literally literal strings versus non-literal strings. Yes, this could have been done in the application layer, but
the reason I'm asking is it felt like out of place because you've been really strict with everything else. Even extra space, trailing space is a parsing error, and you're adding provision for something like that. Felt like this is kind of looked like an exception.
this is the great thing about an experimental language. I'll go change the spec right now and remove this. So I'll take that into consideration and think about it again.
One more. Okay.
He raised his hand.
Hi, here. Kailash. Yeah. So you were talking about the the hell that brackets can create, but that needed you to support nested lists, but you don't support nested lists.
HUML supports nested lists, but it doesn't allow nested lists on a single line, where it creates great cognitive difficulty to parse. Multi-line, of course, you can keep on nesting.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I have a bug to report. It looks like inline, you can have inline dictionaries, right?
Yes.
And you're not supposed to be able to have duplicate keys in a dictionary?
Please send a PR.
Will do.
I'll work on it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I was just playing around with the playground. Looks like, here. I was playing around with the playground, but does this spec allow leading spaces in the first key? So like lots of spaces, HUML : string.
It shouldn't. I have some 170 test cases, and I remember covering this. Is it happening?
Yeah, it seems to be covered. Like
it could be a bug in the JavaScript parser.
Okay.
But yeah, it shouldn't allow, because that breaks indentation.
And I can have embedded strings. So can I have like a HUML document within a HUML document? Is that
not allowed? So that's another notorious thing that Python allows with Python directives, subdocuments, etc. It's not allowed. Yeah. Seems like HUML is a really bad language. It allows nothing, has bugs.
I remember you had a Viper alternative library for Go. Does that support HUML?
Yes, it does. I miss mentioning that. In the Go ecosystem, for configuration parsing, Viper is the #1 library. It's horrible. I have a long issue thread on the thing. Poor implementation and now bloated. So in 2019, I wrote another alternate library, lightweight, called conf. And I think it's probably now the second most popular config parsing library in the Go ecosystem. I added HUML support there. So
lunch is open. We can take one more question maybe, but if you want to leave, you can leave for lunch.
You have like multi-line support for, you have multi-line support for lists. I was thinking that let's say I have 25 key value pairs, right? And if I read that in a dictionary, wouldn't it be more readable to have that also across multiple lines? In case of a dictionary, key value pair, one key value pair per line. Now, did you think about this, or?
It has multi-line index. So if you have just 2-3 keys which are fixed in a configuration, you can put them in one line. If you only have, for instance, host and port, it looks cleaner on one line. But anything more than 2 or 3 things, you should just do multi-line index, just like how we do in JSON or YAML.
So multi-line dictionary is also supported, you're saying?
It's supported.
Oh, okay. You simply wrote list there, so I thought it's not supported.
No, it is. Yeah. Single line and multi-line vectors are supported. Yeah. That's all done. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
industry. There is this open MDW license, model data and weights license, that Linux Foundation has bought in with Amazon, Meta, and a lot of other companies, where they are trying to add a single easy-to-use license to this entire model, so that all the model, the data sets, everything, the pre-training code, and all the moving parts have an easy-to-use license, so that developers, who are actually the end users of this LLM, if you see, because we are the ones who are going to use it to create products, can actually use it and just know what we can do with it. So that is something that is happening right now. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, one small point, Tarunima. I think it's, for me personally, it's very surprising how the generative AI ecosystem has completely swallowed the AI conversation. Because in my previous life, I was using AI ML models and building models on a regular basis. It was not like large language models. And there's a lot of very interesting and also very impactful things that are happening in the general AI model space. And a lot of these things are completely sort of ignoring what is possible in the AI ML space, and also are sort of like pushing that space potentially in the wrong direction. But yeah, sorry, I did want to clarify it, because please don't think that generative AI is the only thing that exists in the AI ML ecosystem. Sorry, Tarunima.
Hello, yeah, okay. I was actually going to say that, we seem to be having this Apple fell on Newton's head and Newton discovered gravity theory of AI, as if like pre-2021, like there was no AI, right? And even with large language models, we've seen things gradually get bigger, right? But you had post or pre-chat GPT, we had a lot of models, and no one was concerned about, no one had these questions about, oh, is this open source, not open source? And also there wasn't as much confusion, right? So a model that we have used fine-tuned, which is BERT, I think that the weights, the training code, the data, all of that is open. It's just that at some point, some entity decided to scrape every possible thing that they possibly could find and throw it at a model. And now we are at a point where we are saying, oh, but this is like some absolutely new paradigm, and none of the concepts that we knew earlier hold. So your question is primarily about free and Libre AI, right? Like we're trying to move away from open AI or openness in AI. And I mean, if I had to think of the spirit of the 4 freedoms, which is that you want to be able to read the code, you want to be able to investigate the code, you want to be able to modify it and distribute it, right? So those are the 4 things. And as Rakesh rightly pointed out, that we are in that space where, because of how big these systems have become, none of us are actually going to host any of this ourselves, right? Like everything has become so big. Part of, I think, pushing for free and Libre AI is to actually push against that direction. That was there no other possible paradigm of AI where we could, actually more easily host these models on our own systems, right? You do have smaller models. Even with Llama, we always, with all these companies, they will reduce a smaller sized model that will work for us. But I think we've gotten so captured with this current paradigm of throw all the possible data to get this marginal efficiency that we have given up on even thinking about the way some of this data is being acquired. So very a case in point is the recent case that Anthropic fought in the New York court against, I think, a guild of authors, right? And the New York court, while it said that Anthropic needed to pay the authors, also had a caveat saying that, oh, but Gen AI is a big enough use case that the efficiency or the economic merit is so high that we understand the violation of copyright. And I think this is a paradigm I just don't understand. Like, how is this free or Libre or, and I think, yeah, for all of us, where I would really call for a radical reimagination is of how we even think of some of these Gen AI models, right up from how we collect the data to, the hardware and how all of that happens. And all of this is while I agree with Rakesh that the biggest models are not the models that we could host. And yes, we will not always be using free and Libre AI models in our production code. That is understood. But all of us as a community should be thinking of alternative imaginations of AI that comply with the 4 freedoms.
So, sorry, Rakesh Garu. I did want to, I think I finally remembered why I think I was trying to push for free Libre AI. Because anytime I talk to someone who's part of the general public and I say, hey, look, we're trying to do open source AI, that term has just gotten so attached to OpenAI itself. Even technical people, right? I'm honestly surprised about the fact that even technical people in the software ecosystem, when I tell them open source AI, they immediately go to OpenAI. And I feel like, I don't know if, again, I'm guessing maybe we could fight that battle and ensure that the words are actually getting used correctly. But I do feel like maybe this is going to ensure that at least people here don't confuse with what we're trying to talk about. But, sorry, did you have another follow-up, sir? No. Okay. I think I do want to move on to the next thing, which is, again, the interesting thing about AI in general, right? Like, and including generative AI, is the fact that the data is an important aspect of it, the models are an important aspect of it, and then trying to understand how the models were generated with the scripts, and also finally inference, right? What sort of usage restrictions exist. And there again, like, there are problems with each of these individual domains which we need to address if we want to be able to meaningfully talk about, again, like even a potential free Libre AI. Could you please talk about it from, let's say, an open data angle, from a technical angle, and from the point of view of what sort of policies do we need to be able to ensure that inference and actually using the models isn't without restriction and is also not, again, disenfranchising people?
Yeah. So at least I'll speak on the data angle. So if you look at from a data point of view, government is the largest producer of data, especially on things that are important, things that can actually matter. So if you look at the open data, the progress in India as well. So technically the license that was defined in 2012 as part of the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy was simply about all non-sensitive data that is generated, collated, quote unquote, with public funds was supposed to be open, technically, theoretically. So while, we've made some progress with multiple departments, putting up initiatives, launching all of these, we still have a situation where most government departments don't agree with each other on what they feel is open. So for instance, you have these data portals, at least if I count, there are at least 5 different data portals of the government of India itself. So one run by Niti Aayog, one by the Ministry of Electronics, one by Ministry of Urban Affairs, one by somebody else. So most of these follow the GODL license, which came out, like I said, in 2012, the government open data license, which is, you could say, very similar to CC BY. But there are a lot of other important data, which again, in some ways is more valuable to AI models, is our archival data. The National Archives has, a digital repository called Abhilekh Patal. Now, if you go to their website and see, they say you ask me before using it. You have to write to me, take my permission. Same goes with our parliamentary debates. So a lot of these are important. For example, the other day I was talking to people, something that we could do at least on the open source front is, there's no model for, let's say, when I thought about it, there's no model for legislatures. So how legislative debates happen, because these are important parts that define policy. There's no even a small model that somebody trained on legislative data. So can we do it in India? We can. But again, the challenge is there is an e-Parliament digital library. Again, you need to take their permission before you start using it. So somewhere I think this even before we get to the open source AI definitions, these contradictory terms need to be, especially in the government part. Private I can understand. It's in the it's ultimately with the entity that is producing it. But with the government itself, there are these varied definitions of open data that actually makes it very, very difficult because, same like how it happened with the gaming bill. One fine day, somebody will wake up and pass an order saying none of these data could be used. So we need to sort out these things. I think if we can do this, then I think the data layer is something that we should target. And I, for one, believe that more than fighting on the large model bit, I think data is something that India has. and India should fight on, along with, of course, investing efforts on sovereign LLMs and all. So we're not investing enough. Neither the government is investing enough. There's no popular demand as well. We're also caught up with the narrative around large language models that we're not even talking about what is required to make them successful. So somewhere I think what we're also trying to do is telling people that data is far more important. Now we have reached a stage where most of the frontier models have, like she was saying, except for marginal efficiency, they're all more or less similar for your kind. What differentiates, especially from an Indian point of view, is data, which you're not focusing enough. I think we can start with the government, where, so for example, their AI coach, they started something called as AI coaches that will give models, data sets. Even there, the licensing is, I can understand for a private entity, but even for government entities, there are varied kinds of licenses, which of course does not solve the problem and adds to the uncertainty that people have in using such data.
Ashita, could you talk about the technical aspects, and then I think we'll jump into what sort of meaningful policy do we actually need to be able to, again, ensure that the models aren't disenfranchising people.
So from the technical aspect, let's get to inference. So if you use open source software, so the open source technology that we used to use was neutral. Okay, whether I use it sitting in Slovakia, whether I use it sitting in India, Vietnam, US, I was getting the same output. Now with LLMs, that's not the case. There is this bias in data. So given the fact that most of the LLMs are being built, say in the US or the China region, and the other parts of the world are not contributing so much to the building of an LLM, I think that's where we'll start lacking in terms of getting the nuances. So, and that definitely starts from data. Now the fact that these models that are being built are not completely open. So if you so one of the frameworks that is there is the model openness framework. So they are not in that open science model category, like an Algo or a LLM 360 models. So I, as a developer sitting in India, even if I have the funds, say I work for a large corporate and I'm able to get those funds that I need to, be able to rerun it, to be able to break it apart and build it with the nuances that I want to use it for my use case. That is something that is not being possible, because all of these popular models are not exactly open. So that is something that from a technical aspect, I think if we want to build for use cases in India, we will not be able to do that using these large language models of the major companies that are there. So that is there. And obviously, the difference is getting bigger and bigger. We need more investment. We need more investment from the community, from the government sector, as well as from the corporate sector, so that we can bridge this gap very quickly. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to call out one thing again. I think everyone here might have heard about the open source AI definition, but you should go and check out the model openness framework. It's surprising, again, how that might be becoming the anchor point for us in terms of open source AI definition, and we don't acknowledge the fact that, hey, no, look, there could be this continuum, and we need to acknowledge what that continuum might look like. Because unless we sort of see that open science models are possible and exist, there are models which, again, could fully, do feel like they encompass the free Libre philosophy, right? And unless you know it, unless you realize that, no, this is possible, maybe we'll never actually say that, no, why aren't other models doing the same thing? But yeah, sorry, Tarunima.
So both, I think, both on the data and the hardware aspect, I would say there's stuff that we could do. On the data, I agree with Rakesh actually that there's a lot of data which is public data in the government, and we should try and figure out how we free that up. One of the other things that's happening, we collect and annotate Indian language specific data, right? And there is, as like you rightly said, you need a lot of that to get cultural nuance. In our case, it's around moderation, right? And I absolutely understand the recognition for collecting some of this data. What makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable is again, us not questioning the paradigm in which large language models exist and spending more time collecting new language data than maybe freeing up public or government data that should have been public, right? So I'm saying even within data collection within India, I would prefer that we put our energies in actually opening some of this public record data to the point that, as well as we can anonymize it, maybe geospatial data, a lot of the data that is locked in the government, I'm really excited about a lot of that. When it comes to language-specific data sets, I think because we are collecting it from people, we should spend a fair bit of time thinking about what is the relationship that the people then have to the data, right? When we crowdsource initiatives, so if anyone attended the morning session, I'm sorry for the redundancy, but when we crowdsource data from people saying that, oh, this is for a greater good, but you're not compensated for it, that's not a great model of collecting data from citizens. They actually don't see the returns of an ML model right away, because often we don't know when in the next 5 years an ML model might be built for their language, right? So on that data, yes, absolutely we should invest in more data, but I would first think about freeing up data locked in the government that should be public record. Second, I think in this forum in particular, like the open hardware conversation is quite exciting. I would love to be able to, see if we can move towards GPUs or things that we could also like tinker with on our own. It's actually very, it's hard to buy GPUs. Often some of us will try and find if we can get it abroad. So if we can actually try and work towards, and that's also a long bet, right? But even the open hardware question around GPUs, I think that would be very interesting to me.
No, but most of these things do feel like long bets, right? Like we need to be able to invest in the right policy now so that over the course of the next 5-10 years. And it also feels like the usual software person's response that, oh, policy is someone else's responsibility. I'll just start another new project, which is going to be a new corpus, a new model, a new something else. But again, I think this is also another reason why all of us need to worry about the technology policy that is like around us. Rakesh Garu, there's one thing that you mentioned which I want to go back to. I wasn't even like thinking about this initially, but this is a small segue and then I'll come back to this. Sai Krishna, I don't know if he's here in the audience, but he's from the Hyderabad community, and he gave a very small lightning talk, like maybe a year or so back, where he took an existing model and he gave it the constitutional debates. Because the constitutional debates, for those of you who don't know, were the debates that happened when the Constitution of India was being drafted. And he wanted to sort of create something interactive which people could use to be able to say, hey, look, like, why is this the way that it is, right? Like, why was this written in the Constitution? Or what was the conversation that happened around those things? Or what was this person's contributions, etc., etc. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because I think a lot of the times, the large language models and generative AI feels very impersonal. Feels like there's no like tinkering in it. Feels like there's no, hey, look, this is something that is interesting, that is like, that's something that we can do, or that's something that we can do something meaningful with. I don't know why that mentality is missing, or what we can do to be able to bring that mentality out. Like, what sort of playful things do you imagine in terms of, oh my God, like, it'll be great if like something like this existed, or if we could work on something like this?
I think it all comes down to awareness and how well the state is also promoting it. So I can think of one example. Recently I was talking, so they, for instance, in most of the large projects, large welfare projects at least, that the government of India implements, there is an inbuilt social audit angle. So in the sense, there is a separate social audit division. So once the welfare scheme is implemented, these divisions go to the grassroots and then do an audit. So it's not a CAG kind of audit where they look at financial records and procedure records, but this is actual social audit. Go to the beneficiary, go to the, so if it is, for example, the National Rural Employment Guarantee work, which has an annual budget of around $8 billion. So they go to the workspace, see if the work was done, measure, and do all of that. And they compile it into reports. And in most of the states, these reports, a large part of them are in the public domain or in the local language. So in Telangana, you'll find them in Telugu, because the ones who are writing the report are all native language speakers. Now this is a wealth of data, because it tells you what is systemically going wrong with that, in that program. It could have, very regional variations. So in a particular taluk, why is that a particular issue comes up all the while. Now, I mean, all of this is in the public domain, in the local language. You cannot have anything better, right? This is almost 10 years of records. think of it like 10 years of records on every village in the country. But I think awareness and the state push is something that we're not seeing. The state push we're seeing is only on the front of GPUs, large language models, but an equal emphasis is also needed on the policy side at least to, like I said, enabling the most people to access these. So it could be shared GPU time. Shared GPU time alone is not adequate because you won't have the resources to run models. So you need to have access to those technical resources as well. So we need to think of it in a direction where, we're also talking in that panel discussion. We should stop equating impact with large. I think that is where we are fundamentally going wrong. So, the moment you talk about impact or a product, people will ask you how many beneficiaries and how many people did you impact. I think that is skewing the discussion, and invariably states also, favor impact in terms of equating that to large. I think once we come out of that, impact may not mean large, but even small, but, it has to be impact. So unless that thinking changes, I don't see policy changing, because policy is all about, unless you say large language model, this is not an AI policy. You cannot talk small. So that fundamental shift in thinking has to change. It's not just with the governments, even I'm sure most of the people sitting in this room, we equate impact with large. I think that fundamental shift in thinking has to happen. And after that, things will start rolling.
Again, Tarunima, Ashita, what use case of like a generative AI or even an AI system makes you feel like, oh my God, I didn't realize that was possible? And again, the more people know that these sorts of things are doable, the more it sort of changes the narrative and the conversations around what these things are, the impact that they have, and who can actually get engaged in some of these things.
So, firstly, what I see is that there is a lot of lacking of awareness in terms of what AI can do. So if we can engage the public, so if they do some routine work, like chatbots. So if you see a lot of customer conversations that happen, that people used to do, now can be done via AI chatbots. And you can have a human to actually evaluate it. And the models are improving in that space. But there are a lot of other use cases. We can free a lot of the routine work that we have to do, be it in our jobs or in our day-to-day work. And especially in the social sector, where I feel people are a lot overburdened with the kind of routine work that has to be done. And AI can actually come and remove a lot of this routine work. But it has to be, obviously, you have to fine-tune it. You need to know how it works. So that kind of awareness is sort of lacking. Especially given the fact that the AI industry is moving so quickly. The improvements, every month you have something or the other coming up, be in terms of reasoning, be in terms of there was this chain of thoughts reasoning model that came up. You have new reasoning models coming up every day. The way to do it, be it in the architecture or the way reasoning is happening, is improving a lot. The models are improving at a bottleneck speed. But people are not aware of that. So I think those sort of awareness programs have to be run. So a lot of corporates are trying to do it with their employees. A lot of corporates have internal trainings and, these sessions where people do it. FOSS is doing a commendable job here. We were talking about agents. We were talking about how AI works. We were showing people gamified demos. I showed a demo of Dungeons and Dragons just to show them that how AI works. Have these simple, interesting use cases. We can show them gamified versions of things, because it is very important to spark the curiosity as well of the young learners. So that is something I feel that in the ecosystem, if we step out of Bangalore, if we go to the remote areas of the country, that is something that is not happening. So definitely we have to work a lot in terms of awareness. And secondly, in terms of compute again. So LLMs will not run on your normal CPU. And we need to have these shared GPUs, shared compute. Now that can be done via public-private partnership. We can have some corporates and the government come in, give it. So there are these government programs that happen where they try to upskill youth in digital technologies. So maybe something like that for AI, if we can have that, so that people can at least try it out. They can see how things are working. So that is where I think if we bring the awareness, if we show them what it is capable of, the use cases will actually come from them. They themselves know in their original, like in the areas that they work in, that yes, this is something that we can try out. And that's where we'll be able to bring about that change. Again, like you said, that large does not mean, like impact does not mean large. You can always use a small language model and just make that change. So that is something where we will have those Indian use cases where we can bring about the change.
Yeah, you set the boundary at free and libre, which is why I'm going to keep pushing on that boundary, right? Like I'm trying to not just, stick with AI. I think I do agree with Ashita in that there is a issue of awareness and there is an issue of literacy. But I'm also trying to then link it to the free and libre argument, right? Which is that I think with code or open source software, what would happen is that you could almost upskill on software engineering by participating in open source projects, right? So you didn't necessarily need to have gone to engineering university. People as young as 11, 12 could start contributing to open source software and sort of upskill there. I think that actually pathway is a lot harder with machine learning and AI because it is more mathematical. I'm not saying it's not possible. I just think it's less likely. So there is an integration in some ways of like science and engineering that is happening with AI. And so I think we do need like a people science component alongside the democratization of resources. I think both of that has to happen together. The world that I would imagine is that if, let's say, there was a session just before this on like a mesh network, right? Where there's a village that says, I want to have a mesh network, which is my own, that is possibly not integrated with the global or like the internet. They have that option of doing it, right? Can we at least think of building of what does it take or to get at least that level of decentralization, even if it's not at the level of the individual, right? So if, let's say it's a university, can a university of 15,000 students get to a point where they can at least have their own models, right? So I'm saying, let's get to a place where we can get 1,000 flowers to bloom, and that will be a far more diverse like landscape in terms of use cases that we haven't yet seen so far.
Nice, it'll take me a long time to process that. It'll take me a long time to like internalize that. That's very interesting. But you sort of teed me up perfectly for the last thing that I want to ask before like opening up for maybe one or two questions. Software, for a lot of people, software is something that happens to them and not something that they can participate in. And again, a lot of what the software ecosystem has actively done and also the policy around the way that software was like adopted by the government is the reason why, again, software is a thing that happens to people. I don't know, like, do you see like some meaningful way by which we can actually say that no, AI isn't something that happens to people, but AI is something that people can participate in?
Yeah, so the analogy that always comes to my mind is actually when there was a spike of space missions, right, in the 2000s, where I think the Mars 2 rovers were sent. There was, I think, there was a shuttle that was being sent to Saturn as well at that time. I'm forgetting the name.
Juno.
Huh?
Juno. Maybe.
Maybe.
No,
I don't remember. I think it was something with a C. But I think, so what I'm saying is, like, when you think about space missions, there was a lot of excitement. Like, I mean, that was when I was in school. There was a lot of excitement around some of these space missions. And it's not something that all of us can directly participate in. It's not something where, it's too centralized. It's very resource intensive. But there was a lot of excitement around that entire, phase. And there was a lot of excitement where, like, I don't know if other people had similar experiences or if you still do, but where I remember we were making like these models with paper models of some of these space shuttles just to understand what would go inside them, right? And it was very exciting. So I think in part what is happening with AI is like we're seeing it for like some of the most silly use cases, right? Like I feel like, sure, chatbots are interesting, but like that can't be all that such a powerful machine does, right? And also it isn't. It is being used in pure sciences, it is being used in research. It's just that that's kind of become the mainstream imagination of what AI can do. So I think maybe like trying to motivate people to think of this transition or think of this like evolution in more creative ways. Like it does more than just produce like probabilistic text. And it can be useful for all of those reasons. So I think we'll have to, again, like that's like the people science connection that I think of.
Yeah, probabilistic text and wrong math.
I think explaining the science behind is key to what Tarunima is suggesting. So all that we are doing even in popular media narrative is magic. So unless you come out of magic, you can't expect people to participate. Not everybody is a magician, right? So I think unraveling and which again goes back to education, schooling. So in fact, since last year, there has been a flood of, gone are the days of edtechs trying to sell you IIT training. Now it's all AI certification. So not change, with the wind happen. I think the government has to, along with, NEP or whatever they're trying to do on the education front, popular media. So unless we break it down and say, of course, this is magic, but there is a method to this madness, this magic, and that method can be used to, like what Tarunima suggested, a lot of use cases beyond what we are using today. I think that is going to be the key. So even if it's small communities, like I said, for example, what stops from practitioners working on, let's say, an employment guarantee scheme to come together with a few technical folks to work on their problem statement. It has nothing to do with a large language model, but they have a problem statement. Yes, LLM can come in handy. So unless those things happen and we see vibrant ecosystems built around those, I think this will continue where it's being pushed top down for certain use cases, and we'll all be boxed into saying, okay, this is how it is to be used. So there is no other way of using it.
Yeah, so actually adding to that, definitely like there is a concern about awareness and education. And in terms of possibilities, I think when we used to use software, there were certain set ways that you could use software. Even today, say if I have to open an app, there is a certain set way that I have to use the app. In a way, it sort of requires knowledge. So it might be native to us millennials or Gen Z, but say if you go to our grandfathers or if you go to someone who was say born in the 1960s, it's not native to them. They are not very, they're not very handy with say an internet banking. They will not be able to do transfers. But what I think is that LLM has generative AI, large language models in general, has this ability to actually build software that can cater to each one of us individually, that can cater to each of our interests. So that personalization angle that has always been missing from software. So be it we pick up anything, be say API testing, say using a container or anything, there are set ways of doing anything. Even in our lives, like fast FMCG is a classic way of us dividing it into segments, but nothing is truly customized. Even medicine, like ideally if you see, doctor will give you say a 40 mg pantoprazole or something. That is also a set thing, but it is not customized. Everyone's body is different, your DNA is different, the way you process things are different. And I think if we actually use the power of LLM, generative AI as such, we'll be able to unlock that. Be it in the field of medicine, be it in the field of vaccines, be it in the field with which we interact with our day-to-day software, clothing, all the consumables that we use, that personalization can come. And I think that is something that we have to educate people. We have to show them how this is possible, because there is often that fear that if I use LLM and if LLM and generative AI starts perpetuating a lot, there'll be a lot of job loss. Everyone will get out of jobs. But there is a positive side also. It will also unlock a lot of opportunities. And if we see it this way, because right now a lot of things treat us as buckets. Like we are divided into certain buckets. Like 100 years back, there were 2-3 buckets. Now we'll have 20 buckets, but we're still bucketed. And each one of us is different. Each one of us is unique. We have a different composition of DNA, and that's how we should be treated. That personalization is something that I feel if LLM is used really well, it will unlock like a wealth of opportunities for everyone, everywhere.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know if you were all looking at the timer. I just wasn't even looking at it. I thought maybe we'll have time for at least one question from the audience. Thank you everyone for being here. If you would like to talk to them about things, please catch them outside. Thank you all.
Oh, sorry. We still have? 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Because it beeped and I threw that. Yeah.
For 30 minutes.
Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Can I have one other? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, no, again, I don't know if anyone has any questions that you'd like to ask. Yes, sir, in the back. Please, if you can speak up, I'll try and repeat the question.
We'll be getting that only. Because we have seen in the past years like how governments have, changed the historical facts according to their
Can
political...
you please restart the question?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Like my question is that while we are expecting from governments to invest in LLMs to create the ecosystem, my concern is that without any data validation framework in place, how can we make sure that governments will not feed the data which will benefit their political ideology? Like in the past we have seen governments have changed the historical facts in NCRT books and all, and even removed some of the scientific facts from the books like periodic table. And this is the reason why you cannot ask about revolution from DeepSeek, while you can ask about Iraq war from ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT is not being funded by US government, while DeepSeek is being, monitored or funded by Chinese regime. So if anyone wants to...
So what we are asking for and seeking is not for government to validate what is history or validate what is happened. What we are only asking is whether Tarunima spoke about public records, is for these records to be more easily available to people. Now, what do we make out of those records is anybody's guess. You wish to build something, I can something. So I don't think the ultimate outcome that anybody can control, whether it's a government or anything. The fundamental need or demand from all of us should be that there has been a lot of money that has gone into creation of these archives, this data, and ideally they should be available to the public. So fine, validation can happen at the level of, if you are building something, you can build your own validation framework. I don't think there is a third independent or somebody which can build these frameworks, because to each his own. It all depends on what you're using the data for. So I think the fundamental demand is to make this data available.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone else have a question? Yes.
Hi. So what are your thoughts on small language models, and is there a possibility for us to make homemade small language models through the available hardwares out there?
Actually, Padmini was in the audience and I saw Padmini go. That's her area of research. If you find her in the conference, you can talk to her in detail. I honestly don't know the trade-offs in terms of performance, like model capabilities and data size. I'm hopeful that it would be reasonable, but I actually don't have the math or the numbers for this, so I don't have an educated opinion on it. Sorry. But yeah, what I'd say is I hope it's useful, and definitely even like small data sets aren't. being used to fine tune. And so, can you hear me now? Yeah, so I'm saying, yeah, there is obviously fine tuning and improving language performance, but where you're pre-training from a small data set, I actually don't know the trade-offs there.
Any other questions or like thoughts? Yes.
So my question is more towards the technical side. So like for every open weights model which is released by like AI companies and all, we see that at least for open weights models there is no single inference provider. So like let's say some models run better on VLLM, some models run on llama.cpp, and like last week we got Qwen 3 next, and like the Qwen 3 team, they just they released the model and then they just did nothing, because like to them after you release the models.safetensors file, it's over for them. But then most of the community effort related to AI, at least in terms of LLMs, I feel it's more about getting the open weights model, then quantizing it on their own, like making the GGUF files, and then making sure the GGUF file runs on the inference engine. Like even a week later, even though Qwen 3 Next is one of the biggest releases we've had all year, llama.cpp still doesn't have support for it, like at least till 3 days ago. So what are your thoughts on what these big AI companies, because AI corporations right now, they are the ones driving the innovation in this, right? So what do you think these companies, like what initiatives should they take to ensure that their models are more open for people to use and not just drop the weights and run off?
Could I add a small note to this? Open source projects have released versions, and when people are missing something in it, they usually go and ask the open source project, and the open source project usually says, do it yourself or contribute something. So with open weights model, the fundamental problem is the fact that we are not able to do something ourselves. Or even if we are able to do something, why are we not like empowered to be able to do the quantization and then like release official versions of that which are easily like runnable on like certain machines? So again, I do think there's some amount of like change in the way that we want to be thinking in terms of, again, why is there no community engagement in some of these things? Why is this perception that, oh, it's only large corporates and conglomerates where innovation is happening in the first place? And why is the conversation always centered around how can we best run open weights models instead of, hey, how can we work together on AI models in general? And again, models which aren't restricting and aren't disenfranchising.
No, the thing is, like, as of right now, I think all of us can agree that open weights models released by like closed source companies, like that's what's driving. I mean, that's what everyone is using right now, right?
That's what people are using, but that's not innovation. I'm sorry, this isn't like necessarily like relevant, but yeah, if you would like to answer, then like please go ahead.
Like my question is more specifically about like in the AI field, especially for LLMs, for every new LLM we get a new type of architecture, and the community has to work on adding support for that new architecture to the existing inference engines. Like the community has to add it themselves for things to start working. So like,
but I think my only sense, and I might turn out to be wrong in the future, I think that will stabilize, right? Because what has happened over the last 3 years is that there's been a lot of like version changes, more data being added, and now we're seeing diminishing returns. I think my sense is, we're in another 3 years, we're actually going to stabilize to a few where adding more data is not going to yield as much, efficiency gain. And so then we will, and that at that point, that ecosystem will stabilize, and then whatever the quantized models are, all of those will be useful. So I guess what I'm saying is that this is a problem of the short run, and because all the big players who are just obsessed with like proving that they're a better model, even when the business case for some of these foundational models is not made, right? That's just all that they're chasing. And I think in a couple of years, this problem that you're describing is just going to vanish on its own. That's my theory.
Yeah, and also adding to the fact, like the number of models that will release will obviously maybe die down with time. because of the gains that they will get incremental will not be there. But also the fact that we will have a lot more people in the community to contribute. So right now that talent pool that is there is pretty limited. There are not a lot of people who are doing these community work in order to improve the inference engines. So with time, that will also explode. So, so we will have that proper equilibrium that we have right now for open source.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one last question. I think we can end early in that case. Thank you very much, folks. Thanks to the panelists one more time.
Hi, there's an announcement. So there is a submissions happening for Flash Talk near Audi 2. Flash Talk is like if you get selected, you can speak for 10 minutes. Yeah, it's at Audi 2. So the next talk is by KC Sivaramakrishnan, who is a faculty at IIT Madras, CTO at Tarites. From reading his bio, he is a OCaml guru, I guess. So yeah, he'll be talking about OCaml, and he has actually contributed to OCaml. Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Okay, it's on now. No, this is fine. Okay, I'm starting 2 minutes early, so I assume I have 2 more minutes to go through my talk. So I thought I would start with a little bit of an introduction to just set the stage. I am a professor at IIT Madras. I work on programming languages, form verification and systems. I'm also a core maintainer of the OCaml programming language, which I will talk about a lot in this talk. And I am also a CTO at Tarites. So Tarites is an open source software shop. We do a lot of work on functional programming, and we build functional systems, and we think functional programming is a great way to build functional systems. So a lot of the work that Tarites does is open source, and we spend a lot of time maintaining the platform tools in the open source ecosystem of OCaml. And we also have maintainers of the OCaml compiler, including me, who are part of the company. So we do a lot of cool work, which I'll tell you a bit about in this talk. So this is a wonderful IDE. This is the Turbo C++ IDE. I learned to program C in this language. I was very young. I thought C was this perfect and final thing, right? It's like this well-shaped thing. It's a diamond that has been cut, and it's the final thing, and there is nothing else to be added or removed. I thought it was unchanging, just like mountains and oceans are, right? You see mountains and oceans, there is no reason to believe that mountains and oceans do change. They've always been there. They sort of will always be there. That was my assumption. But then I grew up and realized that mountains and oceans do change. They change over millions of years, right? You just don't get to see them. Just like that, programming languages also change. They change much faster than millions of years, but it's still hard to see. So my goal of this talk is to sort of provide some insight into how programming languages do evolve. In particular, I have experience with OCaml, so I'm going to restrict myself to OCaml, maybe making some connections to other programming languages as we go along. I assume a lot of you wouldn't have heard of OCaml, so I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about OCaml. So it's a functional first programming language. but it has support for other means of programming, including imperative programming, and it has wonderful object-oriented system as well. It has a static type system with Hindley-Milner type inference. All that means is you don't need to write any types. OCaml will infer all the types for you and check the program for type safety. It has a number of advanced features that industrial users like, and recently it has gained support for multi-core and effect handlers. So one of the things that OCaml does very well is compile to native code. So it has fast compilation down to x86 and ARM and RISC-V and plenty of other architectures. But you can also compile OCaml code down to JavaScript and WebAssembly. In particular, OCaml is the first language to target WebAssembly garbage collection proposal. WebAssembly 3.0 was officially released, officially notified a couple of days ago. And OCaml is the first language to take advantage of that. There is wonderful platform support. We have editor support, build system, package manager, and so on. It has a nice repository of packages. It's a small but mature package ecosystem. There are notable industrial users, some of which you might know, Jane Street, Meta, Microsoft, and so on. So one of the primary reasons why industrial users like OCaml is what is known as high dynamic range. So OCaml is great for writing things that are little scripts that you just want to run, but also large-scale systems that run on multiple machines and do interesting things. We also build research prototypes to production infrastructure. So OCaml is a language that is great for building compilers. Hack is this language from Meta with which Facebook is written. The compiler is written in OCaml. The first version of the Rust programming language compiler was written in OCaml. And even today, WebAssembly reference interpreter is written in OCaml. OCaml also has a great UI story. Ahrefs is this company which is a very large SEO tooling company. All of their front end happens to be written in OCaml and compiled to JavaScript, obviously. For systems programming, OCaml has always been excellent. So if you use Docker for Mac or Windows, you are using OCaml libraries in the backend. So one thing that OCaml is used for internally is that Docker allows you to run Linux containers on non-Linux hosts, Docker for Mac and Windows, and it is made possible thanks to OCaml libraries. So we've also put OCaml in space. So there is a spin-out of Teradata called Parsimony, where we've developed something called a Space OS, which is aiming to put a little hypervisor on your satellites so that you can run your own applications on the satellite. And we launched this little CubeSat with some OCaml running earlier this year on a SpaceX thing. So OCaml is running in space. OCaml is favored for writing correct code, and correctness is necessary in finance. Perhaps the largest OCaml user is Jane Street, who have 60 plus million lines of code that does everything from trading systems to web UIs that the traders use to writing hardware. Right? So they produce, they write OCaml code to produce programs that run on FPGA that does deep packet inspection of the packets flowing in. So OCaml is great for lots of things, but you would be surprised to know that OCaml is 29 years old, perhaps older than many of you in this audience. Just to drive the point home, when OCaml was released, this movie was still running in the theaters, and this was the best-selling phone the year OCaml was released. It's been around for a while, right? So OCaml 1.0 was released in 1996, but it already had a lot of the features that industrial users still love about OCaml. So it had low latency garbage collector, fast native backend, a powerful module system. But the ideas themselves come from much, much longer ago, right? So the type system and type inference comes from Robin Milner's really nice work on LCF theorem prover. So this theorem prover needed a meta language for which he invented OCaml, which sort of ended up being like a real language that influenced many languages. But we've been steadily improving OCaml as well. OCaml 4.0 was released in 2012 with GADTs, and OCaml 5.0 with multi-core parallelism and effect handlers. So there has been steady evolution over 50 years of ideas and maybe 30 plus years of code, right, which you can still run. So the question is, as a programming language, how do you thrive, not just survive, after 30 plus years? So the secret sauce with OCaml is it's a very simple language and it's a very stable language. So OCaml won the SIGPLAN Programming Languages Software Award in 2023. So the creator of OCaml, Xavier Levesque, gave this very nice speech where he highlighted a couple of points why OCaml is favored by industrial users. A point that he mentioned is OCaml has a very simple cost model. So you write a program, you can know how much time and space the program would take. And the second thing is compiler does not do too many optimizations. It does predictable optimizations where you look at a code, you know the assembly code that it is going to produce, and you make a little change, you know what change the assembly is going to produce. So it is very nice for the programmer to use the language, right, while still staying very high level. So the interesting thing with OCaml is we deeply care about backwards compatibility. So you can very likely take OCaml code from 20 years ago, and then you can compile it with the latest compiler, and the code will continue to work. I usually invite my friends from JavaScript community to try OCaml, and then they would go look at the package ecosystem. First complaint is the package ecosystem is very small. The second complaint would be that, look, this package has not been updated for 6 months, so it must be dead, right? It's quite the opposite. It's good enough. There is nothing to be done to keep it working, right? So it just stays, and we can sort of keep it running. This is something completely different from other languages that are out there and new and so on, right? So there is this tension between simplicity and stability of the language and this need for innovation and growth. You have to pick a side, and OCaml is squarely on the side of simplicity and stability. It may strike one as a very conservative language because it is designed to be so, right? And that's one of the strengths of OCaml. So going on to how the OCaml compiler development is organized. So there are 27 OCaml maintainers from different parts of the world, across industry and academia. And the point to note here is that none of these people are paid to work on the compiler. They have some day job, which may involve some OCaml hacking, but they choose to contribute to the compiler, right? Like me, I'm not paid to work on OCaml, but my work has some overlaps with OCaml, which I sort of use to contribute to the language. The other big thing is that these maintainers are just custodians of the language, so they are not the ones deciding what features go into the language, right? This is very important. We just make sure that OCaml remains true to what it's supposed to be. But then you can ask who decides how the language evolves. I want to convince you in the rest of the talk that you can. Okay, so that's my goal. So in terms of language evolution, there are different models. There is a user-driven model which OCaml and Python and maybe even Rust sort of follows. You heard a talk yesterday about JavaScript where it was mentioned that it's a standards-driven model. OCaml is a user-driven model. If you like a certain feature which you like to see in OCaml, you can go make an issue where you say, here is a feature that I would like to have. You build some consensus. Once there is some discussion, you can make a PR directly to the language, and it will make it. This is quite different from how C and C++ evolve, where there is a standards body, and there are discussions around the standards body who define how the language should evolve. Right? And there is also this WebAssembly which sort of sits in between. You can participate in WebAssembly discussions. You can just go and participate, have your ideas heard. But at the end of the day, there are four big browser vendors today, right? And they have to decide to implement this feature or not. And while it is not explicitly there, there is a soft veto power that these large vendors have, right? And the other thing that I would like to sort of highlight is that there is no separate language in OCaml separate from the compiler. So what does this mean? Unlike this is the C standard, which you can go buy from ISO website. You can pay 25,000 rupees to officially download it. But in OCaml, whatever language that version of the compiler accepts is the OCaml language. So in a way, bar is a little lower for accepting features into the language. Okay, so OCaml has a open process where it will evolve. What does that mean? OCaml compiler is maintained on GitHub. All the discussions are public, right? So you can go look at the PRs, issues, RFCs, they're all there. There is a usual complaint from the community that there are some discussions happening between the maintainers in some walled garden. That is not true. There is a maintainer list. You'd be surprised if you receive an email on that list, which would just mean that we are inducting a new maintainer, right? There is no discussion that happens there. Everything is public. You can go see all of the action on GitHub. So how does the actual change happen? There is a multi-speed model. So for small fixes and features, you just go and make an issue, make a PR. You get that discussed on that thread and get that merged. For that merge, one of the maintainers has to approve it, and that's the gatekeeping thing. But usually, if the agreement is there, we just sign off and it gets in. But for large features, we have to sort of agree on a mechanism that might be very different for the nature of the feature. So it may require publishing papers, extensive performance evaluation, formalized soundness results, and so on. But what I would like to sort of highlight is presumably small features sometimes take a lot of time. I would like to tell you about one of those. Oops, actually, just give me a second. This is okay. This should be it. Okay. Yeah. So there was an issue. I have the right thing now. Okay. So the small change, right? I want to talk about one small change, which on the first go, it would have seemed like a really, really small change that should get in. So C++ has this vector, standard library vector type, where you can add an element and this array grows, right? OCaml doesn't have it. So a student coming from C++ community noticed, okay, this doesn't have a type. Let me add dynamic arrays, that is what he called, to the standard library. So he opened a PR on November 15th with 200 lines of code, and immediately there was a lot of support from people, right? People recognized, okay, this is going to be useful, let's have it in the language. But the implementation was rather naive and there was room for improvement. So we said we should discuss this. Let's close the PR for now. Let's discuss it in a different thread. People are busy, so this got reopened by someone else working on it, picking it up in 2022. So this was a person who is an OCaml expert but not a maintainer. So he came up with a much cleaner API, also a very, very optimized implementation. There was a lot of discussion around the implementation, but not much on the API. So again, we decided that we have to close this because the discussions weren't going in the right direction. We were discussing two different things, both the API and the implementation at the same time. So we decided to close this PR, but open a different one. As you can see, a new one was opened a week before this was closed, where we'll keep the clean API, but a very simple implementation. We wanted to separate out the conversations, right? This was discussed a lot, 342 comments on this thread, right? And this was merged in October 2023. And finally, once now we've solved the API question, you can actually go ahead and optimize the implementation, right? So this was finally merged in May of 2024. So if you look at the summary, right, this feature was proposed as a very small 200-line PR to OCaml in 2019. And then it was finally merged in 2024 with 2,500 lines of code. There were 500 plus comments in various PRs. You might wonder, okay, is this all worth it? And as maintainer, I would say that yes, it's definitely worth it, because the way we are thinking is you write your code today with dynamic arrays in OCaml. We want this to work for the next few decades, right? That's the timeline that we are thinking about. And it's much harder to undo changes once you put it into a language that's open source. So we think about it a lot. This is not all of your typical case. I'm sort of highlighting one of the interesting ones, but that's there. Let's look at a larger change that I have been involved in. So this is multi-core OCaml, which aims to add native support for concurrency and parallelism to OCaml. So this brings in two features, concurrency and parallelism, which are considered separate. I won't go into the details here. But there were massive challenges for adding such a feature into a language, right? So we needed a new garbage collector and a new multi-core capable runtime system for OCaml for this. So this is almost like replacing the engine of a car while the car is running. So it's a very, very massive change in a language that is proud to be conservative, right? The other thing is OCaml has been one of the last few systems programming languages to gain multi-core. By the time we proposed this multi-core feature, millions of lines of OCaml code had been written, and they had been written without concurrency in mind, right? Now we are adding parallelism to the language. Now, in a language like C and C++, there are certain kinds of bugs. If you have those bugs in C and C++, in the best case, your program crashes. In the worst case, you open your code up for security vulnerabilities, right? So this is the case with C and C++ and Go and other languages. In OCaml is a safe language. We are not allowed to do that, right? If your code compiles, it behaves according to the spec. But we needed to define the spec for what it means to have certain kinds of bugs in the language. This was, again, a lot of work. But I think the main challenge for us was that even when we add multi-core feature to the language, almost all of the code is going to remain sequential, right? We are not under the illusion that suddenly we add this feature, everyone is going to magically write multi-core code. So we don't want to break millions of lines of existing code. And we also want to make sure that just because we add a feature X which is unrelated, your code gets slower. So we wanted to make sure that performance and feature backwards compatibility remains, right? So how did we build credibility for this big change? We published key results in academic papers, and we built a rigorous evaluation framework. I'll tell you about a little bit of those. So the project started in 2014. So the way it worked out was there was upstream OCaml, we forked it, there was multi-core OCaml, and the idea was that we would continue developing multi-core OCaml, downstreaming upstream changes, and finally, piecemeal, we will upstream changes from multi-core OCaml to the OCaml proper that's out there. We published a bunch of papers. This is not particularly important. This is useful for me as an academic, but why is this important for OCaml evolution? OCaml comes from a very academic background. It comes from this lab called IndiaFOSS, which is a CS research lab in France. They really like academic rigor. But the way I've been thinking about it is once you publish these papers, these are not just reviewed by the maintainers. They are reviewed by the wider community, right, who are giving their stamp of approval on these ideas. And there is a very high standard for going through these, publishing these papers and results and proving them right. And because we are doing that, the maintainers can sort of sleep easy, right? There is an external validation for this, which is not just coming from the maintainer world. So the publishing papers was important. But we also built a rigorous benchmarking framework in order to ensure that your programs do not slow down. So we built a full framework of real-world programming programs which are rigorously, continuously benchmarked every night, right? And we put these results up on a dashboard where anyone can go and have a look. So this gave us an insight into whether the new compiler and the old compiler are diverging on certain programs, right? And we built this from scratch. It was a lot of work. But we also built a CI for the package universe. So the idea here is that we want to take the two compilers and build a universe of packages that is possible from the OPAM universe, and we build a dashboard with these green, yellow, and red check marks. Green says that the package builds. Yellow says your dependency of this package doesn't build in the new compiler. And red says that your package doesn't build. And this looks bad, but this is a very small subset that I've highlighted. And because we have backwards compatibility all the time in the back of the mind, most of these fixes were very simple, and we proactively went ahead and made PRs for fixing these issues. So one thing again I would like to highlight is that compiler hacking doesn't mean you just have to hack on the compiler source code. There is lots of opportunities around building infrastructure for benchmarking, for continuous integration. I mean, this is a huge distributed system that runs on lots and lots of nodes, right? So there is huge opportunities for contributing to the compiler in other ways. So there was a long tail for release. We made a PR in December 2021, and January 2022, it was merged. But again, this hides the fact that there were years of work previously, right? And a few more months of iteration to fix design issues and bugs. It was finally released in 2022 December. But these features never tend to completion. They asymptotically tend towards completion, right? There is always this long tail of work that is left over. So we've been fixing all of that to our minor releases. We hope to continue to do that into the future releases as well. So what's next for OCaml? Rust is the new kid on the block, right? So we want to bridge the gap between Rust and OCaml. So for 95% of the programs that I want to write, OCaml is fine. But for the last 5%, I need the control of Rust. So there is this new project called OCaml, which is being led by Jane Street, which is aiming to bridge the gap between Rust and OCaml by giving tight control over object layout, allocations, and GC, but also bringing data race-free parallelism, this fearless concurrency that Rust has. We want to bring that to OCaml as well. It draws lessons from the multi-core OCaml project. They have written several award-winning papers, and there is a CI for the package ecosystem that exists. But it is also different in some ways. OCaml is in production at Jane Street, so thousands of people, thousands of traders are writing lots of code using OCaml every day. And because everything is in a tightly controlled environment within Jane Street, so they can push out a feature, and if the feature doesn't work, they can roll it back. So there is valuable user feedback that is happening. So we expect that over the next couple of years, these features will land in OCaml. If some of this sounds interesting, you should get involved. It's a very fun project. Go to ocaml.org. That's your entry point. There is an OCaml Discord, which is quite active, which you should go to. We also run outreach internships. So these internships are excellent ways to get involved if you identify yourself as underrepresented. You should put in an application. We've been running this for many years. It's one of the most exciting things that we do. At the end of the day, if you don't want anything, you can just go and hack on the compiler, right? Go to the compiler, look at the issue list, start contributing. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Questions? Do you have questions?
Sir, when we using OCaml and all, do we have some, do we have like compatibility with GPU? Like it can be used in GPU for like better performance?
There is a GPU, there are a couple of GPU libraries, all of which just bind to whatever C libraries provide, just like Python. So there are GPU bindings for that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. That was my doubt. I'll explore it.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. How did you feel the need to write a multi-core compiler?
Okay, the honest answer is I did a PhD where I built a multi-core compiler. I decided I will never do that because I was hacking alone. And then somebody asked me whether you want to do it for OCaml. I foolishly said yes, but it ended up being much more fun because I was doing it with others. So there was a huge community of people who were interested in what I was building. So that made it much more fun.
Thank you.
You mentioned that Go is also an unsafe language. As far as I understand, like concurrency in Go is safe, but like the unsafe parts are like behind some kind of unsafe API, like how Rust does it.
No. I think, let me clarify. So if you have a data race in Go, your Go programs can just crash, right? So this crash is a good thing, but it can also do other things. It can keep running and do things which it shouldn't do.
Right. So it's unsafe in that there's no guarantee against that there will.
When you have data race, there is no guarantee.
Got it. Yeah.
So OCaml has tight guarantees for what it can produce when you have data races.
If I'm building a backtesting engine, like compared to Go, like how OCaml will be will be efficient or like?
So it's very efficient. It's comparable to Go and comparable or faster than Go. One thing you will find lacking compared to Go is the library ecosystem, right? So if you're just going and building stuff, it might be the case that you want to build those libraries, right? Again, that's why I'm here. I want to encourage all of you to try this out and build this stuff. But yes, it's usually faster. It has a better concurrency story than Go. You should try it out.
Sure.
That's a question.
I saw on one of the slides you mentioned GADTs, the algebraic data types. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so algebraic data types have been around since the initial version of OCaml. So the one that I mentioned in that slide is generalized algebraic data types. So it's a way of doing dependent types, lightweight dependent types in a not too theorem prover way, right? That's what it provides. You can encode lots of fun things, fun constraints directly in the language and still have a usable language.
I used to do a little Haskell during college. So how is OCaml compared to it? Like Haskell goes into...
It's much better.
Much better?
No, I'm just joking. I worked on Haskell as well. So it has its strengths and weaknesses. If you're doing sort of in a purist land, if you want to do category theory or something, Haskell is better. People also build production systems. I tried to build production systems in Haskell, and I massively failed because of laziness being the default. OCaml is a strict language. In fact, it was created for Fortran programmers to write high-level code. So it's always built for engineers to be productive, right? So anyway, so I like OCaml. I also like Haskell, but if you want to pick between the two, pick OCaml.
So you mentioned about fixing data races in OCaml, and right now the C Python interpreter is also going through kind of the same thing, because they like a lot of big corporates are funding the transition to a free threading world. So besides like publishing more research in the area, what do you think, like in your opinion, is the best way to ensure that the transition is?
You should steal. I have a lot of sympathy for the free threaded Python because we did it at a scale where we have millions of lines of code. They have probably trillions of lines of code out there. I think the best thing to do is to steal OCaml's memory model. So there is a paper there. You should just steal it and do it for Python. That's my. I have nightmares thinking about what they would do with all of the code out there. But there are solutions out there.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Meet you in office one of these days. Like time. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So the next talk is by Harshit, who's the founder of OpenLocus and a visiting research scientist at AI2 Seattle, where he's building reliable LLMs at petabyte scale and accelerating scientific discovery. Yeah, so he'll be talking about data-driven scientific discovery with LLM agents.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Hi, so I'm Harshit. We'll be talking about data-driven scientific discovery, what all is happening with scientific discovery and LLM. Before I start the talk, I also want to thank some of my colleagues who were part of this work. Bodhi, who's in the first picture, who sort of co-leads up down. The three people are interns and folks from India, and I think in the discussion with respect to the talk, it also came that how can people from what are the steps that you think are core parts of research that, say, LLM agents should ideally agentify? So if there are any thoughts? Right, and another leading question is like, what are the different methods of sort of verifying a hypothesis? And here is one example. This is a paper by, I think, Tsinghua University in China, and this is broadly, when you have an idea, you sort of figure out what area of research you want to work on, then you generate possible hypotheses. There could be different sets of hypotheses that could be there given a topic, and then you try to find which of these hypotheses do sort of cut the shaft and are important enough to be considered for a subsequent hypothesis validation, or if you want to write a paper around it, right? So this is like the broad process of how research is done. And also, just take a step back, everybody is aware of what a hypothesis is here, right? Okay, so yeah, so generally when you are building a hypothesis, you may deal with literature, which is already there, or you may deal with knowledge systems, but you may also deal with data. And that's like the broad understanding of hypothesis formulation. Then there's validation. Validation is essentially how can you verify a hypothesis? You can verify a hypothesis just based on whether certain such results exist in the data, whether you can write a theorem, and you can sort of prove a theorem given a sort of theorem exists, and whether it works or not. So there are different ways of seeing whether a hypothesis could be verified. Some of these ways are more based in theory, and some of the ways are more based in practice, which is like you design an experiment. So that will not be fully done by LLMs. That will be done by external systems. And by and large, work is being done in each of these boxes that you see. Work is being done for each of these boxes that you see to automate scientific discovery, automate coding, automate idea generation, automate experimental design. Right. This is a paper in Nature that came in as to how you can use LLMs to automate experimental chemistry research. And it sort of deals with agents thinking, agents using the physical tools that they have provided. They're using literature to figure out what kind of hypotheses would work or not. And then they also have access to molecular or molecular specific models as well. Right? I talked briefly about theorem proving, which is interesting because we as computer scientists, a lot of what we do is also proving theorems, whether it's in math or in computer science. And a lot of that is sort of based on this work, Lean, which was like sort of spearheaded by NVIDIA, MIT, and Caltech. And Lean is like sort of a language which helps you abstract out proofs in a more mathematical manner. So essentially, when you're, I don't know if you're aware of, say, OpenAI or Google DeepMind, they recently were able to do really well in math Olympiads or really well at math problems. But those were essentially, in most cases, except for the most recent models, those proofs were not done in natural language. Those proofs were done in Lean. So I just gave this example of Lean, and then people have built different retrieval systems and different fine-tuned models that work on Lean that essentially help do better theorem proving. Right? And this is sort of a very high-level overview of what is happening with LLMs in science. By the way, almost everything that you see here is open source. You can go to their GitHub repos or go to Hugging Face pages and work with those models and work with those code bases and try to improve them, right? I'll also now take a step back and we'll talk about what are the different methods of science, because this is here where our contribution to how scientific discovery could be done with LLMs comes, but this is also how generally scientific discovery runs, right? So one is, as I briefly mentioned, is theoretical science, where you're developing models or theories to explain phenomena. The other is experimental science, where you're doing, you're finding ways in which you can test a theory by designing an experiment and then doing an experiment. And the third is sort of more observational, in which data already exists, but you're identifying new insights from it, right? One very, two cool examples, but I'll just maybe focus on the Narcissus Hill study, which is like a large longitudinal study that has been going on, or study plus data that has been going on from 1976. A lot of the medicines that are prescribed on a daily basis for, say, heart and some other important, some heart disease and some other diseases came out of the study. And what's important to understand is people were not trying to find specific drugs there. They were not doing new protein prediction, or they were not trying to find the biology of how a particular disease works. They just looked at the data and they found that the medicines that people were already using, they helped in some other health issue as well, right? And this is where our core focus comes on, that, hey, can we find new insights in the data that is already there? This data exists in medicine, this data exists in a lot of different domains, sociology, economics, obviously computer science to an extent. And that is the sort of the foundation of data-driven discovery. Can you find new scientific insights just by data and not designing necessarily new experiments or just doing theory proof? Right? And that's our work that was covered in ICML. And broadly, we defined data-driven discovery in a particular mathematical formulation. And it's sort of derived from Newell and Simons. Newell and Simon are sort of the people who created the initial foundations of AI back in the 1970s. So we used some of their definitions on heuristic search and adapted it to essentially define data-driven discovery as finding, given a data set, and a goal, like in this case, we expect a goal. We are also working on models in which there is no goal and you're still trying to find a hypothesis. That's more unsupervised, non-goal directed work. But given a goal, what can you derive the most correct hypothesis H for a data set D, right? And what is that hypothesis H? The hypothesis H would generally be consisting of either the context. So for any data, there's always some context, whether given a simple demographic or a simple econometric example, is that this particular relationship is only relevant for a particular demographic, maybe males under 30, right? So it could also be the context is everything. But then there are variables. How is the relation to cover a lot of that in this in this benchmark? And it was obviously more general data-related things, but then we also had to do things which are specific as, say, pollen modeling when we are adding this to the benchmark. I don't know if you have played with different LLM agents. So like we tested our benchmark with different agents. I don't know, I won't go into details how these agents work, but we specifically built a new agent, which is Data Voyager. There are more technical details around that if it's needed and if we have enough time. But I'll give an example, which was we are in Nimant's auditorium, and Nimant's is like a neuroscience work. So I wanted to give an example on neuroscience that we are also working on. So this is like a landmark work on how the brain works. This is like or in this case, a mammalian brain, a mouse brain works, but this is like the most detailed work on categorizing every single kind of cell that happens in a brain. And we wanted to see what all can our system sort of replicate. And this is some of the prompts, and this is a paper that was published in Nature recently. And you can see that given certain questions, we were able to replicate, or Data Voyager is able to replicate some of these problems. But there's a lot more that needs to be done. And we are working with neuroscientists, we are working with Alzheimer's researchers to see if we can find solutions to Alzheimer's, solution to large neuroscience and immunology problems. Right now, the LLM models can only cover like maybe 10 to 20% of what like a scientist, a full neuroscientist would be doing. But as we keep adding tools and we keep building scaffolding around these LLM agents, you improve what could be done here. Right, and essentially, DataVizer is part of like a broader project that we are doing that is mostly open source, and that's Ashita. And it's like a science copilot which helps you do everything from searching and discovering to synthesizing literature, generate hypotheses, and writing and promoting is what we are focusing on. But everything else is this is. So you can look up Ashita and you'll find it. Some interesting accolades of what one of our work led to. So these are some other these are what some of the other researchers have built over Discovery Bench. So Blade is a work by University of Washington, Berkeley, and Microsoft. Science Agent Bench, QR Data is from the Chinese University. Popper is like a new way of generating, of verifying hypotheses. I don't know if you have heard of Popper. Popper was a very famous philosopher who had this theory on falsification. And instead of regularly verifying a hypothesis, they try to falsify what hypotheses don't work. So this is a work by Stanford and Harvard, which also built on our work. So this is some interesting accolades that we have had in the last 1 year. Another one is I talked about the Nobel Prize work. So we were even referred along with this work that won the Nobel Prize. So this is our specific paper, and Jumper paper above is that. So these were some interesting accolades we were able to find, and that pretty much sums up what my brief introduction on scientific discovery with LLMs. This is more general, and this is like what learnings can you have with LLMs and open source if you are building these agents and if you are integrating these in your pipeline. So, and we can dig deep into some of the details later if you have any questions. So, but I'll cover each of these individually. So first point is that at times it's important to instrument the entire data pipeline, not just use the model, not just use the model and not just have some code that works in isolation, but it's very important to have the data at the right pieces, treat data as code in some sense, really building robust evaluations because LLMs are very stochastic. Generally, machine learning is stochastic. It's random. And LLMs are even more stochastic. So, hey, it's very easy to build a quick demo. That seems to work. That seems to look good. But to really make it work well, you need to have very robust evaluations. It's often harder to build these frameworks from scratch. So in our case, we have been using LangChain and AutoGen. LangChain is an independent open source company. AutoGen is an open source framework by Microsoft. That is also forked by different people, and we are also contributing to that. And treating prompts and pipelines as completely code assets. So I don't know if how many of you are familiar with dbt. So are you familiar with dbt? No. So dbt is like essentially code as data. So any large-scale data pipeline, if it's well managed, it sort of uses dbt. So you also need probably a dbt kind of philosophy for LLMs and agents. And these two are sort of paradoxical learnings that at times it's better to exploit small model first and then big model, build from big models later. Why that is useful is when you are not sure of the cost of what the big models would be, one, and where you are trying to first make sure that there is a strong enough POC, and then you can use the learnings of that to build from a bigger model, build for a bigger model. Generally, whatever works for a smaller model also works well for a big model, and except for some edge cases that can be handled by prompting or fine-tuning and scaffolding. The sort of paradoxical learning is that at times it's better to exploit bigger models, especially when you're planning to build your own LLM, right? There are lots of cases for cost, for privacy. We are working on some medical research-related projects where the data can just not leave the ecosystem. So you need a model which is completely inside the environment, and that model may also be a standard llama, or a standard model may not work. So you need to really fine-tune the model. So at times you may explore with big models, and you'll use some of the data to fine-tune the smaller model. And obviously, it's good to have a lot of ablations when you're testing. Again, because it's very stochastic, a small change Unlike in regular software engineering, where a small change may mostly only affect that particular surface of that feature, a small change here can affect the much larger surface. So it's important to have a lot of ablations and test everything with like a feature flag or config. Right? So I think that sums up. So these were the two leading questions that I sort of wanted to discuss. If there are any questions, how do we contribute to fundamental AI from India, and what happens if there's a lot of data or you're dealing with millions of lines of code, right? So this is more of an appendix if you want to go into details. I finished my talk earlier because I was hoping for some interactivity, but I can answer any questions and we can do a deep dive if needed. So yeah. Yes.
Let's say
It
if,
can,
if,
yes, of
if
course.
your data is mostly structured and
Right.
not linguistic, not narrative data,
Right.
then is this just classic ML like AutoML?
No, it's not. So you are right, there's an overlap. You are right that there's an overlap. But data mining is, you're just finding patterns. Those patterns may not be scientifically valid. They may not be causal. They may just be patterns, right? So that's one part. But so an econometric person would follow a very different structure of how to prove whether something is a real hypothesis or not. A neuroscientist will follow a very different structure, and they may have a much more understanding of, say, neurotransmitters or whatever. That will be part of what may look cool to data mining, may not be really a good hypothesis, right? And
any other questions? There. No, he's stretching.
Is he saying something? Okay. So yeah, I think because we have a few minutes, I'll probably give some general thoughts of where, what's happening in the AI ecosystem globally and India. Yeah. So this is a discussion that often comes up when I'm dealing with certain students and generally dealing with also tech leaders. So AI ecosystem is very less evolved in India, and there's very little, there's almost no fundamental work that's happening. But even most of the sort of companies that are coming, they are just wrappers. They often have very basic understanding of machine learning or LLMs and how to do it at scale. So one thing that I feel, so two notes. One is students and the other is doing it at scale is that for doing it at scale, I think it's often useful to be aware of what's happening on the research side, because this is still a very up and developing field. Also to think of it from a very scientific approach and not just cobbling together, like think of even building, leave scientific discovery, even if you're building an agent to solve a particular problem, think of it in a very scientific manner and test for all ablations, which is not what people don't always do. And don't often get carried away by whatever is the coolest model or the coolest technique, because often they may not be stable or they may not work. So it helps to slightly slightly think of more long-term and adapt technologies which have been proven more, or adapt techniques rather, which have been proven more. Specifically on students, I think I haven't found, I mean, there are various reasons for which this is not the right venue, that AI research or fundamental AI work is not happening, along with, generally, even like our lab builds an open source model, and like the baseline, the budget is very high for like what most Indian universities or Indian labs would have. So at times, what has helped, both for our interns and some other people I have seen, is like collaborating with either US or European labs, by and large US. And US universities are now also very closely collaborating with these foundation AI labs. And that is one venue where you can sort of contribute to AI research. So, yeah. So I think my talk was a little too dense, or so would love to know if there are any thoughts on that as well. So yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Harshit. So the next talk is by Avikalp. He'll be exploring the limitations of the current diff-based review interfaces and introduce a new way of thinking, diff graphs, which is a visual contextual representation of how a code base changes. Yeah. Over to you, Avikalp.
Thank you. I'll just move my demos here before I start. Okay, some internet issue. I think there's an internet issue. I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. Let me use my hotspot. Give me a second. Wi-Fi, but I think it's slow. I'll just come on. Done. Let's bring it there. Do this. नहीं एक सेकेंड रुक जाएगा कुछ तो गड़बड़ है नहीं वो दैट वाज बाय डिज़ाइन ऐसा क्यों हुआ लेकिन स्पीकर नोट्स में नहीं आ रहा हाँ बट वो फिर इधर ही खुल जाता है इसमें एक होता है वो जो पिछला वाला देखा खोला था ना मैंने तो इसमें दिस प्रेजेंटेशन डिस्प्ले ऑप्शंस अच्छा प्रेजेंटर पे यहाँ पे मैंने चेक नहीं किया था और HTML पे करना है मुझे अच्छा नहीं सही आई थिंक दिस शुड वर्क
Hello. Can everyone hear me well? Hi. Hey everyone. I am Avikalp. So back in 2019, I was 3 years into my career, and I was working as an early engineer in a rapidly growing startup at that time. I went to my CTO and I asked him for more responsibility because the company was growing, right? I was looking for leadership kind of roles. And he told me one thing. He told me that I should start reviewing more pull requests by others. I thought he was deflecting. I thought he did not want to give me the promotion. So the next time I went to him, a month or two after that, I over-exceeded my expectations. Like I over-delivered on all the objectives. I was like, I don't want to leave any excuse. And I asked him again, can I get more responsibilities now? And he's like, did you start reviewing more pull requests? I hadn't, and I was embarrassed. So I decided to take his advice very seriously this time. And something magical happened. Like in just a few months, I, without any official titles, became the leader of the tech team. Because I was reviewing everyone's pull requests. Now everyone wants to get my approval on their pull request to get it merged. Whenever anyone is getting stuck, they're coming to me for advice and to help them unblock. Even management is asking me for updates of the entire team because I know everything. From that point, I kind of became obsessed with reviewing code. And hence, after leaving that company 3 years after that, the company did really well. We built amazing technology. The team grew from 2-3 engineers to 70+ engineers. But finally, I left that company to start a tool that helps solve the code review problem itself. So I know, the value that code reviews create when it comes to knowledge transfer and communication between the technical people in the team, right? And the idea with this particular tool was, how can I make that experience less painful and more natural? So I had created a few features around personalization of pull requests. There was a feature around, a better line-wise code ownership, and I used that to modify the GitHub interface so that everyone can see something that is more relevant to them. It all got some traction. We got like number 7 products of the day, 200 plus users, more than a dozen companies using it. But as I was going through this whole journey, I realized that there's a subtle shift in the dynamic of how people are creating software as they started adopting AI into their workflows. And that is what I want to focus my talk on today. I've done more than 100 user interviews, like I've talked to more than 300 companies, tech leaders. And based on that, this is a kind of compiled observation around all of that. So when AI had just come, everyone knew that there was a lot of potential, but everyone knew that the models are not that good and it will take some time to get there. But now we are there. Now most of the models, even like I think 10 of the models from 10 different companies are all outperforming humans on the software development benchmarks. And yet companies are not getting the 5x, 10x returns that they were hoping to get from their teams, right? In fact, on one hand, while we are seeing these great benchmark output, there's a report that just came out last month about the impact of early 2025 AI on open source engineers, and it said that their output was 19% slower. Even a company like Google, which is like such an early adopter of AI, when they said that they have in the same conversation, Sundar Pichai said that this 30% of new code is by AI, but the overall productivity gain is just 10%. This is disappointingly low, right? In fact, this graph from that research report almost looks like a expectations versus reality meme, where people are expecting that with AI allowed, their time to complete a task would be 10-15% lower, but in reality it is almost 20% higher. So this is happening because when you're working with AI, the workflow is fundamentally different. The developer earlier who was writing code had an innate understanding of what that code did. But with AI writing code, that is not true anymore. In fact, the activity of reviewing someone else's code to understand what is going on has shifted left. And if you look at the developer's experience more specifically, I think Andre Karpathy in his talk put it very succinctly, that whenever you're working with AI, you kind of have this generation verification loop. Earlier, generation itself was a long activity. It would take you 3 to 4 days to write any significant part of code. And then if it took like 3-4 hours to review that, it was not a big deal. But now generation is quick. AI can write like 1,000 lines of code in say 5-10 minutes. But it will take you, like you are still limited at 200 to 400 lines per code of reading speed. So you will take 3 to 5 hours to read all of the work that it did in 5 minutes, right? And that is why, Andre suggested that you have to keep AI on a tight leash. But I believe that this is an indication that diffs don't scale. They used to work well with humans when humans used to write the code. But when AI is writing this code, that traditional diff is just a very poor experience. It is taking me hours to understand all of the code that it did to solve a whole ticket. And then if that work is not right, am I going back to prompt it again and review its work again? No, right? I'm going to use whatever work it did as a boilerplate and make my own changes, which is again going to be back to my old development speed. Or it can be worse. If the original architecture or the entire modular structure is wrong, then I'm just going to git reset hard and I'm going to just start from very beginning, right? I'm going to do all of the work and I'll just give small tasks to AI that I can verify quickly. I'm basically hobbling AI. It can do a lot more, but I'm not letting it do that work because it is so hard for me to check its work. In fact, it also gets worse because not only do you have to verify while you are writing code, but this verification also happens at multiple steps. You obviously while writing code, if you're on the terminal, you're looking at the diff there. If you go to your IDE, you're looking at the diff there. Then you commit and push, and then again on GitHub, you're seeing the diff there. On a pull request, you're seeing the diff. While debugging also, you try to find out what was the source of the problem. You find out which commit, which was the last commit which did not have the problem. And then again, you're looking at the diff. Right? So diff is this pervasive way in which we work as developers. And it is just not able to handle the scale. And one of the biggest problems with the traditional diff that Git has is that it kind of works at a very non-semantic level. So for example, this change is actually a singular, very core semantic change, but the way the code has been written, it kind of spans across 10 different files, which means that I have to spend a lot of time scrolling through all of this, changing tabs, even going to other parts of my software development process to get information that is required to actually understand what the change is. Now, when AI is writing code, everyone also thinks that, what if we can also use AI to verify the code, right? It's a very good thought, but it is fundamentally broken. Let me give you a use case which helps you imagine why this doesn't really solve the problem of verification. So suppose you are outsourcing any kind of work. Let's say you are giving a design agency a job to create a logo for your startup. Now that person is an expert. You are not a better designer than that person. But when they do the design of the logo and give it to you, you're still checking whether this is what you want or not, right? It is not that you will be able to find out design flaws in it. It is about intention. Did you actually get what you asked for? And that is something that cannot be automated. That has to come from the creator itself, from the developer itself. And I had actually, properly laid out this article in a blog, and that actually made to the first page of Hacker News. Maybe you should check it out afterwards. Another argument to be made to skip, improving diff is, why do I even need to read the code? Can't I just check the output? Can't I just test? Now the problem with that is, the short answer to that is yes, you can. In fact, if you have used tools like Lovable, Emergent, or Replit, they kind of rely on you doing that. You ask the AI what you want, and then whatever it has done, you just test the whole thing out. But it is limited. As soon as your application even becomes slightly complex, the cost of just reading the code and verifying theoretically becomes much cheaper than the cost of doing the entire, validating every single flow in your software, even if you're automating as much of it as possible. It is always a good idea to balance your theoretical verification, which is your code reviews, with your empirical verifications, because the empirical verifications only work based on a sample that is validated by the theoretical verification. Now let's come to the core question. Imagine you are the backend developer in AWS S3, and you're writing the load balancer. You want to leverage AI to quickly do your job. You get AI to do something. What is it that you need in this interface? You can shout out your answers. Like, are you able to think of anything that makes it a lot easier for you to understand what did the AI change in your load balancer, which is faster than reading the diff? Okay, let me tell you how to think about it. So, did anyone say anything? Come again? Prompt. You just read the prompt. But you still have to verify the output, right? You still have to read the diff. So it's not enough. It doesn't really replace the need of diff. So the way to think about it is, by the way, you're like the way of thinking is right. You have to think about it from the point of view of what is different in AI generated code. Because if reviewing PRs has been a pain point forever, but yet the pull request interface, the review interface has not changed for 2 decades, which means that not for a lack of trying by smart people, but people are not able to bring an interface that is 10 times better than the existing diff interface when it comes to human written code. So the only lever we have is maybe there's something in AI generated code that is different from human written code, and we can leverage that to create a better way to look at a diff. Okay, let me tell you what I observed. Comments? And we also used to write comments. Okay. Right. So this idea is great, but I tested it out. Like there are tools like CodeRabbit and a bunch of other tools who do summarization. But the problem is that even after reading the summary, everyone is reading the entire diff. Because as long as your output is a natural language, you can't really rely on whether this is exactly what is coded or not. Test case is a very good thought process, but again, it goes back to the previous argument, where all the test is also code that you have to verify, first of all. And secondly, the tests are an empirical check. You cannot possibly go through all possible things in the world unless you have a theoretical verification to back it up, right? Come again? If it's not a natural language, right? Then you are basically coming up with a new spec or a programming language itself, right? So these are all great ideas, and all of these are things that I actually thought and did some work on, took to some of the users. It just turns out it doesn't really solve the problem that I wanted to solve. So my observation that I feel is something that we can leverage to do something big is that the kind of mistakes that AI makes are actually very different from the kind of mistakes that humans make. For example, humans can make spelling mistakes when they are specifying the API endpoint, or when they are writing the topic name of a PubSub queue, right? Something that will not get caught in the compiler, and you will only figure it out later. Whereas AI will never make such a typing error. But AI makes different kinds of mistakes, because humans will only write code when they have complete clarity on the architecture, modularity, user experience. AI, we start working with it without having that much clarity. In fact, even if we have it, communicating that to the AI is extremely complex. So AI often makes mistakes which are on high level, and it never makes mistakes in the details. And we can leverage this very easily by just flipping the way we are reviewing code. So with diff, the idea is to look at the details, and as you go through all of the details, you build a mental picture of the big, of like what is going on in the larger scheme of things. With AI, what we can do is we can start from the larger picture, and then dive deeper into the details whenever required. And in most cases, maybe it will not even be required. So this is the recommendation, diff graph. What you see on the screen right now is a dependency graph, but it is not just a dependency graph. It is color coded to show you a diff. So green means it is net new code that has been added. Blue means it is modified. Gray means it is untouched. And if you see a red node, it means that that part of code was deleted. Exactly the same as your normal diff. But this is a graphical, it is a diff of the graph, which is the dependency graph. Now the thing to note here is that you don't necessarily have to just do it for dependency graph. The diff graph idea can be used for any kind of graphs, right? So any way you try to understand or explain your code, maybe the logical flow, the sequential diagram, the systems diagram, or the design UX flow, all of these are things that we use in our documentation to explain what a single snapshot of code is doing. And we have a lot of tools that can generate a lot of this automatically. All we need to do is we have to diff that every single time AI is making those changes, and that way we immediately get a high level understanding of what is going on, and then we can dive deeper into it if we want. So talk is cheap, right? So the way I've done it is I've actually thought of it as, because I'm replacing the git diff, it has to be a command line tool, right? So getting inspired with Linus Torvalds. So git means eccentric, so I went with wild. So now we have wild diff. Let me clear this. So I've actually wrapped up the entire git thing. So if you do wild status, it will show you the wild status. If you do wild branch, it will show you the git branches, right? The only thing that is different is if you do a wild diff, it will not just print out the diff. What it does is it basically spawns a team of AI agents who read the code like you would, and then it tries to create a graph that explains what has changed. Here, while I'm also trying to build a zoom in and zoom out functionality, I've added some things like some features like hovers and all of that, so that it saves a ton of my time even before the entire project is brought to its fruition. I think it is generated. Oops, it opened it up in wrong tab. Cool. I'll show you the next demo, which is on the integration with VS Code itself. So most of us are not using git diff on a terminal these days. We are using it inside our IDE. So the way I designed this particular demo is that the extension of wildest is actually very similar in look and feel with the normal version control system, where instead of seeing the you still see the state changes and the changes here, and you can also go through like the entire history. And throughout the entire history, it has diff graph for every single commit. And you can use this diff graph to get the high-level understanding. And when you hover over any of these elements, it will show you a summary of what has changed inside of it. And by just spending 1-2 minutes going through this diff graph, you get the full gist of everything that has changed very, very quickly. And similarly, I've created integrations for this on GitHub as well. Cool. Coming back to the demo. Oops. One second. Where have I lost it? Sorry, I've lost the presentation. Cool. Sorry for that. Yeah, so because the graph is created as a HTML, it opens the browser and it shows the graph over there. The reason why I use HTML over there is because HTML is pluggable anywhere. You can have it as a web view in your IDE. You can have it in your browser as extension. You can just use it anywhere. It's just that versatile. So the takeaway, the one thing that I want you to do after listening to this talk is actually think about the different ways you use AI to reduce human labor in every other aspect, right? And think about how AI's output is different from humans, not just for code, right? And then think about how can you make a 10 times better interface, leveraging that difference to understand what has changed whenever you're working. Thank you.
Sorry, we don't have time for Q&A. You can speak to him outside if you have questions.
All right, you can also. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next talk is by Anusha Reddy. She has built a free and open legal prep platform, which is called Ratio, which has made prep for law school entrance exams more accessible.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I know it's been a long day of some really incredible talks, so I'll try to keep my talk very simple and short. So my talk is on FOSS for Good, a non-tech talk on how we use FOSS and FOSS philosophy to build an open legal test prep platform. It's a really long title, but basically what I will try to convey in this talk is how we use Moodle to build a Ratio, which is a free and open law entrance test prep platform in India. Before I go ahead, I'll just set out that my talk is not going to cover two things. The first is that I'm not going to cover how a Moodle instance is set up. I'm sure a lot of you already are aware of it. Moodle is an open source learning management system, and you probably used it at universities or at your workplace. So that's point one. And secondly, this is not going to be a technical talk. Unlike most of you here today who are probably engineers or coders or tech entrepreneurs, I am a lawyer, not the litigating lawyer. Also not the lawyer that you'll probably think of in suits, but a transactional lawyer. And okay, it may not be as bad in real life, but I guess the truth is somewhere in between. So yeah, without further ado, let me just speak about what was the problem that we came across and what was our solution to it. So the problem is that law schools in India today have sort of become islands of exclusions. This has been shown in many diversity surveys that have been conducted across law schools. So in one such survey conducted by IDIA, which is a non-profit, across the top 5 law schools in India, around 600 students were surveyed. 2 key findings had come up. One is that most of these top law schools have become very elite and are urban-centric, which means that most students studying there come from English-speaking families from Tier 1 cities. Less than 4% of students are from rural areas, and less than 2% come from vernacular mediums. Secondly, there is a coaching or a CLAT coaching glass ceiling. Basically, more than 80% of the students who study in top law schools in India today and who will probably go on to be the social engineers of tomorrow have gone for expensive coaching. This coaching starts from 50,000 and can go up to 1,20,000. And most of these coaching centers are located either in Tier 1 or Tier 2 cities, which again means that students in rural areas and students from vernacular mediums or students whose parents cannot afford 50,000 rupee coaching do not have access and are left behind. So what was our solution? Our solution is, so paid prep will always exist and paid coaching will always exist, and we are not here to say that paid coaching should not exist, but we believe that there is this white space to have like a top high quality, free, open, legal test prep platform in India, and we didn't find anything that met the standard that we were looking for. So we decided, a bunch of us decided to come together and build Ratio on Moodle. And I guess like our ambition probably is to be what Khan Academy is for open prep across the world, to be the same for the law entrance prep in India. So I'll just quickly take you through how our platform looks before I go into the core FOSS philosophies that we sort of try to build on our platform. So we sort of thought of doing this in 2 phases. In phase 1, we just wanted to get all your past year papers, your source of data on the platform where you can take it in a quiz format. So we currently have all past year papers from the past few years for the common law admission test, the NLU Delhi admission, and NLSAT, which are the top 3 entrance exams in India. We've also, what we've sort of tried to focus on is that we just don't create a repository of past year papers, but we also have, if you take a question from a past year paper, and if your answer is wrong, we sort of have built in why your answer is wrong and what is the correct answer, so it also becomes a learning tool. We've also sort of created workbooks where if you want to just answer one specific topic across different papers, you can end up doing that, and also have a sort by question feature where so law entrance exams have some repeated patterns of questions. So for instance, what is the meaning of this idiom in this question? So if you want to just solve idiom questions across all the law entrance papers, we pull those out as well. Again, we've done this via tagging and sort of with the help of ChatGPT and Python to pull out all the relevant questions and have put it up there. Yeah, and so that's basically what the platform is today. We also we are in the process of having video recorded lessons so people can understand what are the different topics. Law entrance exams are quite simple. It's not as complex as your IIT JEE exam. So it is something that students can listen to online and prepare for. So that is something that we are working towards. So I'll just move on now to just explain the 1 or 2 principles, like the FOSS principles that we sort of want to build, are building and want to build this platform on. So the first one is we've harnessed the Right to Information Act. So for all the official past year papers, we didn't want to take them from the whatever we find on search, because those are mostly put up by coaching centers with their watermarks. We wanted to go back to the source of truth, which is the public authorities who conduct these exams, file RTI applications with them for those past year papers, source them, and then upload them on our platform. So on the screen, you can see 2 of the right to information requests that I had filed. One was physical, so which literally meant I went to the post office, got a 10 rupee postal order, wrote to the CLAT authority requesting them for all past year papers and posted it, and they responded. And the RTI Act, the price is 2 rupees per page, so it was around 1,500 rupees for the total number of papers that I wanted, and then they physically couriered the papers to me. So that was a very straightforward process, and it was quite nice to see how the RDI Act, which is a very powerful act, which is not used as much, to see that in action and how we sort of source the data. The second application that you see is an online application that I filed in Delhi with NLU, the National Law University, Delhi. This was fairly straightforward. It's literally an online link with an online 10 rupee payment, and then my request went through. However, my request, they only partially allowed my request. They only gave me 1 year, the previous year's paper, and they denied my entire request for all the past year papers. So I was again able to file an appeal with the authority again on the platform, and I was able to use Internet Archive to go back to the university's website in 2015 and 2016 to show how back then they did provide all past year papers for a nominal fee, and there's no reason for them to deny me that request today. And with that proof from Internet Archive, I was able to win the appeal, and I got all past year papers again for NLU Delhi. Thankfully, it was in PDF and not physical format, so I could use them for the platform. So I think the Right to Information Act, along with FOSS, there is a very close connection, because if you want any data from a public authority from the country, it's a straightforward process. It may go into appeal, but the chances of you getting data are quite high, unless, I mean, people have faced resistance, but for basic data, if you want to test something, this is a tool that you can use to get access to data from the government. The second principle that I wanted to build the platform on was accessibility. I think this is a very powerful cartoon that I came across when I attended the India Inclusion Summit, when one of the speakers put it up to explain what do we mean by accessibility. I think it very clearly says that if you just shovel the ramp, then everybody can use it, versus first shoveling the stairs and then coming to the ramp. I think that is the principle with which I also wanted to build Ratio. And too often, I think accessibility is lost in the corner. But if you think about it, accessibility benefits everyone. An image-based PDF versus an OCR or a readable PDF, there's a huge difference even for persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities. So I think if you build with accessibility in mind, it not only benefits persons with disabilities, but also the entire population as such. Over here, one of the specific reasons why I had gone with Moodle, and especially as a non-technical person, is because it complies with Web 3.0 accessibility guidelines. And I knew from my past experience that blind students who I had worked with were able to use the platform to learn. Most often, paid prep does not cater to persons with disabilities. So let me just give you one example in relation to that. So under the Indian laws, a person with a disability gets a compensation time of 20 minutes for every hour of an exam. So if you go for an online coaching today, most paid prep will not have that specific feature built in, where if the exam is for 2 hours, for a person with a disability, it should be 160 minutes. So therefore, they're never able to take a mock in that timed environment that they are entitled to under law. So with Moodle, I was able to, on my platform, as you can see, have timed mocks for persons with disabilities with the compensation time built in. And the second thing was a very specific feature in Moodle that I wanted to sort of bring out. A lot of times, people don't put alternate text, or we forget to put it, but it does make a big difference for a person with a disability, especially if someone who is blind. So Moodle, as you can see, if I had just uploaded an image, and when I clicked on save, it did not let me save that image until I either checked the box which said that this is only a decorative image, or I had put in the alt text to describe it for someone who cannot see. So I think this is such a small design element that's been built into a platform that you're always keeping, you know that either you check box and say it's a decorative element, or you describe the image for someone who cannot see. So this was the second aspect of what accessibility is something we want to build. Of course, we'll make mistakes, and we may not always have it for all the features, but that's something we want to work towards, and have this platform to be fully accessible for persons with disabilities. The last point on FOSS that I wanted to speak about is the free point. I'm sure many people in this community have many views on this. But the way we were thinking of building Ratio is that I would always want it to be free and open for the end user. Like the student who's studying in a tier 2 city or a vernacular medium school who cannot access expensive CLAT coaching, I would want this to always be free and open for them. But all the contributors who helped us and without whom this platform would not have been possible, I believe that a pay which is a good pay for the work, good work, is not a bad idea. At least that is the philosophy that I've gone in with, that I do not expect voluntary work from everyone, because everyone's in a different point in their life, and if somebody cannot do voluntary work but they can do good paid work, I don't see any harm in that. And that's the reason why we've also at the back end sort of always wanted to pay everyone, whoever has done work, good and fair work, and not expect it only to be done for free. So just wanted to call out all our early contributors, without whom none of this would have been possible, and especially our Moodle developer, Farhan, because again, as a non-technical person, for someone to understand what I want to build and not give us, for a non-technical person, it's very difficult to understand what exactly is the costing of different things to build. So for someone to fully understand what I wanted to build and come along with me on this journey, it was very, very helpful. Yeah, and I think the last thing I wanted to conclude with, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen this infograph by Liz and Molly on what are we taught and how are we taught to measure success, and what is a better measure where you have a balanced life. And I think throughout life, I've sort of always wanted to have a balanced life, and I think a better measure of this better measure would be having personal projects that one can contribute to and one can give back. And so this was my personal project, personally funded, no institutional grants, and just something I believe has to exist in the public domain, and it didn't exist, so decided to build it. So I think this has been a good measure of how I spent my time. And yeah, I would think that this is a philosophy I would like to continue and probably work on more projects personal projects where you may not have any monetary returns or gains, but it helps you have a well-balanced life. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Or? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anusha. So next, we'll be having an open discussion. So I invite Rahul, who's the head of FOSS United.
One-stop shop for your home interiors.
I made a mistake last year of going up on stage. I'm not going to make that mistake this year.
Touch and feel materials.
This is an open house, so there's nothing scripted. I don't have anything prepared. The idea is whatever questions you have about IndiaFOSS, this year's IndiaFOSS in general, FOSS United Foundation, the FOSS United Governing Board, anything and everything that is related to FOSS in the Indian ecosystem. We are happy to answer, and it is a we, and this year I am going to walk away if it is going to remain me in front of here. So yeah, people are slowly going to start joining us. And again, it'll be both people from the foundation and co-chairs of the conference and volunteers of the conference and everything. So yeah, any questions, anything that you all have? No, you don't get to sit there. You have to come down here. Yeah, again, anything and everything, IndiaFOSS, FOSS United, Foundation, Governing Board, anything. Someone wants a banana? No, I'm serious, I have. Thoughts about Governing Board? No, you as well, man. You're a co-chair. No. people saying okay last year is why I... So yeah, what do people think about IndiaFOSS? One piece of constructive criticism, please. Please. Yes. If you can please come forward, I think that will be absolutely amazing. Because yeah, I think we can just, like, most of us are loud enough that we don't have to worry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you could standardize how the presentations are played. So like ask the speakers to send you like PDFs of the presentation so they don't have to switch the laptops.
Can you please come and volunteer with us? Because I think we need someone who's going to constantly tell the speakers, no, you have to send it to us, otherwise we are not letting you talk. So it's a thing that we try to do every year. Every year we reach out to the speakers. This year, most of the schedule was confirmed, I think, 3-4 weeks in advance. Please sit down. So we tried asking them, look, send your slides in advance. Please send your slides in advance. It's always difficult to keep switching the slides during the, switching computers during the event. So as much as possible, please send us the slides. A few people did. The justice who gave the talk yesterday, he sent us an ODP file. And he was asking us, hey, look, can you open an ODP file? And like, yes, in this community, yes, you can definitely open an ODP file. But yeah, we'll push for it more. Thank you for that. Any other constructive criticism, please?
Hi. One thing I found missing here is that we should have a couple of volunteers for social media campaigns and all. Like, you know, regular updates on an hourly update every time. A couple of volunteers who would especially post on LinkedIn as well as Twitter with the hashtags you had mentioned earlier in the first place. So that would have been great. I mean, this would have reached far more audience, not just the offline, but online as well. I was just searching the LinkedIn. I didn't find so many, under those hashtags, I didn't find so many these posts. I quickly reached the post which was 3 months ago.
Oh, damn. We did a lot more of it this year than we ever did before. We had someone who was posting all day yesterday on LinkedIn and maybe on Twitter. I was posting all morning on Mastodon. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. We are still live streaming and we are going to stop that so that, again, you don't have to worry about speaking up which you don't want getting recorded. And we'll also stop the recording because we do not want this recorded and like anyone to feel like uncomfortable with this being recorded and later published.